लगता है देर से आने वालों के लिए तालियां कम बस। Actually, problem क्या है कि this is one of the conference, and we are the part of global regulator summit in 20th 21, and we are the 50 countries regulators are coming in there, and that is organized by our department. That is what we are in a time to do.
Since Dr. Meera Srivastav also joined us late, so I would request our patron and principal to welcome her. I would request Dr. Raj Nandamare, Dr. Raja Sekharan, everyone on the front seat come on the stage to welcome her. Sir, आप लोग भी आ जाइए. मीरा मैम, आपका तो बहुत बहुत स्वागत है. Now, for the second keynote address, I would like to call upon Dr. K. Madhuleti, Professor and Deputy Director, SP Jain School of Global Management, Sydney, Dubai, Mumbai and Singapore. Sir, aapka swagat, aapka abhinandan. And the chairperson of the session is Dr. Raj Sekharan Selvaraju, Professor, University of Technology, Applied Sciences, Ibri, Sultanate of Oman. आप दोनों का बहुत बहुत स्वागत, आपका अभिनंदन.
Good morning everyone, especially Principal Sir and Mamata Ma'am and management, the Raj Rishi management who have given opportunity to me to speak little bit about the sustainable development and its goals and related how I am little bit, very maybe a drop I may be contributing, that how I am contributing. I am no way connected to, basically no way connected to either environmental subject or sustainability subject or any of this subject, but as a farmer I may be contributing little bit. I want to share that with you. Okay, I think Mamata Srivastava already spoken about the topic and how we are facing problems with pesticides, fertilizers, etc. But I may be trying to give you a solution for this, and we have started practicing in that direction. I think this is the topic. I tried my level best to prepare and to align with sustainable development goals also. Overview on sustainable integrated multi-layer agriculture, which we are trying to practice, already started in that line, and this only we will call agroforestry. And very near, similar to that only, agroforestry through green infrastructure. So we are going to understand what is sustainable integrated multi-layer agriculture. Not multi-level. Multi-level is the vertical farming. That huge infrastructure is required, which we are not suggesting or not recommending. It is multi-layer. And if you see and a special focus to livestock growth design by using a science of design of experiments. So with this, let me start my presentation. So this is the, I think this I may not be interested to explain. You all are experts in this area. What is agriculture, what is sustainable agriculture, what is green infrastructure. But even then, some of the people like me may be attending who are very minimal knowledge in this area. That's why just I can read it. The agriculture refers to the practice of the cultivation, crops, raising livestock. Normally agriculture means people will feel only cultivating various crops, fruits, vegetables, etc. Not only that, it is over and above this, the livestock also. If you are if you have a goat farm, other poultries, etc. That also includes agriculture, and producing foods, fibers and other material used to sustain human life. It encompasses a wide range of activities involved in the production of the food, goods, including farming, animal husbandry, forestry, aquaculture and related practices. So that means earlier, I think olden days, my childhood, we have done it. In a family, as a farmer family, we used to have not only agriculture land, cultivating various crops, over and above we have animals like birds, what you can call, birds means not the flying birds, walking birds, you can call chicken, normally it will be used for meat. Then goats, we have buffaloes, cows and oxes, bullock, especially bullocks, which we will use for even cultivation 30-35 years back. Now that generation has gone because the tractors have come and other harvesting machines have come. That is the reason we may not be using. But my childhood, I think we have integrated farming by considering the crops plus livestock. Then what is the sustainable agriculture? If you see, sustainable agriculture refers to the farming and food production system that aims to meet present needs for food and fiber while also ensuring the long-term viability of the natural resources and the environment. It is a holistic approach that takes into account economic, social and environmental factors. All these three things we should consider whenever we call sustainable, and seeking a balance between them, all these things. That is most important. That balance is not occurring because of we are using pesticides, fertilizers and so on. Already Srivastava ma'am clearly explained the losses because of fertilizer and pesticides. So to avoid that, no need, government, as sir told, there are n number of schemes from government that may not be coming to the farmer level. But as a farmer, we also can take decision. As an employee, you also can buy a small land and do the very interestingly huge profitable things you can do on long run basis. Short term may not be, but long run definitely it is profitable, what I am going to tell you if you adopt. And what is the green? The sustainable cultivation or sustainable agriculture through green infrastructure. What is green infrastructure? If we see with respect to agriculture, green infrastructure with respect to several things, several way people may define, but with respect to agriculture, if you see, these are the things with respect to sustainable integrated multi-layer agriculture, that is agroforestry, includes organic products, seeds, baby plants, etc. for plantation, food to livestock. The livestock means the feed which we are giving to our animals. That also includes solar pump sets for irrigation, solar fences and for protecting crops, various infrastructure for rainwater harvesting, infrastructure for water management, rivers, canals, lakes, ponds, etc. Infrastructure for compost fertilizer, compost pesticides, infrastructure for biodiversity. These all the infrastructure, I think very limited I kept it. The infrastructure pertaining to this we will call green infrastructure. Green infrastructure. So you are completely provided the green infrastructure if you use, you can 100% avoid the pesticides and fertilizer. And not only that, people may have some misconception. If I want to use pesticides and fertilizer, crop may not come, or expected crop may not come, it may go down. No. There we have experimentations, several people have done it, and 200%, I think Mamata Srivastava told, for future generation will keep in mind at least 70% more food is required, but not 70%, even 200, 300% more you can produce if you adopt to the multi-layer concept. Multi-layer, what is multi-layer? You try to, I may discuss a little bit, and if you want to study more, you can read the several articles are there on multi-layer. That means 1 acre field equivalent to 5 acre cultivation you can do because of multi-layer. Very interesting, just you can try to understand what it is and how it can be done. Then let me, the green infrastructure with respect to sustainable integrated multi-layer agriculture, that only we'll call agroforestry, includes organic product, already I have done. Then few benefits of green infrastructure can include improved water quality and quantity, reduced flooding and erosion, and increased biodiversity, improved air quality, then the quality agriculture products, enhanced recreation and tourism opportunities, and increased economic opportunities. These are the etc. There are several benefits. We can't list down all the things. I think in my first slide, if you see, there are out of 17, 11 sustainable development. Yeah, intentional, like come here, sir. Yeah. Out of here, you can see in this slide top, it supports. Suppose if you properly understand the concept and apply and produce and supply the food product to the people, I think 17 sustainable development goals are there. Out of 17 sustainable development goals, at least 11 goals you are little bit you are supporting. 11 goals, to meet 11 goals you are going to support. What are those 11 also I am showing to you. It supports to achieve at least 11 of, I think ma'am is mentioned 5, more than 5, but I am going to show 11 of the 17 sustainable development goals. You can contribute little bit from your side, provided if you practice it. So these are the green infrastructure can be used to support sustainable agriculture in the number of ways. For example, these are the ways. I don't want, I think you know very well. These all, everybody knows, protecting water resources, provide habitat, pollinators, then store carbon in soil and vegetation, provide shades and wind breaks, and create corridors and wildlife movements, and so on. There are several benefits are there. Some of the benefits we kept it here. See, now try to understand this what is multi-layer farming. If you properly understand multi-layer farming, and there is nothing more than this, in 1 acre land, normally you may be, as on today, you may be taking 1 X rupee revenue, but 5X rupee also you can go. Properly understand and cultivate with zero cost. It may be what you can call, may not be digestible to listen. With zero cost, getting 5X revenue from 1 acre land, it may not be digestible to any one of you, but it is fact. It is happening. If I can show to you some of the examples, try to understand what is multi-layer farming. The multi-layer farming is the process of growing multiple crops in a single field. This is done by planting a crop on top of the already existing crop. The first crop is then harvested and the land is used to plant another crop. Then I will explain you with the examples how it can be done. The purpose of this is to save space on land and improve the efficiency. It is an ancient method of farming that is used to increase crop yield and avoid competition between plants. You have to select the crops in such a way. I can give 1 or 2 examples. Then multi-layer farming is a type of the polyculture that involves growing multiple crops in a single area. It generally involves growing plants at different heights so that one crop grow on the ground and another grow above it. Then it is a kind of agriculture method that is used to optimize the use of land and improve the quality of the soil. The main idea of the kind of farming is to plant different types of crops in one field and then use the remain from each crop as, you see, last statement if you see, very interesting, and then use the remains from each crop as a fertilizer to another crop. One crop becomes fertilizer to another crop. That means one crop waste will become fertilizer same time to another crop. For example, even if you see from these windows, you can see multi-cropping, it is there here without your knowledge. Here multi-cropping means, suppose I may do mango plantation. Mango plantation, if I have, people may think that that is what you can call assumption, wrong assumption. See, mango plantation is there, I should not put any other crops. If I will put other crops, mango may not come, which is totally wrong. You have a mango cultivation. Mango is a science, what I am telling is science, not I am just like generally I am telling. Mango trees, when it become adult trees, its roots will go maybe some feet, 2 feet or 3 feet it will go. It consumes mango tree or any tamarind tree. These trees its roots, big trees roots will go 2 to 3 feet below the earth, and it consumes minerals and water having the after 2 to 3 feet only, not first layer. Suppose under mango tree, if I'll keep a small plants, maybe papaya plant require water and minerals, but it is not competitor to the mango tree, because mango tree roots are going 3 feet, below 3 feet only it will take, but above 3 feet it won't take. The papaya tree may go 1.5 feet, and 1.5 feet, whatever minerals are there, water is there, that it consumes and it will give fruit. And whatever this, what you can call mango tree leaves, whenever it will falls, it will become fertilizer to the papaya. Papaya tree leaves will become fertilizer to the both of the trees. So this is the way they complement each other. Another interesting, this is 2 layer we can call, because mango and papaya 2 layer. Suppose 3 layer if I want to make in a same land, I can put another small plants, what you can call green what is that, leafy vegetables, you may be seen. Its size is only half feet, height is only half feet, and its root, if you see, leafy vegetable root, if you see, it may not be more than 2 inch, 3 inch. 2 inch, 3 inch means top layer of the earth, whatever minerals and water is there, it will consume. So the, what you can call leafy vegetables, it is not consuming the minerals and water which is meant for either mango tree or meant for papaya tree. Are you getting? If you are not understanding, let me ask me, I can tell you. That means the leafy vegetable, that is first layer, it is consuming minerals and water from the earth only 2 inches, 3 inches, because its roots, if you want to go and pick the leafy vegetable, root length, if you see, it may not be more than 2 inches or 3 inches. It won't go more than that. That means the earth layer, within 2 inches or 3 inches, whatever water is there, whatever mineral is there, that is consumed by the leafy vegetable. More than that, it won't go. But papaya, it won't consume that first layer, that 2 inch, 3 inch, 4 inch, not sufficient. More than half feet only it will go. Below half feet, up to 1 feet, that whatever minerals and water is there, that will be consumed by papaya. And mango tree and big trees, it won't consume even 1 feet, a layer, top 1 feet, 1.5 feet. It will go 2 or 3 feet lower, and water and minerals will be consumed from there. You can't believe, you can go and see some of the trees, and around the tree they might have constructed the what you can call bed and for sitting the people. Tree may be there and surrounding the people will sit. That means we are not putting fertilizer, we are not putting pesticides there, but still that tree is green. Because of that that tree is not consuming any water nearby. Its roots might have gone maybe several feet away from this, after 3.5 feet below, several meters might have gone around that. From there it is consuming its water and food, not at top layer. That is the reason these are surviving, top trees, larger trees are surviving. I might have explained, I might have tried to convince you, that means 3 layers, 3 crops you can take from, not only 3, if you properly plan, if you understand the science, how this is consuming minerals and water from ground, you can go 4, 5 crops people are taking. That means simultaneously, 1 acre land, you can 4, 5 crops easily you can cultivate and get the crops, and without putting fertilizer and pesticides, organic way. And that we may make compost fertilizer, pesticides, and water and naturally I think the leaves only will fall, that only will become fertilizer over a period of time. Beginning time, while planning, you may have to spend money and time, and after some time, if just like forest nature, if you develop, automatically, you see, I think, have you observed any forest you can go in India? I think nobody is cultivating that. No labor is consumed, no pesticides is given, no fertilizer is given. Still that forest is so greenery. Some forest may be very dense forest, lot of trees we might have seen, some may not be dense. That's what depend upon soil nature. We have to understand that soil nature and cultivate accordingly. What are the crops best for this soil, best for this climate? That 4 or 5 layers, if you identify 4 or 5 or 6 layers, cultivation you can do simultaneously, same time, and your productivity from the soil, same soil will go to 200, 300, 400, depend upon your capability, how you are planning and cultivating. That is the message from this multi-layer farming. It is practical and people are practicing. If you want, you can come to me, I can show. Here also morning I have seen from window, there is a tree. I think not in this building, our last one tree is there. That tree, below that tree there are plants are there. Lot of plants are there. People, another assumption, if when tree is there, tree shadow will be there. The sunlight will not be there. Without sunlight, the plants may not live. No, that is the wrong assumption. Sunlight anyway it will come. Suppose if you around the tree, shadow always will not be there same place. Morning time shadow may be at west side. Evening time the shadow will be east side. So the west side plants, evening it sunlight it will get, and east side morning itself it will get sunlight. So sunlight automatically it will get. Even baby plant also shadow may not affect. Shadow may not be there all the time on these baby plants which are exactly under big tree. If you want, you can go observe, it is there. Here only it is there. Through window you can see top tree, and there are around the tree there are small baby plants, small plants are there. So that's why please try to propagate this multi-layer farming, understand this multi-layer farming. Lot of literature is there, and try to practice in your area also, wherever you feel. And these are the just few examples of how green infrastructure can be used in a sustainable, integrated, multi-layer agriculture. As the world population continues to grow, the need for sustainable, integrated, multi-layer agricultural practices will become important. The green infrastructure can play a vital role in helping to meet this need by providing farmers with the tools and resources they need to produce food in the way that is both productive and environmental friendly. Productive means productivity will go at least 200-300% provided if you apply multi-layer. Now this is agroforestry and sustainable integrated multi-layer, almost all one and same. And if you see it's what are the benefits, if you see it is increased crop yield, improved soil health, reduced erosion and increased biodiversity, and improved water quality, reduced pest and disease pressure, increased economic opportunities, etc. you will get from this agroforestry. Why agroforestry is no cost? Beginning time 1 or 2 years you have to plan proper for this given land. What are the best layers of the multi-layer crops? And initially you may have to invest and plant. Once if you plant, it is after some time you can leave it as a forest only. No need to cultivation, no need to labor, no need anything. Only you may have to spend a little money harvesting time. You have to pick the fruits from the tree. For that you may have to spend. Otherwise, for cultivation per se, there is no cost is involved over a period of time. That means we are replicating forest only, similar to forest, but this is fruit forest, fruit and vegetable forest, food grain forest. There is no what you can call plants without giving fruits, vegetable and grains, food grains, etc. until unless you plant the plants which are timber purpose, like teak, etc. Then I think this Kerala, some of the example already it is there, multi-layer farming in Kerala and Jharkhand, you can see naturally it is there. In Kerala you might have seen under jackfruit, there might be other small plants will be there, even climbers will be there, and climbers. I think interesting thing is, in a mango tree, you can plant climbers or the vegetables, maybe bitter gourd. Bitter gourd, if you plant, it will come within 3 months the crop. But you have to see in such a way that the mango tree, mango flowering and fruit will come only in the month of maybe December to June, July. And June, July, there will not be any mango after July. So July, if you start the climbers like bitter gourd, etc., vegetables, and it will climb the tree only and give fruits, not fruits, vegetable from the same tree. If you see, instead of mango, you can see the bitter gourds or some other vegetable. So then it will be over, that crop harvesting will be over by July. If you, by December, before December, it will be over. It is 3 months crop. So that means without using additional land, same land, you can take second crop as a vegetable, bitter gourd or any climbers, you can use it. Just these are the example, practically we have seen that I am explaining to you. Then these are the sustainable development goals. There are 17 goals I have given. These 17 goals, if you can very well achieve, provided if you practice the multi-layer farming. In multi-layer farming, no poverty. Poverty can be 100% avoided, because you are 2x, 3x, 4x cultivation you are getting. That means 200, 300% if you get. Where is poverty? Poverty will not be there properly if you distribute the crops which you are getting. And zero hunger, we can make it. And good health and well-being, because we are not using fertilizer, pesticides, because of it is 100% organic. Again, that will come. Clean water and sanitation, that also you will get from this cultivation, sustainable cultivation. Affordable and clean green energy. I think we are encouraging, whenever in your farm, don't go for electricity related. Electricity don't use at all. Try to use solar energy. Solar energy pump sets possible. Pumping water from solar energy is possible. CC camera from solar energy. Fencing solar energy you can use. Solar energy can be used in several purposes. Even fans you can run in your shed in the plantation. So everything, if solar is working, why to go for state electricity or central electricity, which is, we don't know how they generated, maybe thermal energy that may be, or nuclear energy, we don't know. So if we should avoid as far as possible and contribute our little bit to the sustainable development goals by using only solar energy in our plantation, okay, as far as possible. And decent work and economic growth possible. Industry, innovation and infrastructure. Here innovation means there are innovative tools and techniques I am going to explain to you, by which again exponentially or breakthroughs you can get in cultivation. And responsible consumption and production. And clean action, climate action. Here climate change also you can stop by using the sustainable agriculture. Then life below water can be saved. If suppose if your own field, if you have a ponds can be used in multiple purpose, not only for irrigation water, and put fishes and take fishes from there instead of depending on sea fish, etc. So that way, life below water also can be protected. Life on land, anyway you are protecting by supplying good, healthy food, and so on. And there are other 6 more sustainable development goals. We may not be in a position that through government policies that can be achieved, but 11 of the 17 sustainable development goals can be, for that goals we can contribute with our little bit as a farmer, that is possible. So this is about again goals. Each goal has specific target and indicators that aims to monitor progress and ensure accountability. Governments, business and civil society organizations and individuals, see that, and individuals are encouraged to take action and contribute to the achievement of the sustainable development goals to create a more sustainable and inclusive future for all. That means last one we are interested. Of course, government is doing its own work, but as individuals we can do our small little bit by understanding the forest, agroforest, for understanding multi-layer cropping and so on, and integrated agriculture by livestock. And in your plantation you should have a livestock also, goats. It is again interesting thing. The livestock output will become input to the farmland, and farmland output will become input to the livestock. That means whatever green vegetables and grass will become food for the goat, sheep, buffaloes, cows, etc. The goat shit, buffalo shit, and cow shit, and the sheep shit, this and even birds shit will become input to the farmland. So this way it is circular economy you call somewhere. Circular economy can be used brilliantly in our farmland also. Circular economy is nothing but one product output should become another, another one will become input to another, another will become to input to another. So it is circular economy. In this circular economy, in our farmland, if we have a livestock and multi-layer cropping system, no need any fertilizer, pesticide from outside, and no need any food also to you. You want to eat meat, you want to eat fish, you can have in your own area, small pond. Then if you want to eat vegetable, fruits, everything you will get it. Provided if you have a decent land of 2 acre, 3 acre, up to 10 acre, whatever you want, you can get very well. And not only your consumption, you can sell to others. And no need to buy any fertilizer, pesticides, etc. That is our message. And it is practically several people are doing. We started just now. Definitely by next year, you can I may bring some of the pictures of my multi-layer farming and with biodiversity. And this is of course purely science. For exponentially for you improving the even multi-layer, what are the crops I have to, how it has to be. Design of experiment is the another concept. Normally agriculture industry, they extensively they are using, but in the what you can call livestock area they are not using. Just we are trying to apply in for livestock growth rate as well as maximum weight, for getting maximum weight of the animal. And if time is there, I can go through, sir, otherwise I can avoid. Is it okay? Okay. This is the design of experiment is the another tool. Effectively, if you use it, you can exponentially make it crop, either crop or the livestock. That means at least 1x will become, with respect to livestock, 1.5x. In the case of crops, the x will become at least 2x. This is minimum, worst case you will get it properly if you understand, apply the science of design of experiment and the science of agroforestry, science of multi-layer agriculture. These three things if you properly understand and integrate and apply on a field, you will get at least as an average 2x, or sometime if you are lucky 3-4x also possible. So whatever Srivastava ma'am is telling, 70% more food is required. That's why people are using sometimes pesticides and fertilizer. And sir also told, not, I think that can be achieved 100%, 200%, 300% without fertilizer, without pesticides. Properly if you understand, these are the concepts and implement it. And we also should encourage the farmer to implement it in their plants. I think with this, because of time constraint, I am not explaining other slides. Thank you for giving opportunity. Thank you, sir, for giving opportunity to share my points with respect to. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Doctor, for your nice presentation. Audience, thanks for your cooperation. If you have any questions, please.
Yeah, please. Please, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Alwar, for a nice presentation on the multi-layer farming.
Yeah.
For your kind information, I was in a school devotee. The school developed a Golden Eco village, 25 acre land.
Excellent.
Totally organic farming, rural,
Yeah.
photovoltaic
Hello.
application, green, rainwater
Hello.
harvesting,
Yeah.
livelihood mission for the women, everything totally, and government has given the award to the Golden Eco village nearby Palanpur in Maharashtra.
Excellent, sir.
Another point is not a question, it's a matter of understanding. I
Yes.
was in Indo-German technical forum for Indo-German to do the solar photovoltaics technologies,
Yeah.
multi-layer.
Yeah.
Suppose small crop is there, big crop is there, the gap is there,
Yeah.
make a photovoltaic system.
Yes, sir.
1 acre land, 2 acre land, 3 acre land, or Kusumi Yojana is there. So need of a development of agro photovoltaic centers.
Thank you, sir. I don't know that word. I will try to understand it.
Government of India is under the Minister of Power,
Yes.
agro photovoltaic center.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I think you have some question, you know? Yeah, please.
Nice presentation, but the thing is that I got a lot of doubts.
Yeah, please, you can ask me.
I don't know from which areas you were saying about that we'll be getting a 2x, 3x, 5x, whatever the things are there.
Yeah, farming itself, we will get provided. Yeah, please.
Now the point is that very few farmers, they are practicing all these what you have said. Multi.
Yeah,
Now agroforestry right now, even government of India,
Yeah.
they are promoting.
yeah,
But the thing is that talking about Rajasthan,
yeah,
now what you said about the forest is completely different from what you are doing artificially.
yes,
Different layers are there.
yes,
Which type of species is required
yeah,
in combination or association with which species?
yes,
That is completely different matter.
yes,
Now, if we focus on certain association as per the nature's code,
yes,
which you mentioned about the sustainable agriculture,
yes,
I'm sorry,
yeah. I think, yeah, complete.
at that time,
Ah.
we will lose our commercial value.
Yes,
If
yes,
commercial aspect has been
Yes.
taken into mind,
yes,
then we lose the sustainability.
Yes.
There, the input of high energy or high monetary
Yes.
will be required.
yes, definitely.
I am saying this thing because right now I am leading state keystone of world agroforestry in Rajasthan.
Yes.
And implementing all these issues.
Yes.
We are facing a lot of challenges.
Definitely, there are.
I can have a lot of discussions with you.
Yes.
afterwards.
Okay, thank you. I think in my slides you might have seen one place I have mentioned. There are agroforestries, not one type. There are n number of agroforestries. Depend upon the nature of the land type and the climatical condition, you have to choose appropriate agroforestry. Agroforestry means it is not uniform across the globe. It is different for different area. Now you have seen here also forest is not same in all the places. One place dense forest, large number of trees. Another place only stones. So that way, depend upon the, that's why there are type of agroforestries. We should understand how many types of agroforestry is possible for given land, given climate. What is this, what is the forestry, agroforestry possible, that you have to design and develop. Definitely first few years no income. It will take long run. I told you, long run sustainability you will get. Maybe 10th year, 12th year onwards, you will enjoy the fruits without any investment later. But initially you have to invest. There is no doubt. Definitely farmer cannot do sometime. All the farmers, small farmers cannot do. That's why government has to support. But farmers who are like us, we can invest at least small portion out of 10 acre, 1 acre, I can do it. So whenever it is possible to me, we can do it. Wherever it is possible, you can do it. That is my message. So definitely it has its own problems. I won't say it is problem-free area. You will face problem beginning, but long run, it is wonderful if you implement it.
Thank you, Doctor, for your
Thank you,
nice
sir.
presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Actually, you are motivating every individuals to involve in multi-layer farming and agroforestry to support the sustainable development goals. Thank you for your speech. Thanks everyone for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Any questions? We want to share our experience.
Sir, you have asked some question. Actually, yesterday what I have asked a question, he has just prepared because he want to give some solution of DOE. He is a statistician. He want to give DOE because design of experiment itself, choosing the right combinations. Actually, if you go to the farm and experiment thousands of experiments, you may succeed 15, 16 varieties. But by using the tool design of experiment, by 2,300 instead of 2,000, 3,000 experiments, only few 16, 17 experiments, you can find it out for which soil, which suitable farming should be done, which layers you have to use, which crop, and which is useful and which is high profitable, economic, everything will be getting through that design of experiment. That is the main motto which he has not got that time. He has prepared but he could not share because of the time schedule. That is the tool. Actually he is nowhere connected with the environment. He is the statistician. He wanted to give design of experiment which is very, very vast, useful in any industry, not only farming. In any industry we can use that tool. Whichever, if you have any doubts of DOE, he is the expert. You can, any industry, you can get it, and many industries are getting benefit of that tool. Thank you. And if I might have interrupted, sorry.
Thank you so much. Now I may call upon next speaker, Dr. Ajay Prakash Gupta ji, and session chaired by Dr. K. Madhulati ji. Thank you so much.
Okay, so very good morning to all of you. So I think, so we are talking about pesticide, we are talking about 5-layer cropping also. So which are the crops which is not required so much pesticides? There is no layer is also required, and very, very short lifespan also. And if we'll talk about nutritional value also, so that is the highest. So my name is Dr. Ajay Prakash Gupta. I am working presently as a Director, Quality Assurance in Food Safety and Standard Authority of India. So being a regulator, this is my duty also. To whatever we are eating over here is also comes under my purview. So that is why I called one of the FSO of the Alwar. He come and check that what is the food quality we are getting over here. So I think he will visit over here. And another, we have some other facilities also. We are giving lot of fundings also to all the states of India, not only that, all the states of India for testing of foods and vegetable. Whatever foods is we are having over here or we are going to export is, everything comes under our control. But we are talking about export in the some part is where the grains will come, that will come under the different purview. But whatever is import is coming over to us, these all are comes under our purview. So this is what we are going to talk about, that is which is called as the cereal millets, or we can call it as a. So this is my brief intro. Actually, recently I joined the FSSI. Earlier I was working as a principal technical officer over there, and last 30 years I am in the research part. So during this, whatever I achieved during this last 30 years, this is the brief of that. And other than that, I am working with the various international organizations in the various projects for the framing of their methods development as well as validations. So this is my brief intro, and I will go to the start with the first one. This is, whatever we are talking about the about that that is pesticide. Not only the pesticide. Pesticide is only the one part. What are the challenges with the risk factors we are facing nowadays? These are there. You can see it that you can say what are that is tobacco use, poor nutrition, and the physical inactivity and excessive alcohol use. So I will not talk about alcohol use because this is alcohol. If we'll talk in general, when we'll talk about in India, so alcohol will always in a different way. When you can talk about in the Europe and the US, there is alcohol is mainly they are using the wines. So wines made from the grapes, where is a lot of antioxidants are there. So that is, if you are taking in a limit, it is a much beneficial for your controlling the aging also, because the antioxidants is the compound which is control your aging also. So these are the factors where the metabolic risk factors are there. What are these? We can put some facts all over the world, what we are facing the challenges, and especially we'll talk about the blood pressure, we'll talk about overweight or obesity, we'll talk about the high blood glucose level, where because I am also one of the diabetics, some of you all also are, because all these diseases are silent. How many of you don't know have a high blood pressure? Nobody knows you are suffering from cancer. Because after the certain stage you can came to know that there is a, unfortunately when yesterday I planned to come over here, then suddenly I got a news. One of the officer who was working in our department died. We got information at 2 o'clock yesterday. Whatever the reason is behind that, he was suffering from the cancer. So another one is the blood and another one is the what is called is the hyperglycemia. So now you can read, now you can see the 6 in 10 chronic disease and the 4 in 10 adults have 2 or more. So nobody knows who is suffering from diabetes. He is not only the diabetic. There are other diseases also associated because of you are taking some medicine for that. And that is affecting not only that, it is affecting your kidney also, your heart also. So these are the main reasons there, whereas you can see that the heart disease, cancer and strokes, Alzheimer's is also recently is a very big challenge for us. This is a big challenge for India also. And in the case of diabetes, you know that I think the coming years, in the 4 or 5 years, India become the capital of diabetes. Why? What type of foods we are eating, how we can substitute them. So you can see that these type of diseases generally called as a non-communicable diseases, and what are the reasons behind that. And we are talking about, because my pointer is not working, so basically what we are eating is the unhealthy eating is the one of the major cause also. Because how much calorie we are taking in this. So now risk factor is the high blood pressure, physical inactivity and the obesity, raised of cholesterol, decrease in vegetable and fruit intakes also one of the factor over here, and the raised blood sugar and the tobacco use. Tobacco use is nowadays is going down also. So if you'll see that what are the obesities, the global scandal is there, around 340 million children and adolescents are overweight and 124 million living with the obesity. That is the percentage is 6 and the 8% in the world. And now you can see the blood pressure, it is the #1 contributing risk for the global. Around 10 million people die each year. And only what is the important here is that only half of people with high blood pressure are aware of it. This is the big challenge. Next one, in the cardiovascular, you can see that 18.6 death every year from only the cardiovascular disease, and the 33% of global death is the cardiovascular disease, and then more than 75% CVD deaths takes place in the low or middle income class. So what are the estimated death in India due to the NCD is that the cardiovascular is around 26%. Respiratory diseases is here is very common because of lot of pollutions over here. Because now I am in a Delhi, so every time you can see that during from the November end to the January, February, there is lot of fog is there. And the Parali is one of the biggest issue is there. And now recently there is a new technology came from Parali itself is converted into alcohols. So now everybody knows it in the road transport. There is a 10% they are adding in the alcohol in the part of petrol, and now this is going to be is a 20. And the recent time when the new vehicle is developed by the Toyota is the 40% alcohol. So you can use the 40% alcohol in the vehicles. So now you can see that how much import from the various petroleum products which is coming to the India has been reduced, and the cost of, because of this alcohol, that cost of that is running off your vehicle will also going to be down. So what are the parameters? What we'll watch it in this? If we'll talk about blood sugar, we will try to maintain it around 100 is the fasting, and the blood pressure is 80 to 120, and the blood cholesterol is at 200, and the body weight is 18.6 to 24.9. These values are the ideal condition, which is not possible. But fluctuation up to Indian condition is 10 to 20% is okay, but it is going up. We have to be alert. And what were the reason? We can regularly monitor our medical health. So now not only that you are suffering from what are the load on this. You can see that what are the load in 2090 per capita. If you can see that how much the load on the health in the treatment. This is the load. So this is, again, you have to put everybody. I think most of them, if you are working in a government organization, if you are in a private organization, government is giving lot of facility for the medical treatment. Still, if you take the example of me, I am also in the CHS system, but still I have a medical insurance separately, because I know that whatever money will given by the government is not sufficient for the treatment. Because our government system of medical treatment is infrastructure is very less. So we have to go to the private, and the private they charge in according to their, depends upon bed also. It's just like a flexi fare. If the beds are less, they will charge for the more. And recently what happened is one of the colleague, which is the deputy director of, his mother didn't get the bed in max for 48 hours. This is the big challenge in a private also. So, what are these? If you can see that less than 1 by 3 people living with the hypertension and the confidence in their ability to manage their blood pressure. Another 2/3 of the Canadians are unaware that the hypertension can lead the dementia also. That is 2 out of 3. And the 49% of Canadians may say that they are not doing anything in the control their blood pressure. And 17% of those living with the hypertension and do not know they have it. And the 35% of those living with the hypertension do not have their blood pressure under control. And one of the person who came from the Canada also here, so this is also challenging for him also. So this is the things where you can see what are this. If you take that McDonald's, if you take the KFC meals, if you are taking the pizza meals, if you are taking the college meals, if you can see it, the side statement, this meal, if you take the KFC meal, these meals will be the stuff you with the fats and the trans fat. Trans fat is also one of the big challenges now. So the frying every time, heating the same oil, and we are preparing the foods, increase the trans fat into that. And this is trans fat is a big challenge also. So if you can saw that the McDonald's meals, this meal will meet with the 50% of, if any of this combination you are taking 50% meal of a day. If you are taking college meal of with this much quantity, and what is the salt intake is the 75% of daily salt intake will be only the one meal. So what are the different kinds of fat? So we will talk about only this is the challenges is that one is the saturated fat which we are already taking. But with the saturated fats, what is extra is coming is the trans fat. So where we have to focus is, we will try to go to the unsaturated fats, which is again, why we are not taking unsaturated fat? Because that saturated fats are little bit cheaper than the unsaturated fats. Because everybody cannot afford the olive oil. So this is also one of the big challenge. So what will the scenario of your food will be increase in the pyramid is like that. So why they are so prominent? If you can see the market, what is market projecting? Market projecting is that from US $972.74 billion in 2021, and that it is going to be 1467.04 billion by in the 28, and the growth is 6.04. Why they are not promoting? They have to procure because it's a big market. So, what will be the meal? Here is nothing is served today. This conference earlier, when this was the last year, I think the last year, they are serving lot of pakoras and launa. This time they always remove from their breakfast. If those who remember that, I think that when we are discussing about this guy who came from the Canada, why we are getting in the poha is not, I think, the Rajasthani food. I don't know. I think so. Poha is not the part of that is the local food. So it is from, I think, Maharashtra or somewhere is maybe Gujarat. So he was asking me during the breakfast table. So now we are taking in the Rajasthan, we are taking the breakfast of some other state. So this is the big, again, I'm not saying that you have to replace each and everything, whatever you are eating. If you are taking McDonald's, if you are taking KFC, if you are taking parathas, if you are eating pakoras, whatever you are eating, you can take it as much you want, but you must have a plan to how to burn these calories. I never say that you don't eat these foods. Whenever you have a heavy dinner, like yesterday, or the inaugural session, you can manage the second and third meal. You have to control. That is why when I think I think yesterday when I was sitting with the Mamtaji and others, so she was saying, no, I will take only small. I said no. Because what are the problem behind that? One is the psychology and the body. Body always respond and release the enzymes on the basis of your psycho state. If you have a big piece of which is have a high calorie, if you are taking your small, if you are killing your emotions, the secretion of your hormones will be different. Your enzymes will be different. So what you will do, you can take it as much you want. You eat it and you can plan it for the next day breakfast, how you can manage your next day breakfast and next day lunch and next day dinner also. So you can take high calorie, but you can reduce your next day calorie. Otherwise, what of the best way is that if you can do the exercise, because I will not say to young to go for the exercise, because exercise is a very boring part. So I never say for that you can go for the exercise. You can control your calories. If you are taking 1500 calories in a morning breakfast, you can if you are taking regularly 1000 calories in the lunch, you can reduce it to 500. Like if you feel it that you are staying in this hotel in the second floor, if you are taking a little bit higher calorie, don't go by the lift. You can go by the stairs. If you can slowly you can monitor, you can consume your calorie 20, 10, 15, 30, something like that. That is also sufficient. So what is the difference if you are taking healthy diet and an unhealthy diet? This is the same, whatever I told you. Now what are this? I think we are lucky that after the government initiative and 2023 is declared as a millets year of the millets. And the good thing is that how many countries is supported to this? That is 72 countries supported. This year is declared as a millets year. And millets किस कंट्री का ग्रेन्स है? इंडिया का. And I will show one of the slide, and everybody, most of them are sitting from the Rajasthan. It's a good news for Rajasthan also. Okay, so these are some facts. United Nations UNGA declared 2023 as International Year of the Millets, and the 5th March 21. And the proposed summit, the government of India was supported by the 72 countries. And the PM Narendra Modi has shared this vision in the 23, the people movement and the global hubs of the millets. And nowadays we are, being a regulator, we are going to issue a advisory. Every hotel should have a millets meal. Every hotel have a menu of the millets. Otherwise restaurant will not run. In the same thing is proposed in the month of this year, in the month of March, when there was a CAC meeting. We are generally called is where we are all India basis, all the food commissioners are sitting over there, and which is going to be happen in the next month, in which we will conduct by that. We are in the Taj. And you can believe on it, every dishes was the served during this conference. This is the meeting, is the only the millets. Nothing else, only millets. So, I think time thoda mujhe bata dijiyega. So, what are these all, I will not go through it. Just what are the good thing is that facts, data of the millet. India is the largest producer of the millets in the world. This is the good news for us. If we have already in the top, so we can increase the growth also. What is the support needed is, like we are giving the MSP for the gehu or rice ke liye milta hai in some crops, so there is some incentives for these crops also. This is the basic requirement. So global distribution, if you see that is the India, Nigeria in the charge, China is the largest producer of the millets. Thus what are the significance? What is that? You can see that. Short time and the poor soil. What he was saying, how we can go the 5-layer cropping. Because the layer composition of state to state and area to area is very different. Because Rajasthan is actually the low rain area. In the low rain area, you cannot grow gehu or aap chawal nahi uga sakte. And what are the reason behind why the pesticide is so high? Because just to increase the production, generally what we are taking, we are killing those, not we are killing those, the insect and herbicide and pesticide, we are killing ourselves. We have a psychological, we are doing like this, but we are killing ourselves. Because we have a short vision every time. We have a very short vision. We are putting like that, nothing here. You know that in the Punjab, most of the farmers who are growing their crops in their field, they are not eating from their field. How many of you knows it? Why? They know that how much pesticide they put. They are buying from the market for their use. So one of the biggest challenge with India is that we are not sensitive. We are thinking about ourselves only. आपको ऐसा लगता है सब मर जाएंगे हम जिंदा रहेंगे, नहीं हो सकता, नहीं चलेगा. लाइफ साइकिल ऐसे ही चलता है. Coexistence of good and bad peoples. Good time, bad time. This is the life actually. If your bad time if you never saw that bad time, you cannot enjoy your good time also. And every time you have a good time, if sometimes the bad time will come, you cannot sustain also yourself. So these are the few things. What are the important things? Millet content around 7 to 12% of proteins. And what is the biggest point is that 15 to 20% is the dietary fiber. Dietary fibers have so many benefits over there. So this is like, you can see that this is how the India millets are coming. And here you can see that the leading state is the Rajasthan, Maharashtra and the Karnataka. So what are these types of millets? Someone I can saw that faces who came from the south, they are using the ragi. Ragi is the staple food over there. If you go to any small roadside dhaba, they will get ragi balls over there. With the fish, with the ragi balls. So what they are eating. But nowadays, this, you can say, जिसको हम लोग मोटा अनाज भी बोलते हैं. मोटा अनाज एक समय ऐसा था, गरीब लोग खाते थे, हम लोग सोचते हैं जब ये जो गरीब लोग हैं उनका फूड है. और आज की स्थिति ऐसी है, गरीब ने वो खाना छोड़ दिया, गेहूं चावल पे आ गया. और जो बड़े बड़े लोग हैं उनको बोला भाई यू आर सफरिंग फ्रॉम डायबिटिक, यू आर कार्डियक एंड यू आर ए हाई टेंशन, हाई ब्लड प्रेशर, you start eating the mota anas. And they are buying. Now I am also buying. You can believe on it, these types of atas are coming is at 100 rupees kg. I am buying that because I am a diabetic. And one of the biggest is a good thing is that everybody in the gluten intolerance is a very common in the wheat. So every millet is gluten free. So these are the findings, these are the benefits. I will not go through it. What are the good thing is that reduce the risk of heart disease, protein with that protects from the diabetic, improve the digestive system, lower the risk of cancer, detoxify your body, increase immunity in the respiratory system, energy level, and so and so. So this is the what are the ratio in the worldwide is the bajra, jowar, and ragi, and these are the state-wise millet production. And you can see it, that is the country-wise where we are if you the worldwide, if you can see it like this. And now this is the millets map of India, and these are these different types of what. I will not go through. I will not tell you. Only just to check it. This you can see how much calcium is present over there. You can say how much the iron is present there. Bajra, what you are eating in here. We are occasionally eating bajra. Makki, if you look at makki, sarson ka saag, makke ki roti in Punjab. But as a fashion we are eating. So don't go with all these things, just go through these highlighted in the red. If you can go to the millets of this, you can then make, you can see the mineral, iron and magnesium. Calcium is 42, iron is 8. If you can go to the other millet, you can say the calcium is 344 mg in 100 gram. You can say these are the small millets, and these are, you can see the crude fiber is 14. If you are suffering from any stomach issues, you can take the higher fiber content. So this is the highest is the 14, and the calcium is 31, and go for the crude fiber 7.6, calcium is 17. You can see that calcium is 22, iron is 9.9, and you can see the crude fiber 9, calcium is 27, calcium 27, 7.6, and this is all. And thank you very much. So before chairman will say, if you have any questions, you can ask. Because I didn't talk any science, so but still, if you have a daily life related issues or anything, पंडित जी आप मत पूछेगा, अगली बार प्रेजेंटेशन दीजिएगा. नहीं आप मतलब थैंक यू. आपको मैं एक बात बता दूं, जो आप कह रहे हैं प्रिंसिपल हुकुम सिंह तक जी नौबत नहीं आएगी, क्योंकि एज ए रेगुलेटर हम वो इम्प्लीमेंट करने जा रहे हैं. ठीक है. और नॉट ओनली रेगुलेटर मीन्स आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू इम्प्लीमेंट इन दिल्ली. रेगुलेटर मीन्स वी विल इम्प्लीमेंट इन इंडिया. ठीक है. तो एवरी रेस्टोरेंट इन द कमिंग 1 or 2 years आपको उनको जिस तरह से आपको याद होगा, इस ए वेरी लॉन्ग बैक, आप सभी को पता होगा कि जैसे हम लोग होटल में खाना खाने जाते हैं, इफ ए हस्बैंड वाइफ 2 persons आर देयर, वी जनरली ऑर्डर 1 वेजिटेबल्स, एक बाउल सब्जी का, एक दाल का, और चपाती लेते हैं. 99% बिकॉज द पोर्शन साइज इज वेरी हाई, बहुत बड़ा होता है तो हम उसको खा नहीं पाते हैं. पहले क्या होता था, वो वेस्ट में चला जाता था. फिर क्या हुआ कि एक तो गाइडलाइंस आई, दूसरा क्या हुआ कि अब होटल वाले क्या करते हैं, जो बैलेंस पोर्शन बचता है आप उसको पैक करा के घर ले जा सकते हैं. दिस इज वन. अदर वन इज दैट गवर्नमेंट इशूज ए गाइडलाइंस फॉर दैट कि एवरी होटल हैव ए हाफ पोर्शन ऑफ दीज बाउल्स आल्सो. जैसे हाफ प्लेट बोलते हैं ना, जैसे मुंबई में कटिंग चाय बोलते हैं, फुल चाय एंड कटिंग चाय. इन द सेम वे in the restaurant they must have that full plate and the half plate portion also, because I am a big sufferer of it. Why? मेरी एक बेटी है, आपको पता है लड़कियां कम खाती हैं, इसमें ममता जी भी आती हैं, और एक मेरी वाइफ है. वाइफ भी एक ही है, बेटी भी एक ही है. ठीक है. सो क्योंकि अभी यूसीसी चल रहा है इसलिए मैंने बता दिया. सो अब उसमें क्या होता था कि आई वॉज पोस्टेड इन हिमाचल, तो माई वाइफ गॉट ए जॉब इन JNK. सो होता क्या था कि मैं फ्राइडे को बाई रोड इज ए 236 किलोमीटर हिमाचल से आके, मेरे पास बेटी तब मेरे पास थी, सी वॉज एट अराउंड 4 or 4 years ओल्ड ओनली, 5 years, वो मेरे पास रहती थी. क्योंकि वाइफ को मिड सेशन में मतलब जॉब मिला था, तो उससे क्या हुआ कि बेटी का हम स्कूल नहीं छोड़ा सकते थे. तो एवरी फ्राइडे आई एम ब्रिंगिंग हर इन माई कार, स्टे इन फ्राइडे नाइट, सैटरडे नाइट एंड संडे नाइट, एंड मॉर्निंग 5 o'clock मैं सुबह 5 बजे उसको लेकर के आता था. हम क्या करते थे, उस बच्चा चूंकि छोटा था तो उसको सुबह ना जगाना पड़े, रात में ही ड्रेस पहना के सुला देते थे. दिस इज द स्टोरी. और सुबह उसको सोते सोते मैं पीछे गाड़ी की सीट पे लिटा लेता था, और मैं ड्राइव करके वहाँ आता था, और आकर के सबसे पहले उसको स्कूल छोड़ता था, और स्कूल छोड़ने के बाद फिर मैं ऑफिस चला जाता था. आई हैव टू रीच अराउंड 9 o'clock ओवर देयर. दिस इज वॉज द रूटीन। तो होता क्या था, जब मैं आता था उसको लेकर के, तो चूंकि हिमाचल में बहुत बड़ा मतलब आपको पता हिली एरिया होने की वजह से बहुत रेस्टोरेंट और उस तब के नहीं है, और जिस शहर में मैं कांगड़ा डिस्ट्रिक्ट में था, स्पेशली इन द पालमपुर, तो वहाँ पर ऐसे बहुत बड़े रेस्टोरेंट कोई था नहीं। तो हम क्या होता था, जो सैटरडे संडे का जो डिनर होता था और लंच होता था, जनरली होटल में होता था। तो वेन एवर आई एम गोइंग टू द होटल, दैट इज एवरी वेटर नोज मी, माई डॉटर एंड वाइफ, बिफोर वी विल इंटर द होटल, वो पहले ही आकर के बच्चे को ले जाता था। एट दैट टाइम दे आर गिविंग वन लॉलीपॉप, आप सभी को पता होगा एक लॉलीपॉप आता है। आज भी बेटी अभी मेरी लास्ट ईयर इंडिया आई थी, तो एक पैकेट उसको लॉलीपॉप, 9 सी 21 एक डब्बा उसको लॉलीपॉप दिया वहाँ के लिए। वहाँ जाते थे हम, एक दाल का पोर्शन ऑर्डर करते थे, एक सब्जी का करते थे, और मात्र 2 चपाती लेते थे। यू कैन बिलीव इट, वो भी नहीं खत्म होता था। अब बेटी कह रही पापा आप खा लो, बीबी कह रही तुम आप खा लो, तो मैं कितना खाऊंगा? अरे भाई मैं भी तो इंसान ही हूं ना। आखिरी में मुझे वो पैक करा के लाना पड़ता था। इट्स अ गुड थिंग इज नाउ स्विगी एंड जोमेटो इज हियर, so now this challenge is now we generally not, because if you have in home, you are more matlab easy to eat food, because you have, there is no need to go there and you can come back, there is no parking issues also, तो आपको घर में ही गर्म खाना मिल जाता है। so this is also one of the, so उसी के बाद फिर एक हाफ पोर्शन प्लेट, आई थिंक अभी भी बहुत सारे होटल्स में वो इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं हुआ है, बट दिस इज नॉट गुड एक्चुअली वेस्टेज ऑफ फूड इज ऑलवेज ए बिग थिंग। एक आप शादियों में देख लीजिए कितना, अब मुझे ऐसा नहीं लगता है अभी भी बहुत शादियों में 50 तरह की डिश, 60 तरह की डिश बना, इट्स नॉट रिक्वायर्ड। आई थिंक आई विल से इन एन अदर वे, दिस इज ओनली द शो ऑफ, बिकॉज नो बडी कैन ईट, इवन यू कैन टेक ए वन स्पून ऑल्सो, स्टिल यू कैन नॉट ईट इट। सो अ गुड थिंग इज दैट हियर दे आर नॉट सर्विंग द नॉन वेज ऑल्सो। Why this is good? Nowadays in non-veg, lot of antibiotics are used, because mostly hotels don't have a fresh non-veg. They are buying in packets, and what they are doing, they are putting antibiotics over in these packets. Why? To just increase the shelf life of this nut. Okay, so now I think, yeah, please. I am very happy that at least, generally I am saying in after presentation, I putting one slide also, no question, but you can ask. Yeah, please.
Since you are from FSSAI, yeah, I have a question. Yes. Since Maggi was already many times banned.
What?
Maggi noodles.
Okay.
Yeah, it is given vegetarian tag, no? But when we Google it, see, 1 second. Maggi noodles have enriched wheat, thiamine mononitrate, riboflavin,
monosodium glutamate. Huh.
Apart from this, chicken powder. It contains powdered chicken. So how you people are, FSSAI people are giving vegetarian tag to Maggi noodles?
Yes,
This is my question.
Okay. Anybody else? अरे बहुत बच्चे नाराज हो जाएंगे मैं अगर, नो आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड। अरे मैगी खाने वाले हमारे ऐसे बैचलर लोगों का क्या होगा? नाउ आई एम ए फोर्स बैचलर, सो मेरी बेटी को जब मैं बोलता हूँ खाना बना के खाओ तो बोलती, मैं पूछता हूँ क्या खा रहे हो, बोलता है वो मैं कप्पा नूडल्स खा रहा हूँ। सो इज ए बिग चैलेंज आल्सो। आई थिंक वट एवर योर क्वेश्चन इज रेज, now we can try to understand one thing. One is always is a like I am presenting over here, or earlier also the so many presenters and in the other sessions also will come. We have to justify ourselves. So where is the problem? So many times is the self-declaration is also important, and so many times there is a news. You can take the example of if you will remember that Mercury case was, Maggie case was there. Whatever you are seeing in the news and so many. So then I will say that ki whatever your question is that, we will see into it, and then according to that we can, you can take it in a such forum, we can discuss with it, and according we will take the action of it. No, actually so many times what happened, you can, there is a coding of some, I think this case was, if you can see that one case was raised in the Amul also. You know that? When they are adding something as a preservative or just to increase something, there is a coding over there. I think one video was YouTube was very famous by one person who is recorded on the basis of coding. That coding comes under the non-veg, but that was not non-veg. So many times, lot of news are coming. Few things I cannot say over here because everything is in the live or the during recording. कुछ चीज़ें ऐसी होती हैं, we have to put our common sense also. And आज की डेट में मैडम बता दें, आप चलिए, you are lucky that कि ममता जी ने यहाँ पे arrange किया है. If you are going to any hotel, take the example of Radisson, Taj, Fortune, whatever is, you can go there. Do you think that so many times when non-veg and veg are both are prepared over there, it is very hard. Because the same person is serving the non-veg, same person serving the veg also. How you can feel that nothing will touch? So I don't think so. Whatever is mentioned over there, there is some misconfusion or something like that. So what was I told at the last, at the time of Meera Srivastava, there is a 2 salmonella in the Maggi is also one of the part of it, the Maggi masala. There are 3 products were detained by the US, and that there's recall for that. This is one of that also. So anything else you can come and you can ask me separately. Don't ask in a public gathering. So I will answer it. Okay, thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Ajay Prakash Gupta sir, for narrating entire thing, risk factors for us while taking food, and this how we can reduce that risk. Thank you for giving especially millets detail and its calories and other things. So we at least we will take oath and we will give promise to him. We will try to take millets as much as possible. We can't avoid it other food. By minimizing other food and millets, we can try to consume more and more. Sir, we can, I think on behalf of audience, I am promising to you, we will try to utilize and we will try to practice some of the best practices.
I will say one point only. Whenever you can switch over, this is just for suggestion. Whenever you will switch over with the rice and the wheat, start with the 5 or 10%. Don't suddenly replace this 100%. Otherwise, there is a stomach upset over there. So always go with the 5%. You can, if you are taking 4 different type of food items, you can take 1 item. Not 100% you replace in the first day. Go by slowly. And sometimes what are the problem is that the taste is also always a big challenge for that. People are eating those things which are more tasty than they have a good calorie or you can say good for their health. But slowly, I am not saying that you can replace 100%. 80% you can take junk foods, but the 20% must be there. Start with the 10%, 20, 30, 40. और जैसे जैसे एज बढ़ता जाएगा वो आपका शरीर खुद ही अलाउ नहीं करेगा. You will shift it to 50-60%.
Okay. Thank you, sir, for giving this advice. So you can see, have you taken Padma? So slowly we can reduce whatever bad habits we have, not suddenly. Thank you, sir, for giving example.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to our keynote speaker and the chairperson of the session. And I would like to tell everyone, rather I'm very pleased to tell everyone that we are live at 2 forums. We are going live on the Alwar TV, which is happening from there. And secondly, we are live on the Google Meet. So we are live in all over the world, including the Alwar city. And I thank our chairperson and keynote speaker for such a wonderful session. Now, with lot of gratitude, I'm just calling Dr. Raj Seshan Selvaraju, Professor, University of Technology, Applied Sciences, Sultanate of Oman, for the keynote address. And the session would be chaired by Dr. C. Upendra, Professor, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, India. सर आप दोनों का बहुत बहुत स्वागत, अभिनंदन, स्टेज पे आएँ और सेशन को शुरू करें.
Very good afternoon to one and all present here. I take this opportunity to thank RRC team, especially for honoring the guest during yesterday's inaugural session. Really, I was admired. So I just take this opportunity to thank all the members of this conference organizing team, particularly Patton and the principal and Dr. Manta. And I'm basically from IT, information technology specialist. I don't know how I can connect with environmental science. I asked Dr. Mamta, what can I do? She forced me to present here. Somehow I managed to connect IoT with environmental studies. Hopefully at the end of the session, you will understand how IT people can support everywhere. You know that people now moving towards IT. Hence, I have chosen the topic, real-time applications of IoT. Many people are not aware of IoT. I would like to give a brief introduction about what is IoT and how it progresses. In my today's session, I just would like to share my experience on what does IoT stands for, what is IoT, history of IoT, how does IoT works, why does IoT matter, why to consider, benefits of IoT, two major concerns regarding IoT, IoT companies, real-time applications of IoT. What does IoT stands? Can anybody know about IoT? You heard anywhere? Yes, sir. Thank you so much. The Internet of Things or IoT is a system of interconnected computing devices, mechanical, digital machines, objects, animals, people, any device, anything which it has a unique ID, you can able to connect through internet. And you can able to extract information from all the places, all the parts or whatever you have connected, and your information will be stored in the central part, which could be used for many purposes. The Internet of Things is a system of interconnected physical devices that communicate via internet. These Internet of Things devices collect and share data with other device, applications and system, and in many ways the data talks to us. You know, many people, they don't know about the data, but the data will talk. Even our previous presenter shows a huge amount of data in which we could understand or extract hidden informations or knowledge which could be useful for us in the future. From wearables to industrial sensors, IoT devices generate sensory, bioelementary and myriad of other types of data. What is its history? IoT sensors and actuators embedded in physical objects are linked through wired and wireless networks, often using the same internet protocol. So anybody can connect. From anywhere you can connect, from any device, or for any business you can use this IoT through any network at any time, you can use this IoT. There is no restrictions. Even if you are working in office, you have some working time from morning 8 to 3 o'clock or 8 to 5 o'clock. But IoT can work anytime, anywhere, any place. The term IoT defined first introduced by Kevin Ashton back in 1999. How does IoT works? Particularly, we need some tools to implement something. So how IoT works? IoT is a system of interconnected devices. These devices are essentially mini computer processors that use machine learning to act on data collected by the sensor. So sensors will collect data and your processor will process the data and provide the results. A complete IoT system mainly integrates with 4 parts: sensor or devices, data collection and connectivity, data processing or machine learning, user interface. Why does the IoT matters? The Internet of Things is a massive network of connected devices, and the network is growing by the minute. Today there are more than 50 billion IoT devices connected. These huge, massive IoT devices every single minute produce huge amount of data. Being administrator, we need to collect these data and do some machine learning techniques to plan for the future. For any business, anything, even for agriculture, everywhere you can use IoT technology to collect the existing data and analyze it and then plan for the future. So IoT devices are used in smart TVs, vehicles, wearable, exercise monitor, or even in refrigerator, businesses, everywhere. Smart buildings, smart cities, everywhere we can use IoT technology. The benefits of IoT is industrial automation. You can automate all the industries. A huge data collection, collect the customer experience, increased revenue. These are the main advantage of Internet of Things. As per the record, the global IoT market size is expected to grow from 300.3 billion in the year 2021 to 650.5 billion by the year 2026. So it is a 16.7% during the mention of increase during this period. Even though everywhere they are talking about IoT, still we have some issues when we are implementing IoT in an industry or in any place, wherever you are planning to implement, we have some issues. It needs to be addressed in the future. First one, IoT security. Yes, because when you are using IoT, people are trying to find how to collapse this security mechanism. Even though whatever security you are trying to follow, hackers will find a new mechanism to take data from our IoT devices. So we need to have a major security mechanism while implementing this IoT technology. Also, around the world, people are started using this IoT technology everywhere. But different countries or different organizations, they are following different rules. We are in need of a common standard to implement this IoT technology. Because if you have common standard, it will be easy to monitor. Also, it will be easy to maintain. There are majority of the companies, they have completely automated with the help of IoT technology. Here I have listed few companies where they introduced IoT technology in their places. Amazon, AT&T IoT platform, GE Digital, Google Cloud IoT, IBM Watson, something else. So I just would like to say some of the real time, this is where we can connect with this sustainable development or environmental science. How the IoT applied in these areas. Smart city, smart home, self-driving cars, smart farming, trackers, smart factories, hospitality, tourism, retail IoT, smart grid, health monitoring, everywhere IoT provide a lot of support to the customers. Smart city, we all aware, because even yesterday somebody talks about small city. Even our government planning to develop some of the cities as smart city. What does mean smart city? Smart city or city of the future is popular IoT application concept that classifies technology as responsible for improving urban infrastructure to make urban centers more efficient, cheaper, and better to live in. See, if everything is computerized, whatever service you are going to acquire from the government or any other private organization, if it is computerized or if it is automated, anytime, whenever you need, you can open your computer or mobile phone, you can extract the service. It's not required to travel to the government offices. It will save lot of energy. Like, you don't need to travel, it will automatically save fuel, energy, everything. So you can save lot of energies with this smart city technology. Then smart home. Smart homes are the most trendy among this list of IoT applications. Smart home control home appliances, including lights, alarms, and water flow from the taps, while promoting home security and safety through elaborate smart security system. Nowadays, even in Oman, I have seen, I don't see in India in any place, but in Oman, you know, there is a sensor in front of their door. When their car comes, the door will open automatically. There is no issue. Even in our university, automatically the lights and ACs will be switched on morning by 8 o'clock, evening by 6 o'clock. So like when you introduce like small technology, I mean this IoT technology in your place, it will save a lot of energy and human resources also. Even your refrigerator, the food items availability in your refrigerator, if any quantity is less, like milk is less than 1 liter, automatically it will send you a message to your mobile phone. You can understand, so there is less quantity of milk in our fridge and you can buy it. Or you can order over online. Like all food item you have separate. Even one of our students, she did this project. The amount of food item which is available in the refrigerator, and automatically it will inform the student, inform the concerned person to buy the product. Smart self-driving cars, actually it was planned before, but it is introduced now in Dubai. There are self-driving cars. There is no need of driver. Automatically it will drive, and you can get down wherever you want to go. So self-driving and operating cars used to be a thing of the future. Now it's our present. You can use smart car technology to contain certain functionalities through your smart device. Or also, the central computers installed in the car receive data from sensors installed throughout the car to determine engine oil level, fuel level, or electricity battery level, everything. It will be automatically updated the owner's mobile number, so they can easily monitor. Retail IoT, you know that even in retail business, everything it is automated. You can make even food item or whatever product you want for your home, you can just order through online, you can get your product. Wearables, this is most important thing. Virtual glasses, fitness bands to monitor, for example, calorie expenditure and heartbeats, or GPS tracking belts are just some examples of wearables which is implemented IoT technology, which will help you to monitor your health control system. Again, health monitoring system, the use of wearables or sensors connected to patients allow doctors to monitor. So patients may be sitting in their house and they have some belts or some wearables. Doctor can monitor from the hospital. If any emergency, if it is required, doctor will come to home and give treatment. Even some of the places, even my friends, they have introduced this option in their home. Parents are in India and they are at abroad. From abroad, they are monitoring their parents' health, and if any unavoidable circumstances occur, they will immediately communicate the doctor or nearby people who will help them. They can take care of their parents. Traffic monitoring system. You know the previous traffic system which will be time based. Maybe 1 minute means even there is a traffic or not, you have to wait for a minute. But now it's not like that. We have a sensor. The sensor will identify how many vehicles are there in that route. If there is no vehicle, it will stop that road and open another road for the people use. So when you introduce IoT, the life will be easy for you. Fleet management sensors in fleet vehicles help to establish effective interconnectivity between the vehicle. You know, nowadays people said that they could not find the vehicle, where it will be. So if you have the sensor, they can easily monitor where the vehicle is going and where it is now at this moment and what time it will reach, everything. The vehicle owner can easily understand. Hospitality, yes, it is a major concern. Even nowadays in hospitality, IoT introduced. So in one hotel in Muscat, they introduced robo to get order from the customer and deliver the food. So people likes to visit that hotel because of this robo. Robo is developed with AI and IoT technology. So it will reduce the human resource requirement when you are implementing through IoT. The smart grid and energy saving, which is more important, which is very good point related with this conference. Smart grid and energy saving. As the previous speaker said, do we know how much power we used every single minute at our home? We do not know. But if you have a mechanism or some IoT devices which will exactly calculate how much amount of electricity or water usage at your home in every second, it will calculate. If you calculate this data or if you collect this data over a period of duration, like for 3 months or 6 months, we have a machine learning algorithms to analyze and at what time you are using more electricity or water and which time you are using less. So at the same time, government also have different tariff amount. Like in some of the countries, I don't know about here, some of the countries, they have different tariff. In the busy time and off time, the rate will be less. So for watering the crops or watering your garden, you can avail the off-peak time. If you use this for peak time, you have to pay more amount. So this IoT technology will guide you properly, which is the off-peak time and which is the peak time and which time you can use more water and you can use more energy. Everything will guide you easily. Water supply also same. What I said in electricity, same for water also. Maintenance management, even if you have any issue at your home, something has broken or some issues, automatically you have an application. You can inform them that these are the issue, let them come and solve the issue easily. That maintenance also, we used IoT technology. So the same thing which I told you before, reducing your electricity bill. So electricity bill, you need to understand which time you have to use how much amount of electricity. If you use more electricity during the peak time, obviously you have to pay more amount. So basically, being a human, we do not know which time we are using more electricity and which is peak time, those things. To understand these things, you have to enable this IoT technology at your home. The next point also which is important, IoT application in agriculture. There are many places IoT devices are used in agriculture, like drones for field monitoring, water management, soil monitoring sensor, machines for routine operations. For all those things we have machines. Precision farming is a process or a practice that makes the farming procedure more accurate and controlled for raising livestock and growing of crops. The use of IT and items like sensors, autonomous vehicles, automated hardware control systems, robotics, etc. In this approach, the key IoT smart building, so we have some smart vehicles or tractors, and we have some drones which will automatically monitor the temperature and moisturing of land and water requirement. Everything it will analyze. See here, you have mobile phone, and now let's imagine you are a farmer who uses a system which monitors the soil moisturize, levels and sends the data back to your dashboard so that you know when the crops need to be watering. Simple so far. How about if the system checked water level itself and decided when the water to be poured for the crops? If the system decides everything, your work will be easy. And how about if it also knew the weather forecast so that it doesn't water the crops if it was about the rain? So if expecting that tomorrow there will be the rain. So your system will understand we are expecting rain tomorrow. There is no need to water the crops by today. Right? But you are of course connected to a smart water meter. If there are water restrictions in your place due to shortage and you use too much, you get a hefty fine. Because if there is a water shortage, you cannot use how much water you want. And even somebody said before, farmers, they doesn't know how much water to be poured for the particular crops. So we have statistics like these kind of, because they said some crops which required very less water, some crops required huge amount of water. Whatever crops you cultivated in your land, accordingly you fixed in your system like how much water is required. The system will monitor and it will pour water automatically. You can here save both energy, water resource as well as electricity resource here. Agricultural drones we have. So there are agricultural drones are a very good example of IoT applications. Two types of drones, that is ground based and aerial based. You know what is ground based and aerial based drones are being incorporated in agriculture in many ways, such as for crop health assessment, how the crop is now, and irrigation, planting and soil and field analysis. For everything they are using these drones. Also, we can monitor livestock level, status of livestock animals. IoT applications help farmers to collect data regarding the location, well-being and health of their cattle. This information helps them in identifying the condition of their livestock. See, livestock, they cannot keep it in one place. As we speak before, in forests, the livestock will be available in different places, but they have unique sensors in each and every cattle, and with that the farmer can easily understand where the cattle will be. If any cattle is affected by any disease, he will understand, means that sensor will inform immediately to the farmer. Farmer can easily separate that cattle from others to save others' life. Smart greenhouses, where greenhouses, they can plant some small plants or something like that, and there we need to maintain some amount of temperature and water level, everything. So this is very difficult by a farmer to manage manually. So if you have automated smart greenhouse system, this will automatically manage the temperature level as well as water level. Smart poultry farming. This is the project which was developed by our student. My student, two students, they did this project, smart poultry farming, because in Oman, they face very difficulty to maintain this poultry farming because of high temperature. So they need a system to monitor the proper temperature to maintain this farming. So this is smart poultry farming. They have some machines like the most factors of facing poultry farming in Oman are humidity, temperature, ammonia gas and water level. They have fixed the minimum level of humidity is 50% and maximum is 80%. Acceptable level of ammonia gas is an indoor poultry farm is 25 ppm and the temperature is 18 and maximum 21. So if you fix these things in IoT devices, this IoT device manage your poultry farm temperature, ammonia level and humidity. There is no issue in that. So this is the structure of the project which they developed. IoT technology trends to watch in 2022. IoT is developing in crucial technology for sustainability. Yes, for sustainability, IoT plays a major role. The platform hype is moving from cloud to the edge. IIoT initiatives are transforming manufacturing, cloud native applications. So these are the things where IoT is involved in many different places. IoT is developing into crucial technology for sustainability like environmental monitoring, terrestrial management and energy optimization. As I told you before, you can save water energy, electrical energy, and you can monitor your soil status, every animal status, everything. Major IoT players focus on building in green economy, mitigating climate change. Everything, everywhere, this IoT plays a major role here. The platform hype is moving from cloud to edge because I don't know how many people are aware of cloud and edge. Cloud systems can be implemented only for the specific devices so that people are moving towards edge, which can be used everywhere. IIoT initiatives are transforming manufacturing and the cloud native applications, hyper automation, and particularly invisible AI. AI is increasingly found at the edge. See, artificial intelligence technology enabled IoT devices will help you or will support you a lot in implementing sustainable development goals. And immersive realities are entering the enterprise environment, 5G becoming IoT ready. So because when you are accessing huge amount of data, we need a high speed internet connection. Now we got 5G internet technology which will transfer high amount of data in a faster manner. Secure remote access of assets is growing in importance. So when we are implementing this IoT technology, it is very secure and you can access from remote wherever you are. Everywhere you can able to access. Other AI IoT projects in our daily life, in which some of the titles are implemented by our students. Smart parking system. Actually, in many cities, the parkings are automatically, we no need to go and search. At the front, there is a screen. It will inform you that which slot is free. From the beginning, entry, you can understand which side you have to go, whether right or left. And you can park your car easily. No need to search to identify your parking. Smart hotel server, which I told you before in Muscat, they introduced server as a robo. This robo will get an order and they deliver the food for the customers. Smart printer, which is an interesting project done by our students. Actually, we know that we are using printers to print in a paper, right? Our students, they developed a smart printer which will print on the hard materials like trees, stones, wherever you want to draw something or any picture, whatever you want, it will be printed on the hard materials. That is called smart printer. Smart gate opener, automatically the gate will open everywhere. And smart traffic control system, smart mediation, smart house monitoring system, everything will be smart, which will save a huge amount of energy. There is a video, I don't know the timing. If it permits, I can show the video, otherwise I will skip it. Sir? Huh? Okay. So no problem, I'll share this video. So with the conclusion, I would like to inform that IoT will solve most of our real life difficulties. See, we are IT people. We don't know the difficulties which people are facing in ground, in reality. We are IT people. If we get your problem, we could able to give solution, better solution as soon as possible. That is the reason I would like to conclude IoT will fulfill most of real-time problems in the near future. Also, I would like to say reasonable amount of IoT contribution exists in the Sustainable Development Goals. Really, when you are implementing the Sustainable Development Goal, when you consider these IoT, you will get more support from this IoT. With this, these are the references. With this, I would like to conclude my session. Thanks for the opportunity given to me. Thank you so much. audience, if you have any questions or you need any clarification,
Sir, one question,
mostly
please.
welcome.
What is basic difference between IoT and AI?
AI, it will automatically do something.
Rajashekaran ji,
For example,
you can,
yes.
Rajashekaran ji, you wanted to show some video, you can show that video.
Okay, no issues. No issues. So actually, sir, what is AI? AI will do automatically. Like what human are thinking, the computer will think and do automatically. IoT is a device which will get the data. I told you, IoT consists of sensors, processors, everything. It will get data from somewhere and the data will be processed according to the instruction given by AI technology. It will give you the guideline how you should plan for the future. So this IoT will give you guidelines how to plan for the future and how to automate your system. Just I will share this video to make you understand more clear about AI. Sorry, IoT. Internet connection, right? Sir, any technician here? Mr. Seetal? Yes, ma'am. It's loading. It's loading.
I just want to add two things. जो इन्होंने अभी कहा उसमें एक चीज़ बता दूं. I think ममता जी को भी पता होगा. Now I am in Delhi. There is electricity in the, when we are using the electricity in the peak hour, there is just 10% extra charges is there, which the Delhi government is implemented into that. Delhi. And, oh, whatever it. So, so this is one point. Another thing is that then one guy asked one question, IoT and the AI. So I have one video, if you'll say that I will share in this, where what Israel is doing for सेब तोड़ने के लिए उसने क्या कहते हैं ड्रोन यूज कर रहा है. ही इज यूजिंग ड्रोन फॉर पिकिंग द एप्पल्स. और नॉट ओनली दिस, दैट इज आइडेंटिफाइंग द सेब जो है वो पक गया है या रेडी हो गया है कि नहीं, वो भी ड्रोन ही तय कर रहा है. मेरे पास एक वीडियो है 5 मिनट का, जो तो लाइव वीडियो रिकॉर्ड किया गया है, जिसमें उन्होंने दिखाया है कि कैसे वो सेंसर्स के थ्रू एप्पल को आइडेंटिफाई कर रहा है और वो उतना ही कट करके सिर्फ ले आ रहा है जो ऊपर भी लगे हुए हैं. सो दे आर इम्प्लीमेंटेड ऑलरेडी एंड AI इज द फ्यूचर. नथिंग एग्जिस्ट, ओनली द AI. आपको कुछ करने की जरूरत, जस्ट इमेजिन इट एंड थिंग्स विल बी रेडी.
Yes. Sound नहीं आ रहा.
We'll keep mic here. If we get sound.
Behave. From air conditioners that you can control with your smartphone to smart cars providing the shortest route, or your smartwatch which is tracking your daily activities. IoT is a giant network of connected devices. These devices gather and share data about how they are used and the environment in which.
इस पर है ऑनलाइन. एक मिनट.
The Internet of Things, or IoT, is influencing our lifestyle from the way we react to the way we behave. From air conditioners that you can control with your smartphone, to smart cars providing the shortest route, or your smartwatch which is tracking your daily activities. IoT is a giant network of connected devices. These devices gather and share data about how they are used and the environment in which they are operated. It's all done using sensors. Sensors are embedded in every physical device. It can be your mobile phone, electrical appliances, vehicles, barcode sensors, traffic lights, and almost everything that you come across in day-to-day life. These sensors continuously emit data about the working state of the devices. But the important question is, how do they share this huge amount of data and how do we put this data to our benefit? IoT provides a common platform for all these devices to dump their data and a common language for all the devices to communicate with each other. Data is emitted from various sensors and sent to IoT platforms securely. IoT platform integrates the collected data from various sources. Further analytics is performed on the data and valuable information is extracted as per requirement. Finally, the result is shared with other devices for better user experience, automation, and improving efficiencies. Let us look at a scenario where IoT is doing wonders. In an AC manufacturing industry, both the manufacturing machine and the belt have sensors attached. They continuously send data regarding the machine health and the production specifics to the manufacturer to identify issues beforehand. A barcode is attached to each product before leaving the belt. It contains the product code, manufacturer details, special instructions, etc. The manufacturer uses this data to identify where the product was distributed and track the retailer's inventory. Hence, the manufacturer can make the product running out of stock available. Next, these products are packed and parceled to different retailers. Each retailer has a barcode reader to track the products coming from different manufacturers, manage inventory, check special instructions, and many more. The compressor of air conditioner has an embedded sensor that emits data regarding its health and temperature. This data is analyzed continuously, allowing the customer care to contact you for the repair work in time. This is just one of the million scenarios. We have smart appliances, smart cars, smart homes, smart cities, where IoT is redefining our lifestyle and transforming the way we interact with technologies. The future of IoT industry is huge. Business Insider Intelligence estimates that 24 billion IoT devices will be installed by 2020, and IDC predicts that IoT revenue will reach around 357 billion in 2019, resulting in a lot of job opportunities in the IT industry. Want to become a part of the
So this is how IoT technology supports our society. So people, those who are interested and those who have real-time problems, bring it to your IT specialist. They will support you and they will guide you definitely. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thanks to Dr. Mamta and patent principals.
Thank you, Dr. Rajeshekaranji, for giving your presentation on IoT. So IoT is very, very interesting presentation. Internet of Things. You see, we all know the importance of internets. That is what actually you have explained. And you have explained the benefits of IoT in industrial automation and other 3 benefits. 4 benefits you have explained. And IoT also is beneficial in agriculture. In agriculture and environment protection, everywhere IoT is needed. And in smart farming also IoT is very much useful. And in brief, our life is very, very difficult without using IoT. That's what actually you have explained. And slowly our lives is the importance of internet and importance of artificial technology, this intelligence, artificial intelligence becoming more and more important in our daily life. So IoT resolves all real-time problems. That is what you have explained. It's very interesting. And I think these kind of things were existing even in our ancient India. So sometimes if you think the Mahabharata war was happening somewhere and Sanjaya was explaining to Dhritarashtra. And you should understand, we have in ancient literature, if you read, we had lot of yogic powers. And that is what actually sometimes I feel that slowly are they becoming real through the technology and internet. Sometimes we have 8 kinds of powers: Anima, Mahima, Laghima, Prapti, Prakamyam, Ishatvam, Vasishtham, Ashtasiddhaya, 8 kinds of siddhis. But these siddhis are only obtainable only through yogic powers, and very rarely we can see them. Such things are happening through internet nowadays. See, something is happening here, somebody from America can directly interact with us. So those things are explained even in our ancient India, but now they are becoming slowly real in our life through internet, through this Internet of Things, IoT. It's very interesting, and now I welcome questions from audience on this topic. Thank you.
I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the keynote speaker and to the chairperson for such a lovely and beautiful session. One announcement: all the people who are presenting in technical session, they should contact registration desk outside. Once again, जो भी लोग टेक्निकल सेशन में अपनी प्रेजेंटेशंस दे रहे हैं वो बाहर जाकर रजिस्ट्रेशन डेस्क पे कांटेक्ट करें, और इन पर्सन दे कैन कांटेक्ट डॉक्टर अनिल कुमार चिंगानी. आई अप्रिशिएट योर प्रेजेंस. Our next keynote speaker is Dr. Nishit Dharia, Associate Professor Life Sciences, HNG University, Gujarat, India. Sir, आपका स्वागत, आपका अभिनंदन. The chairperson of the session would be Dr. Satya Prakash Mehra, State Coordinator, Rajasthan, World Agroforestry, Rajasthan Agriculture Research Institute, Durgapura, Jaipur, Rajasthan. Sir, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत, अभिनंदन. जयपुर से चल के आए हैं आप डॉक्टर सत्य प्रकाश मेहरा. बहुत बहुत स्वागत, बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन. Name please. Name, Dr. Chandani, name please.
Very good afternoon, everyone. Hello.
Hello. A very good afternoon to everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, especially Dr. Hukum Singh ji and Dr. Mamta Sharma and the entire team of RRC. I would like to congratulate them for continuously organizing this very interactive and intellectual events throughout last 3 years. And even after, they are not living by organizing the events, they are just giving the products after every events. So this is very impressive, and I really congratulate the entire team for this particular thing. I also am thankful to them for inviting me for the 3rd time over here, and I hope that whatever I'm going to share here, it will be of some of the benefit to the students, to the researchers, and to the scientists who are presenting over here. So I'm not going to talk about the environment, pesticides, IT or something like that, but I'm taking you towards the jungle, towards the forest, where the animals, the wildlife is waiting for us. The wildlife which are requiring the science, wildlife they require the research and development, and as yesterday Dr. K.K. Sharma said, that whatever we do, like whatever scientific research we do, it should reach to the society. Similarly, it should also reach to the forest. It should also reach to the people and the wildlife. So I'm going to talk about how the human and sloth bear interaction is devastating nowadays, how the sloth bear attacks are hampering the conservation of sloth bear in India, and how we can come up or how we can help the sloth bear conservation by organizing some bear safety education and outreach programs within the local community, and how science or how scientists can help these kind of conservation actions. So those who don't know about the sloth bear are known as the largest seed disperser of the ecosystem, because they are omnivorous. They eat largely on the fruits, and whenever they go in the forest and they poop, the seed would be germinated. So they are considered as the largest omnivorous, largest seed disperser of the forest. They are also known as the engineers of the forest. They are also known as the doctors of the forest, because they are helping the forest ecosystem in each and every way. Sloth bears are, according to the IUCN, International Union for Conservation of Nature and Natural Resources, according to IUCN, sloth bear are considered as a vulnerable species. Vulnerable means the species, if not conserved, will become the endangered species. So they are on the brink of the being endangered, so they are vulnerable. Now why they are vulnerable? Can you please keep quiet? Why they are vulnerable? So according to IUCN, they are vulnerable due to the criteria 3AC, and the 3AC says that in next 30 years, 30% of the sloth bear population will become declined from the entire world, and because of that reason, they are the vulnerable. Why they are going to decline 30% in the world? Because there is a trend of deterioration of the habitat for the sloth bear. Sloth bear, where the sloth bears are found, these habitats is deteriorating. The sloth bear population is also decreasing, and there is the expected accelerate in the future. So this decline in the habitat and decline in the number of sloth bear, altogether it becomes the number of sloth bear population can be declined, and because of these decline, sloth bears are considered as a vulnerable. So this is the right time that we should consider for the conservation of these magnificent species of India. Now if I talk about the sloth bear population of entire world, you don't think that they are found everywhere in the world. They found only in the Indian subcontinent. Only 3 countries in the world which have the sloth bear population, and 90% of the sloth bear population is hosted by India. The rest of the 2 countries are Nepal and Sri Lanka. So rest of the world doesn't have the sloth bear, and that is why it is a duty of Indian scientists, it is a duty of Indian citizen to conserve this species. There are 8 different species of bears in the world, and out of these 8 species, sloth bear is one which is found in Indian subcontinent, and they are unique from all the other bear species in the world. They are unique in their habit and their habitat. They are also unique in their food and feeding behavior. They are also unique in the parental care, and they are also unique in their aggressive nature. So they are very aggressive, they are very unique in the parental care. And how they are unique, I just wanted to show. This is the sloth bear habitat looks like in the western India. This photograph, the photograph on the left side is from Gujarat, and on the right side is from Aravallis, from Rajasthan. So sloth bears are distributed throughout the India, from north to south, from east to west, And in every region, in every part of India, the different habitat is different, their food is different, their interaction with people is different, their behavior is different. So it is very important to study sloth bear in every region, every different region of the country. If you see closely here, this is the jaw of the sloth bear, this is the mouth of the sloth bear, and if you look at the upper jaw, they don't have the two upper incisors permanently in their mouth. That means they are losing these two teeth, and that is why they cannot cut the food. So what they do, they generally suck the food, because these absence of these two incisor and the long snout make a straw-like structure, and using this straw-like structure, they generally suck their food. So whatever they eat, they used to suck. You can see here, this is the long snout, and you can see the nostrils of the sloth bear are not like us, not rounded, but it is like a slit. So when they suck the food, the slit will automatically close. It's a natural phenomena happen in the sloth bear face. So automatically slit will close. So dirt and other things will not go into the respiratory tract. So this is what mechanism made by the nature for the sloth bear. So they can suck the food and they can eat their food. The lower lip, if you see, the lower lip of the sloth bear is making a pout-like structure. So this pout-like structure, long snout, absence of the two incisors, that makes a straw-like structure, and then they suck their food. So this is what actually the straw-like structure look like, and all the food will go inside the mouth of the sloth bear. It's a short video. You can see how the sloth bear is eating their food. You can see it will first blow the air, so all the dirt will go out, and then they suck the food. They dig for the termites, and then they eat their food like this. So it used to do like this throughout the day, because they want to eat ants and termites. So you can imagine the size of ant and termite and the size of a bear. So how much termite they want to eat during the entire day. They can also dig the termite mound like this, like the whole person is sitting inside. So my field assistant is sitting inside. So the big gadda, it is digged by the sloth bear. This is also dug by the sloth bear, and this is the photograph from Nepal, where you can see a long termite mound is dug by the sloth bear to eat the termites. They also eat honey, especially the mother climb up the tree, they destroy the honeycomb, they put the honeycombs down, and the cubs are generally eating the honey. So this is a short video from Melghat Tiger Reserve, Maharashtra, where you can see this female sloth bear slowly approaching the honeybee comb, trying to escape from the honeybee stings, and then it puts the honeycomb down for the cubs. So you can see how the female is struggling to feed the pups. They are unique in the parental care. You can see here two babies are just riding the mother's back. So when sloth bear female giving litter, it gives litter into the den. And the sloth bear pups and the female will remain in the den for 7 to 8 months. Right? And until the cubs becomes 1.5 years old, they used to ride on the mother's back. So this is how the females or the moms are taking very care of and they are very protective of the sloth bear cubs, and that is why what is happening, if the cubs are there with the female and if they found any person around it, then sloth bear female will attack. So you can see the cub is riding on the mother's back. This is a photo from Daroji Wildlife Sanctuary, Karnataka. These are the cubs. This is the center is the mother, and both are the cubs. Now the cubs are 1.5 years old, and now they will leave the mother and they will live a separate life. I just wanted to show you this video, if I can play it. Like sloth bear are continuously eating when they are in the forest. Always they are looking down and they don't know what is happening around. So you can see this is a sloth bear trying to feed on the termites and a tiger watching a sloth bear. But sloth bear cannot watch the tiger. They never sense about the tiger because they are continuously eating. So they don't have a very good sense of hearing, but they have a very good sense of smelling. So you can see in this video, when tiger is approaching a sloth bear for predation, sloth bear never knows that my tiger is just behind me. And suddenly it will look at the tigers. So this video is from Ranthambore, Rajasthan only. You can see how closer the tiger is, and then sloth bear suddenly shows, oh, there is a tiger, and then it starts reacting. So similar thing happen when sloth bear suddenly see the human, right? Tiger can escape the sloth bear or tiger can attack the sloth bear, but human cannot attack the sloth bear. And the result is sloth bear is attacking the human, because sloth bear never knows what is happening around it, whether it is a person, whether it is a tiger, whether it is any other animal. And this is how the human and sloth bear interaction or conflicts are happening. As I said, sloth bear are very aggressive, and we have done a research throughout all the different species of the world, species of the bears of the world. There are many bear species like polar bears, grizzly bears, brown bears, American black bear, Asiatic black bear, sloth bear, sun bear, panda bear. So out of all these 8 species, 3 bear species are known as a very aggressive species. One is the grizzly bear, second is the American black bear, third is the Asiatic black bear, and fourth is the sloth bear. But when we compared the aggressiveness of all the bear species, we found that the sloth bears are one of the most aggressive bear species in the world. You can see how aggressive it is. So within a fraction of a second they can approach you and they can attack on you. So compared to the American bears, they are 10 times more aggressive than the grizzly bears and 20 times more aggressive than the black bears and polar bears. Most of these sloth bear attacks which happens on the human, they are the defensive attack. They don't attack human for food, they don't attack human for taking a revenge, but they attack on the human just for a defense. और most of the attacks are the accidental. जैसे मैंने दिखाया टाइगर और स्लॉथ बेयर का इंटरेक्शन, कि स्लॉथ बेयर को पता ही नहीं था कि कब टाइगर बाजू में आ गया, और जब पता चला तो उसने अटैक कर दिया. So this is thing happening also with the humans. Most of the sloth bear attacks are happening on the face and neck of the person. Why? Because at the time of attack, sloth bear stands on the 2 feet and then it attacks over here, here or here. So these are the most vulnerable locations of human body where sloth bear attacks happens. We are working in the Gujarat, state of Gujarat, Rajasthan and Maharashtra. So this is the entire map of the sloth bear distribution in our country, and this is the sloth bear landscape of Gujarat in the western India, and this is why the Gujarat's distribution is known as the westernmost edge of the sloth bear distribution. उससे आगे sloth bear का distribution पूरी दुनिया में नहीं है. So we are on the verge, on the edge of the sloth bear distribution. What is happening, like most of the sloth bear has the issues with the habitat degradation in western India, human bear conflicts, selling of bear body parts, lack of awareness and change in the land use and land cover pattern. So what we have done, we have collected the information about the sloth bear attacks in our state, Gujarat, and we have also collected the information about the number of sloth bear. So you can see here the sloth bear population is increasing. This is a good news for us. Similarly, the human population in entire country is also increasing. So both human and sloth bear, they need more space to live, they need more resources to use, right? And most of the resources in the forest which is shared by sloth bear and people, जो भी sloth bear खाता है वो वहाँ के tribals भी use करते हैं, खाते हैं या sell करते हैं. And because of that, there is a competition between both of them, and this actually results into the attacks. So you can see the attacks of sloth bear on human is also increasing. You can see here dieback in 2019-2020. This is because of corona. No one is going out of the home, and that is why the sloth bear attacks are decreased. Otherwise, there is a clear increasing trend of the sloth bear attacks on human. So more than 200 cases of sloth bear attacks in India has been recorded till today, and out of these, more than 25 cases per year which is recorded from our state. Similarly, we are also working in Rajasthan, and the same figure, almost same figure from Rajasthan is also there. 60% of these sloth bear attacks is just in the non-protected area. Matlab, it is out of national park or sanctuary. So most of the attacks happens into the villages, agriculture farm or the non-protected forest. So what we have done, we have collected all information about the attack in the state, and then we identified which is the area of Gujarat having more number of sloth bear attacks. So we used some GIS technology, as yesterday we had a talk from Dr. Sharma about the GIS. So we also use a GIS technology. So here you can see the dark red portions are having more number of sloth bear attacks. Why we are doing this? Because we want to reduce, we want to minimize the sloth bear attacks. We want to minimize we want to increase the tolerance of the people, so we can conserve the sloth bear and we can save the people. So what we have done, we have identified these red area which are more red, dark red, and we started our education program, outreach program and bear safety education program on this particular area. So we went into the forest, we asked people about how the sloth bear attacks happen. जब sloth bear attack हुआ तो आप क्या कर रहे थे, भालू क्या कर रहा था? So we asked this kind of question, and we came to know that most of the attacks happen when the people were either farming or collecting the non-timber forest production, or they are moving in the forest. So these are the three main reasons why the accidental in confrontation happens. And then we also asked about the age of the victims. What is the age of the average age of the victim? And you can see here that most of the people is around from 30 years to 40 years. So if we want to save these 30-year, 40-year people, we have to aware the age group which is going to come in this particular age range. And that is why we thought, or we decided, that we should do the education to the people who are below the 30 age, or we educate the people who are in this particular age range. Happening when sloth bear appears around the village. So this is a photograph from Gujarat where you can see the sloth bear comes towards the village and people are trying to threaten the sloth bear, and this actually sloth bear ko encourage karta hai attack karne ke liye. This is a prompting. So this kind of prompting is happening. Another thing in India we are facing is lot of people. Whenever there is a tiger, there is a bear, there is any wildlife found around the village, you will see mob and mob of people. Lot of people just going around, moving around, and that actually hampers the animal to move for a safe passage. So our goal is to encourage the coexistence. Whether the coexistence of a human and a sloth bear, or a local people and a sloth bear, is possible. This was our question and this was our goal. And for that we have started a program which is called Atmavat Sarva Bhuteshu. It's a Sanskrit phrase, sir, you must be appreciating it. So this is the Atmavat Sarva Bhuteshu. It's a project we started. So we feel ourselves one of them. We feel ourselves one of the creature of the forest, and this is how we trying to reaching to the local people and trying that people will appreciate the sloth bear, people will appreciate the sloth bear presence, and we are trying to give the correct scientific knowledge about sloth bear to the people. And it is not a one-way street, it is a two-way street. We are also getting knowledge from them, but what they feel about sloth bear, what they know about sloth bear, and what they are actually, they should know about the sloth bear. So this is what entire project Atmavat Sarva Bhuteshu. We finished the first phase of Atmavatsvara Bhuteshu in the central Gujarat, and in near future, maybe from the September, we are going to start the second phase of the program in North Gujarat and Rajasthan. So it's a cross-sector collaboration that we have developed. It's a model of cross-sector collaboration. So we are involving the local people, forest department, and the local institution, and we are trying to give bear safety education, awareness about the ecology, and education about the sloth bear. We are organizing a training capacity building program of the forest staff, and then our central goal is that we can conserve the sloth bear and we can save the people. And for this project, we have collaborated with Gujarat Forest Department, our university, International Union for Conservation of Nature, this is Bear Specialist Group, a couple of zoos from Europe, and Bear Trust International from United States, and the Serenity Trust from India. So these are all organizations who are collaborating with us, who are supporting us financially, technically, and morally, and we have started this project. So what we are doing in this project actually, we are doing several activities which is towards awareness, education, and like spreading the knowledge about the sloth bear. We have made a conservation outreach center which is exclusively made for the sloth bear. So the people from the surrounding villages, they can come, they can learn about sloth bear. Our volunteers are there. They explain about the sloth bear behavior, sloth bear habit, sloth bear habitat, and people will get the exact, accurate and scientific knowledge in their own language. We have organized, during the Corona period, we have organized a YouTube live lecture series on bears of India. So there are 4 species of bears in India. So we have called all the bear experts from India and abroad, and they have talked about different bear species in the on the YouTube. So more than 1,000 people have seen this, and more than 1,000 people from local community, they have also seen and appreciated this live talk series. This is still available on our YouTube channel. So if you want to refer any of the talk, you can just go through. We have made a documentary film of 6 to 8 minutes on sloth bear in 3 languages, Hindi, Gujarati and English. So every people can watch this video, and this video is about sloth bear, how sloth bear evolved, what are the behavior of sloth bear, and what to do when there is a sloth bear attacks happening, or if you are living in a sloth bear area, how should you be, how can you be careful from the sloth bear attacks. So this documentary film is very popular, and it is also available on YouTube, free to download. Everyone can download, and wherever we goes in the villages, we show this documentary film to the people. We have also run a campaign on Speak for the Bear throughout the world. So we have collected the conserve sloth bear messages in different languages of the world, and every people from different corner of the world, they are talking about bears and what to do for the bear conservation. Several talks of my and my team, it is available on different media, social media as well as the mass media. And we have also given our research in different languages into the different newspaper. So our research will go up to the society. As I said that it is a two-way communication, it's a two-way street. So to get the knowledge from the people, we have organized a story writing competition on the sloth bear. So we have received more than 30 stories on the sloth bear from the people around the area, and out of which we have selected the best story by a panel of experts, and using this best story we have made an animation film on sloth bear. So this animation film is written by a person, a local girl from this area. We have just animated it, and this animation film is also freely available on our YouTube channel. We are also showing this animation film to the kids, so kids can appreciate the sloth bear. Similarly, the second best story we used, and we made a comic leaflet in this story, like a female sloth bear is like thinking that why people are killing us. So this story is named as A Sweet Scent of Honey, and this is also available free to download on our website. So we are distributing this pamphlet in schools so children can learn, and these stories also we have translated in all the languages like Hindi, English and Gujarati. So kids can appreciate, they can read it, and they can learn about the sloth bear and what are the issues or the challenges for the sloth bear conservation in our region. We have made a small booklet, Living with the Sloth Bear or Living in the Sloth Bear Landscape, and we are distributing this booklet free of cost to all the people, tourists, local community, journalists, because journalists are playing an important role in the field of conservation. Right? So whatever the journalists are there, we are distributing this booklet free, and this book is also available with us. So if anyone need this book, the books are available. It is also bilingual. It is in Gujarati and English, and we can make the same thing in your language like Hindi or whatever is your language. We have prepared the fun book. It is known as the activity book, the bear book, which we are distributing among kids. So kids can just open the book, they join the dots, they color the pages, and then learn about the sloth bear. So this is also a fun activity book where our volunteers goes into the schools, tribal schools in the sloth bear area. They collect the kids, we show them the animation film, we give them the books, they use the book, they learn the book, and we are collecting the information from them also. So you can see here, this is a school from the tribal area of Gujarat where our volunteers are showing them how to use the book and how to learn about the bear. This is our mass awareness program in the forest area as well as in the villages where our volunteers, our researchers goes and they give the bear safety education. We have also made the food menu for the sloth bear. It's a calendar of sloth bear food. So what sloth bear eat in different season in their area. So this poster we are posting every villages in every forest department offices. So even they know that during this season we should not go in the forest and we should be safe by the sloth bear. This device we have developed, this is the product of our researchers. This device is known as a Ghungru Kathi. Kathi is a stick, Ghungru is a bell. So we made this device which is made up of bell, and there are blunt ended arrows. So they can use, when they go in the forest, they can use this kind of stick. So when they go, it makes a noise, so the wildlife will become alert. And if the wildlife attacks happen suddenly, they can use the stick to keep away the wildlife, and it will not injure them, it will not injure the wildlife. So this is like our product, we can say, proudly say, this is our product. We are going to patent it also, and this is the product of my researchers. So this kind of devices we are developing to research and development. And then I wanted to know that whether this awareness activity, whether this education activity, whatever we are doing, whether it is worth or not, like iska kuch asar hota hai ki nahi hota hai. So we have done the evaluation program. So after the 1 year of the project, we have done the evaluation program in the Gujarat, and we have seen that earlier attitude of people was like very negative towards sloth bear, but after the education and outreach program, this attitude is changed up to 59%. So now 59% are positive for the sloth bear. Similarly, 69% of the people will have said that they go in the forest during the early morning and dusk, and then we have started our awareness program, education program, and the activity of people in the forest will reduce up to 36%. So this clearly shows that the conservation program or outreach programs or education programs are effective. They are only effective when we reach to the root of the cause. ऐसे ही awareness program शुरू कर देने से कुछ नहीं होगा. If you want the result of your awareness program, first thing first you have to do the research. You have to know that what is the issue and how you can address the issue, and then you make your awareness program accordingly. So that's why I said that it will different from region to region, it will be different from species to species, it will be different from area to area. and that is how we have to develop. One of the good news is that one of our researcher, she has received the Environmental Educator of the Year award in 2022 by United States. She has received 1,000 USD and a trophy, and she was nominated out of 64 people from across the world. So she is Shalu Mesaria. She is a project leader of our project, and she is not here. No. So she got this award. So this is just a good news I want to share with you. Another thing that I want to share with you is our project or our work, conservation work, is also appreciated by the legendary Bollywood stars, and one of the Bollywood stars has given this message to us. Now I need a sound. This is the last slide, so please bear with me. Bear with the bear. Sound? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yes. नहीं आया.
Namaskar, this is Amitabh Bachchan. The sloth bear is the pride of our nation, as they are found only in the Indian subcontinent. Taking care of this bear should be served with compassion and pride to live fearlessly in their natural habitat. It is the time to unite and conserve the sloth bear of India, Bharat ki jo bhalu hai, and cultivate the habit of coexistence. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
So the legendary, like Amitabh Bachchan, he is also joined in this activity. He called us over at his home, and he gave us this video message for 1 minute. And when I asked him for the fees, he said that मेरे 1 मिनट बोलने से अगर आपके बालू बचते हैं तो मुझे कुछ नहीं चाहिए. This was the answer from Amitabh Bachchan. So with that, I would like to thank my entire team from WCB Research Lab and WCB Research Foundation. I would like to thank my donors, my financial supporters and technical advisors. And at the most, I would like to thank all of you here who have appreciated, who have listened this patiently. And I would like to thank Hukam Singh ji and Dr. Mamta Sharma for giving me opportunity to share our project over here. Thank you so much.
If any question, please.
Thank you, sir. Very nice lecture. I am man of zoology. Just not a question, just a query. For last 5 to 7 years, why do you think the number of sloth bears increasing or declining? One thing. And which species is more prominent nowadays?
Which species?
Is more prominent.
Which species of bear?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And what the trend is, the increasing trend or decreasing trend?
Yeah. So sloth bear population is in the increasing, or we can say stable to increasing state in our country, especially in central and western India. But if we consider the northern and southern India and Sri Lanka and Nepal, there the sloth bear population is in a decreasing phase. So if I say for the entire world, the overall trend of the sloth bear population is declining. The other bear species, that is a brown bear. Brown bears are increasing because they are across the world. They are in all the continents except the Africa and Australia. Except these two continents, you will find brown bear everywhere. Brown bear population is like flourishing. There is no issues with the brown bear population. But the population of the bears like sun bear, they are in danger. Like they are really facing the issue of habitat degradation and fragmentation.
Thank you, sir. We would like to have one more lecture in our college.
Sure. I would definitely come. Thank you.
So, very shortly, please. Yeah.
पंडित जी नमस्कार.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद नजी जी, आपने आपको एनवायरनमेंट कंजर्वेशन मैनेजमेंट के लिए बहुत ही अच्छा एक इनिशिएटिव है. मैं अपनी बात को मैं रिप्रेजेंट करता हूँ CSTV को, जो सोलर एनर्जी को प्रमोशन इंडिया में कर रहा हूँ, और उसके लिए इसको आगे बढ़ाने के लिए मैं एक नया प्रोजेक्ट लेकर आया, उसका नाम दिया कम्युनिटी साइंस सेंटर। उसका नाम दिया CSTV कम्युनिटी साइंस सेंटर, कि इस कम्युनिटी के अंदर जो एनर्जी सेक्टर है उसको कैसे प्रमोट किया है। Canada is the only country in the world where the per capita energy is highest in the world, and India is very, very low. How to change the scenario, how to change the aware the outreach. In Saraska we have a tiger interpretation center. Why not put an awareness program in this center by your national, because it's a matter of understanding the grassroots.
Yes. Sahi.
Good structure is there, tiger interpretation center is there.
But what is the issue with the interpretation center we are designing across the country is they are using the same thing everywhere in the country, and this is actually hampering the conservation. It should be different from region to region, from people to people. So whenever you want to do outreach program, when you want to do design the interpretation center, it is very important that you first know the attitude of the people, the perception of the people, and then you prepare the design, or material or education material accordingly. एक ही जो बना है वो एक ही सब जगह पे ऐसे ही ठोप देंगे तो उसका कोई रिजल्ट नहीं आएगा. So this is what happening, and that's why I said that it should be region specific, it should be species specific. Sir.
So how about the person making pet of these slots, and they are showing the different shows over there?
Yeah.
How do you do it?
Yeah, sir. आपकी बात सही है. Like it was it's a story of 1970s or time before 70s. Since 1992, sloth bear, dancing bears are banned. Earlier, people from North India and Nepal, they used to pet the sloth bear. They used to keep the sloth bear, and they use sloth bear for their shows, and those shows are known as dancing bear. और वो जो लोग थे उनका नाम था कलंदर. They were known as a kalandar. So kalandar activity is now banned in our country. Now you will not see any sloth bear, any dancing sloth bear or any dancing bear with the kalandars. और उसके पास जितने भी bear थे, whatever number of bears from with the kalandar, that has been taken by two organizations of our country. One is Wildlife SOS. And the second is Wildlife Trust of India. So they have rehabilitated all the bears, and they put those bears in their rescue facility, because we cannot release those bears again into the wild. So more than 300 bears from Kalandar has been taken out, and it has been rehabilitated in the facilities of the Wildlife SOS and Wildlife Trust of India.
Dr. Nishit, thank you very much.
This is not a question. This is only just a comment and appreciation for you. In your lecture, I liked very much one point, coexistence with these bears. So coexistence is very, very important, because what I actually understand, human being developed a kind of attitude that he only has to live on this earth.
Yes.
And we have developed such an attitude, I don't know, a kind of nature. We are afraid of the animals and we are killing. Before they are attacking, we are killing them. Even take the insects and small animals and many things. But this is not our culture. Our culture is parasparopagraho jivanam.
Yeah, exactly.
Parasparopagraho jivanam means every creature is helpful each other.
Yeah.
For example, you see, these bears, what bears are doing, amazing work. They are eating the white ants. Can you remove white ants if they enter into your house? How difficult. You have to leave the house and you have to go away from there. Such a big problem, white ants. I'm just telling, such white ants are being destroyed by the bears. So in this way, every creature, every animal is having a purpose in the life.
True.
In the creation of this God. And this coexistence is possible because as a student of Sanskrit, when Shiva enters into the hermitage of Parvati, he observes that with the influence of her penance, all Virodhi animals are living there friendly.
Yeah, very true.
The line Kalidasa writes there, विरोधी सत्वोज्झित पूर्व मत्सरम. सत्व मीन्स एनिमल, विरोधी सत्व जो वैरी शत्रु एनिमल हैं, जैसे
राइवल्स,
जैसे कैट एंड रैट,
या
एंड कुत्ता एंड बिल्ली, ये जो कुछ एनिमल्स है, एंड स्नेक एंड मंगूस,
नेवला,
विरोधी सत्वास. बट इन द हेरिटेज ऑफ पार्वती दे वर लिविंग हैप्पीली फ्रेंडली. उज्जित पूर्व मत्सरम, उज्जित मीन्स त्यक्ता, वो छोड़ दिया, अबैंडेंड. पूर्व मत्सरम मीन्स previous enmity. They have left the previous enmity and they started living friendly. That is why when Devadatta has sent one elephant on the Buddha, वो जो राजगीर के स्ट्रीट्स में राजगृह के, उस समय राजगृह था, अभी राजगीर है वो. So वो इतना terrible elephant came to Buddha and just sat down seeing the Buddha. You see, we need such environment to develop the friendship with the animals. It is possible to live with the animals, and there are many videos and many people, those who are making friendship with even lions and tigers also. So in this way it is possible, and live and let live. Live and let live should be our motto, and we had to.
Perfect.
Thank you.
So sir, thank you very much. Very good insight, and as usual Nishit is doing a great work, and we can understand that. The only thing is that one point which I want to submit with your work is that what you mentioned about the protected areas and non-protected areas. If you have seen the southern Rajasthan area, go to the Mount Abu, that is the protected areas, and the Sundamata area, that is completely, non-protected. You can say like that. Now, what is the difference between the, encounter or conflict between the human and wildlife sloth bear? In Mount Abu, you will find something different. That is the protected, but in Sundamata open area, it's different. So there we have to, come across whether we are going in the right direction or not, or what sir has mentioned right now. Let's coexist. So our culture is basically living with the animals. So with this note, I would just like to suggest one thing, that whatever you are doing is ultimately a great thing, but we have to include what just now you have mentioned about the Jamvant. Why? Because if we are saying the aggressive species, how the old ancestors, they used to control the aggressive species. There is an ample of examples in our ancient text that first human controlled those animals which were known to be aggressive, and they were placed with several deities, and they were top on the list. So that is ultimately things, sir, what you have mentioned here, and thank you very much. I think if you are having any questions or anything, any suggestion, you can interact with Nishit. He is there. And Nishit, definitely, if you need any such type of interventions in Rajasthan, wherever, we are always with you. No issue for that. I think your 2020, that competition, the network from our group, they had also submitted. And I think first, second, something, they were from our network only. So thanks a lot. And hopefully, this work will be expanding. Thanks. Okay.
Yeah, we are expanding the work. As I said, from next 2 months, after 2 months, we are going to start this work in the western Rajasthan, like Kumbhalgarh, Aravallis, the western Aravallis. So the students are here and researchers are here. So if anyone wants to volunteer or join this program, you just let me know. So we will include you also. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. More than happy.
I would like to thank our keynote speaker and our chairperson for such a wonderful and such lively sessions. And Dr. Dharia, if possible, please share your slides with me. They are just amazing, and trust me, we are of course going to speak for beers. So with this, I would like to call upon our next keynote speaker, Dr. Ilse Kohler-Rolfsson, Project Coordinator, League for Pastoral People and Endogenous Livestock Development. She's coming all the way from Germany, and the session would be chaired by Dr. Rajendra Purohit, Professor and HOD, Department of Zoology, Dunga College, Bikaner. आप दोनों का बहुत-बहुत स्वागत, अभिनंदन. Dr. Kohler, it's a lot of love and affection to you on the stage.
नाम से?
Alwar.
Alwar.
Is the crux of his conference. We should live in that way.
You can move?
That is so, I think so.
That's so.
मैगी खाना बंद नहीं करना. मैगी खाना नहीं बंद करना.
ठीक है? You can move.
Yes, yes. Oh, this one, not this one?
This one.
That one.
That. This one.
Hello. It's almost time for lunch, isn't it? Yeah, okay. First of all, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to talk about Rajasthan's state animal to this audience here, and I'm very grateful for Dr. Momta and Dr. Hukam for inviting me here, and yeah, and bringing me to beautiful Alwar. Yeah, so the topic of my talk is how camels actually can help conserve biodiversity in Rajasthan. Now, if you look at the global trend, population trend of large camelids, which encompasses the Bactrian camel and the two-humped Bactrian camel and the one-humped dromedary, you can see that from the 1960s until 2017, it tripled. The population globally tripled. If you look at the red line, which is from China, you can see that the population, it went up a little bit and then it went down, and then around 2010 it started to go up again. And now if you look at the green line, which is from India, you can see that the camel population is just going down and down and down, and it's actually going towards extinction, even though the camel is the state animal of Rajasthan. Because the camel population was going down, on the 30th of June 2014, the Rajasthan cabinet declared the camel state animal, and actually nobody initially knew what that meant. The Raika, the traditional camel herders, they were very confused. They kept calling us and saying, now, does it mean the government owns all the camels? Does it mean we can't do camel safaris anymore? There was total confusion. But that confusion then cleared up in 2015 when the Rajasthan Camel Prohibition of Slaughter and Regulation of Temporary Migration or Export Act prohibited slaughter and movement of camels across state borders. And this was a move that had probably good intentions, but it had actually exactly the opposite effect of what was intended. And after that, India's camel numbers went down much further. And by now, we probably only have about 1.5 lakh camels left in Rajasthan, which is like a decrease of more than 90%, because India had about 1.5 core camels earlier. At the same time, the Pushka fair, which used to be, it's always advertised as the biggest camel fair in the world, it's actually now a horse fair. There are practically no camels coming there anymore. And this is the current situation. The camels have become worthless, and they are now smuggled across the state border. And then what regularly happens, they get rescued again by animal welfare people, who then collect money to send them back to Rajasthan, where they say the camels belong. I mean, this is what happened earlier this year. In May, 111 camels were rescued in Nasik city, and then they were put in a local goshala where they lost condition, and then they were trying to make arrangements to bring them back to Rajasthan, and then after, because it's very expensive and it's also very bad for the camels to be trucked back to Rajasthan. Some people of the Raika community, the Raika are the traditional camel herding community of India, they walked them all the way back to Rajasthan. So while this was happening, while these camels were in the Goshala, their condition got a lot worse, and 9 of them died right there, and they had to walk back to Rajasthan. Media got upset about that, but what actually happened was when the camels arrived back in Rajasthan, they were in better condition than before, because they had opportunity to move and to also eat the forage on the way. Whereas in the Goshala, they were confined together. They got skin disease, mange, and they were also, nobody knew how to feed them. They were giving them some concentrate, which the camels didn't eat, so they starved even further. So this is the situation we have. And what is the solution? It's not possible. And now, the association between camels and biodiversity. According to traditional knowledge, they graze on 36 different types of plants. This is traditional knowledge. Actually, they do use a lot more plants, but I mean, this number is kind of fixed in the minds of the people. And most of them are trees, actually, agroforestry in a way. So they eat a lot of these different acacia species, and all these really thorny and prickly and fibrous plants. These are some examples. So in the middle, the camel is browsing on care, Capparis decidua. On the left, they're eating thistles. They love thistles, which grow on the fields between harvests, and they convert that into really good and tasty milk. Or they're grazing, I think this is Oraptia, one of those, Acacia leucoflora on the right. So if we do want to conserve the camel, we need to create good conditions for them. So the first step would be to mark camel sanctuaries, places that are protected from further development, where camels can roam around and forage safely. These would be areas where native trees that camels thrive on grow, such as kedri is a favorite camel plant, bordi, babul, and other drought-adapted species. And these places would not just be havens for camels, but they would double up as biodiversity hotspots where other members of Rajasthan's desert fauna would also thrive: jackals, wolves, foxes, gazelles, and so on. And I want to show you this slide, which is taken on our campus near Ranakpur in Sadri. And this is an enclosure where quite a few years ago we kept some camels. And we gave up keeping them there because it wasn't good for them to stay in the same place all the time. But what you can see, all these trees have come up and they were seeded there by camels in their manure. So the camels also work as desert gardeners. They promote seeds just like the bears do. But differently so we have envision these camel sanctuaries, but they wouldn't be like a normal wildlife parks or so, because here the camels could also be used, they could be utilized. They have been in a close relationship with humans for so long. They can provide milk, wool, dung, and also companionship. And this photo in the middle, this is a camel dairy that we established on our campus in Ranakpur in order to create income for the camel herders. So they bring the milk in the morning on the motorcycle and they get 60 rupees per liter. And from our dairy, we process the milk, and then we distribute it all over India, basically. And we also make cheese from camel milk, which is now being available in the top hotels of Rajasthan, including the Lake Palace Hotel. So it's a real specialty item. But what fascinates most people who come to India to visit us is that really close relationship between the Raika and the camels. So there is that conversation between them, there's that love between them, and that is such an attractive thing to people in the rest of the world who look at livestock more like just a production machine. Oh, it's not. Excuse me. Yeah. So we've been working on a lot of products from camels, and there's a multitude of possibilities and opportunities out there. You can make paper, you can make camel dung paper, like there's elephant poo paper, there's also camel poo paper. You can make soaps from the milk, you can process the wool. You can, you have the milk, and you have the camel milk powder, which is very much in demand internationally. Camel milk actually has gained reputation as a superfood over the last few years. I think you might have heard about that from Christina Adams last year. It fetches $20 or so in international markets, and we believe actually Rajasthan has the best camel milk in the world because of the diet, the special diet of the camels. So they're eating all this biodiverse vegetation with lots of phytochemicals, and that really influences the quality of the camel milk. So this is something we really need to capitalize on and not compete with the camel milk in the rest of the world, and which is just about quantity. We have to really project and promote the special quality of our camel milk. So in India, there is a clientele who buys camel milk, but it's not huge. So it is parents of autistic children, it is people with cancer. There's a belief that if you take camel milk and camel urine, it is helpful for cancer. I don't want to confirm that, but we've had a few cases of people who came to stay with us, they had cancer, and they got better. And we also have other cases. We have a collection of case studies of people with tuberculosis who had been given up by doctors, and they started camel milk over a longer period, and they are back to working in the field. So another point about camel milk is it has a very high content of iron. So I would think it's very good for anemia. Anemia, which affects practically all the rural women, I think. So there's a lot of value to camel milk. Next year, we've just heard about the International Year of Millets. The next year is actually the International Year of Camelids. And coming again here to the Sustainable Development Goals, so this was declared by the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations because the camel has a lot of potential in the fight against hunger. It can help us tackle extreme poverty. Women have an important role, and camels can clearly promote the sustainable use of terrestrial ecosystems and also reverse land degradation and stem the loss of biological diversity. So this is now a unique opportunity for us coming up in Rajasthan, and I want everybody to make use of it, and so that we can put in place some policies that really support camels. If we set up camel sanctuaries, we can save biodiversity, save camels, create rural incomes, and provide high quality nutrition. It's a quadruple win solution, and tomorrow I'm going to Jaipur and hope to convince some policymakers of this approach, but we need the general public also to support this. So we've also been giving camel milk for free to tribal Adivasi children, and it really makes a big difference to their status. So thank you for listening to this. And if you want more information, our website, camelcharisma.com, that's my personal email, or you can visit our Camel Conservation Center near Ranakpur, Sadri. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for a very nice lecture. I belong to Bikaner. You all might have heard about the NRCC. Ma'am, you might have visited the National Research Center Camel. देखिए, खासतौर से हमारे जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं, देखिए एक साइंटिस्ट जर्मनी से आके हमारे ऊँटों पर रिसर्च कर रहे हैं. मैम, वी आर प्राउड ऑफ यू. वी आर थैंकफुल टू यू. हम जो हमारी धरोहर है उसको हम नहीं पहचान रहे हैं. ऊँट हमारे राजस्थान का है और बीकानेर में यू कैन एन्जॉय द आइसक्रीम मेड अप ऑफ कैमल मिल्क एंड द कैमल कॉफ़ी, कैमल मिल्क लस्सी, कैमल मिल्क कॉफ़ी. यू ऑल एन्जॉय एंड मोर ओवर यू कैन सी द one major project is issued by ICMR New Delhi on Professor R.P. Agrawal and his party. They are working on the role of camel milk in the control of diabetes. She has requested me one question yesterday, can camel milk be used for the treatment of cancer? I have assured ma'am in my future project, we will take into consideration the use of camel milk in the cancer prevention or the as radiation protection. Thank you very much. One question can be raised. One question, because we all are waiting for lunch. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Can I just add? No, I mean, you mentioned that the NRCC is doing a lot of things, developing different kind of products. That's fine, but all that, it's all funded by the government somewhere. We need to make this like broad-based. We need to get the private sector involved. We need to get policy support also. Instead of prohibiting camel from being exported from Rajasthan, we need to invest in processing facilities, in promotion, in letting the world know Rajasthan has the best camel milk in the world. I mean, it needs something different than just science. It needs policies.
So, you come to Bikaner, I invite you to Bikaner. We can have a long discussion with the camel scientists in Bikaner. Thank you. One question, Pandit ji? In brief, one question only. Na?
Thank you very much for that suggestion. Yeah, it's true. I'm glad to know that millet gets 75% subsidy, so that gives us a handle to ask for something similar. Yeah. But at the root of the problem is still we need to conserve the land. Without land base, the camel is doomed. So this is the first step to create a fodder base for the camel. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Once again, I thank you very much, Dr. Mamta Sharma, Dr. Anil Changani, Ukam Singh ji, for organizing such a nice international conference. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I would like to extend my thanks to the keynote speaker and the chairperson for such a lively, amazing and beautiful session. And definitely I agree with Professor Ilse that without ground-based support, no animal can be protected. With this, we are going to disperse for the lunch, and immediately We are going to have a bit short lunch. 2:30 we are starting with the next session. So we have 40 minutes. So I would request everyone to hurry up, have their lunch and be back for another beautiful sessions. Thank you so much for your presence. You are wonderful people. Bye-bye and see you soon. So let's start the technical session immediately.
यहीं पर हूँ मैम, यहीं तो हूँ।
Giving me the opportunity to share the experience which I gained from past 2.5 decades. So this is the right platform, I think, what Madam has said. Sustainable Development Goals. So right now, whatever I will be sharing here, that will be focusing on the whole of the Sustainable Development Goals, the 17 goals. So, Alwar. So I think let everyone collected here. Till then, I think IT will also complete their job. So in the morning sessions and all the lectures which I heard here, they had just mentioned about different SDGs in their lectures. So right now, whatever I will share here will be a mix of all the SDGs. And I think this is the same. If anyone previously watched my presentation or read anything about my work, then definitely this is not a new thing which I am presenting here. And everything related to what the earlier speaker mentioned here about our coexistence and how to cope up with the challenges which we are facing. So I think the first challenge is of IT challenge, which we are facing right now. We are dependent on IT, very much dependent. Without that, I think everything get stuck. Sheetalji, yes. Ready? So, what I mentioned here, see, this is what is happening with the ITs when we say that we have to be smart enough. So definition of smart, which has been given by earlier speakers, we have to be smart in the sense that what we are facing is smart city or something really smart. Smart if we want to talk really what the SDGs are saying. We have to be smart in SDGs. And what smartness is required is just revive our eco-compatible principles. This is what the smartness is required. Otherwise, definitely depending on the new features will affect in the same manner which right now we are facing. So this is what is the things. So here my presentation or my work is simply the representation of the same SDGs which we have either reading or knowing about that, all the 17 goals. They are not new for Indian culture. That's what I am presenting here. They all are already existing in our Indian culture. So see what I'm going to present in this. शीतल जी क्या हुआ है, ये आगे नहीं बढ़ रही है स्लाइड्स, बहुत आगे आ गई क्या? अच्छा ठीक है, ओके ठीक है. So let's skip all these things because these are the theories. We all know the challenges, we all know the sustainable pillars, but this is very important right now in the present context. Earlier our theme was completely based on environment and nature principles, and then comes society and then economy. But today everything is economy because one of the presenter very beautifully he presented that agroforestry models of sustainable agriculture. Since I am dealing with such type of work in Rajasthan right now, so sustainability here, economy. Economy is now on the top priority. So if we are talking about the agriculture, farmers are more or less concerned with the income rather than being, you know, the crops, which we are stating that this is the year of millets. Now millet, along with millet, which type of tree species are required? If we are focusing such type of species in Rajasthan, then khejdi is there, Prosopis cinerea. If we are talking about the Prosopis and talking about the economic value of Prosopis, in local context it is very high. But whether it is marketed throughout the world or not, here comes the question of sustainability. Whether we are going in the right direction, eco-sustainable or nature's principle, or simply based on economy. Here comes our own perception, which direction we want to go. So these are the goals, and we are focusing on 5 P's. We all know about that. And similarly, this particular decade is dedicated to whatever we are losing, let's revive again. Here the presentation will be simple revival in terms of what already Dr. Nishit has mentioned. Be aware of your own context and then work if you want to save anything. So here, restoration, this global community is giving. How they are including all the 8 SDGs in this particular ecological restoration program is different matter. But what actually we need to do, see here, development. Development in 1822, Ghato ka Shahar. What was the scene there? In 1931, when the agencies, PHED, which is dedicated to give us the pure, water or supply of water, what happened to this? And see this 2002. If this is the development, the smart city, we are going to make our cities as Chicago, New York, or XYZ. That is not required, such type of development, if this is the development. And if we are saying a smart city to such development, then please rethink. Rethink. And this is how we are projected. This is our culture, eco-culture, has been completely, you can say, manipulated by the people who are really not knowing exactly what the eco-culture of India is. And this is what the wilderness, what Nishit already mentioned about the aggressiveness. See here, we are losing the wilderness also. This is one of the scene of Ranthambore, very close. Whether it is wild or not, this is now the question mark. And this is the same condition. When I was working in Mount Abu, I had a lot of encounters with sloth bear, but never got, in the negative phase. And their coexistence was there with their bear. So such type of, mutual understanding was there in earlier societies, not in the nowadays societies. We all know about the biogeography. I will just skip all these things because I will just show the Sustainable Development Goals execution part, what exactly we did. Now, this is the scope of SDGs in India. Go for the Sustainable Development Goals execution in village area, because still our heritage is there in rural areas. 65% of Indian population is still in rural areas, and they are somehow, they know about what exactly
how to cope up the present day challenges. They are having their own ethics, principles which we lost in our urban culture. So my submission or my work here is completely focused on rural communities, and that's what I am just presenting here, the principles that could be differ from site-specific areas, as earlier it has been mentioned. So this is just the principle which I am giving here. It is not completely as such applied to any of the areas. It differs from site to site. We already know about the 3 diversities. But when we talk about the genetic diversity, the modern tools, biotechnology interventions are required. When we talk about the species diversity, many theories or some classroom studies are required. But ecosystem diversity, we all are with us. They are all around us. How? Let's have some examples. Now see, how many species still it is a question. We have to find out the real answer. And you all are from some scientific background, you know what is the real number of species on this planet is. We know the management techniques, conservation. I will not go in the details. All these are the networks which I think many of you are members. So this is what actually I'm focusing on. Indian perspective. Sustainability is not a new term for our Indian culture. Already it has been mentioned and we all know. Unfortunately, somewhere we are missing that harmony with our nature. Coexistence. It has been already mentioned. So these all 2-3 words, they are not the words, but they are in holistic approach applicable to all the SDGs. Every SDG has got the same principle. You take any example, all the 17 goals, whatever they are having the targets, whatever the indicators they are having, 300 plus, but the thing is that how we can, work on this. So what we did is that we simply explored these few, eco-culture traits, the folklores, the mythological, whatever, the mythology as it has been stated. But I will state that ancient text of Indian culture, the eco-culture. And the sentiments, of course, the arts, different types. But here, maximally, you will be seeing the pictures of Rajasthan only. But if you are from out of Rajasthan, then you can just correlate it with your state, anywhere. Because the same principles, I got the opportunity to apply and I got the success, especially talking about the Africa and the Europe. So both the cases, the indigenous or customary rules or laws which were there and how the communities were coexisting with their natural surroundings. So this is what the Indian culture is. Now see here, extremely left-hand side, you see this bird. If you are not knowing, you are not a birder, you are not an ornithologist, but simply knowing the folklores, the folk songs of Rajasthan, we can assess the behavior of this bird. Although it is migratory, but how the songs, they are stating the behavior of the bird. This is one point. Similarly, the natural resources, especially the water, because Rajasthan lacks water. So many folklores are there which will give you the importance or relevance of water as well as its management. Similarly, many festivals, cultural traits, customs, traditions, they are having the affinity with the flora and fauna. This is one of the fair which is related to the reptiles, herpetofauna. So how the snakes of India, if you are fond of snakes and you want to learn about the snakes, any type of a species, if you are not finding in the wild, you can just visit. This is the season, this monsoon period, all such type of festivals which are related with the snakes or herpetofauna, these festivals, fairs are particularly organized in this particular season. And we all know why. What is the reason behind that? So this is the importance and relevance. Similarly, see the different fauna which has been presented in different temples and deities associated with deities. Every deity, every animal has got one story behind it. I think previous lectures, it has been mentioned about Shivji. Lord Shiva is in a whole, it is representation of the whole ecosystem. How it is, we know that how the water is related, why water is associated with Shiva, and let's have the family, Ganesh. Shiva has got snake, but Ganesh has got mouse or rat. Rat and snake, what is the relation between these two animals? We can understand. Then peacock, the Kartikeya. Why peacock is there? What is the relation between peacock and snake? Now correlate everything. So these are not simply deities. The basic fundamentals behind all these, whatever the god, goddesses or celebrations or customs or traditions, just to make a common person sensitized toward their surroundings, towards their nature. And sustainable development goals are completely doing the same thing. Same thing. The only thing is that our ancestors took the emotions of people, and sustainable development goals is taking the help of modern sciences. Our ancestors took the help of Vigyan, Vijnan, experiential knowledge. This is dedicated complete site of government. Now this is very important slide. Every time we negate our age-old practices, and especially this scientific world, they raise a lot of questions. They says that see, whatever you are saying about customary or indigenous laws are something old-fashioned. Are they scientifically proven? Arey bhai, if they are not scientifically proven, have you disproved any of the fact? If you have not disproved any of the fact, then how it is that you are saying it is not proven? Let's work in this direction and then state that whatever the practice is earlier there. Now see here, 8.4 million species. This slide intentionally I inserted in every of my presentation. Why? 8.4 million species existed or existing on this planet Earth. But take out the scientific papers. If I'm not wrong, Professor Changani Saab will correct me. You will find the scientific papers mentioning that 2.3 million species are named so far. And 6.7 million species are so far simply assumed that they are existing on the earth. But the social scientists, Mora and group, they stated that no, there are more than 6.7 million species. And that is what they, using the statistics, projected that there might be some 8.7 million species. While extrapolating this statistical unit, they had taken the due consideration of our ancient text. That is published in Nature. And I think we all scientific community, if published in Nature, definitely we will praise. We'll praise that. So these are simple references which I quoted here just because scientific community asked us a question, prove it. So this is what it has been mentioned in different texts. 84 लाख योनियों से गुजरने के बाद इंसान का जन्म होता है. यही शब्द सुना होगा ना, यही लाइन हम लोगों ने. तो 84 लाख योनियों से गुजरने के बाद आपने मॉडर्न साइंसेस ने दे फॉर्म्ड न्यू डेवलपमेंटल बायोलॉजी एज अ सब्जेक्ट और एम्ब्रियोलॉजी एज वन ऑफ द सब्जेक्ट फॉर द स्टूडेंट, बायोलॉजी स्टूडेंट टू कवर अप. लेकिन उससे पहले ही हमारे द ओल्ड एज एंशियंट ऋषि मुनीस दे मेंशन्ड अबाउट दैट. दे मेंशन्ड अबाउट द डेवलपमेंट बायोलॉजी. They know, they were knowing about the complete, evolution. So that is what required for all of us at least to come back to our roots,
the eco-cultural roots of Indian culture and present it, prove it with your modern sciences, with your modern IT instruments. At that time, correctly said by that Professor Saab, that earlier yogis were there. They were knowing about that. What was IT? And recently, one series I had recently seen, I think many of you have watched that, Asur. If you want to see the Asur, see that. How the mythological or whatever the Indian ancient text, how they were correlated with the modern IT tools. So that we have to do. We have to come back to our eco-cultural roots. Rajasthan is famous for everything. जहां ना जाए गाड़ी वहां जाए मारवाड़ी. राजस्थान ने सबको बिजनेस सिखाया. Why? Because the Rajasthanis lived in very scarce resources. बहुत अभावग्रस्त उसमें रहे. And they said that eating simple, simple grains will not work. What they did? Jeep ko, the tongue has given the different taste of bhujia, the papad, buddies. You will find the same ingredient. But this is the talent of Rajasthani. And this is the talent of our local customs, the local culture. And this is not of Rajasthan. Everywhere in India as well as in world, you'll find that. The only thing is that we need to come back to our age-old practices which were experiential. That's what I am stating here. These are legal framework. पहले नीति निर्देशक हुआ करते थे. आजकल कानून है. और कानून होके भी we are not following those laws. पहले earlier there were simple principles, the rules followed, made by the elderly people or the some respected persons, and it was obeyed by every single individual. Today, even with such stringent legal framework, we are losing tigers. And Dr. Nishit is worried about sloth bear. And we all are worried about different animals, flora and fauna. Despite of the fact that so much international treaties and everything is going on. Think over it. Think over it. Where we are losing and what we are losing. This is which has been inserted after world is saying. See, कैसे दिन आ गए इंडिया को 1970 में 72 में जब मैप होता है मैन एंड बायोस्फीयर प्रोग्राम, हाँ, एनवायरनमेंट का फर्स्ट कॉन्फ्रेंस होता है और उसमें रखते हैं और फिर हमारे यहाँ पे इंसर्शंस होते हैं. ये सब दुख की बात है. India has got already Aranya Sanskriti. We all were Prakriti Purush. But these legal formats which can be formed right now, we are even not feeling ourselves safe. This is what is happening. This is simple Venn diagram of different, legal forms. So I will not go in the details here. So what we did, take the bottom approach. Don't make the policies in the AC rooms. And I think some speakers already mentioned what is the need. I'm sorry to say here, I'm right now heading one of the international program on agroforestry. And I'm facing a lot of challenges in Rajasthan that policies has been made by UN in the countries of temperate zone for the tropical nations, where we will find a lot of diversity, and they are saying that follow these policy. And same is with our, I will say the intellect or elite group of scientists. These are the policies which we have to follow. If we have to follow, Rajasthan is the land where you will find the scarcity of everything. And how we are disturbing, I think Professor Changani Saab already he will mention or he will state a lot of things which the desert part is facing right now. Losing our desert also. And very soon, the whole of the desert ecosystem will be completely changed. So if we are losing all these things, we are not, taking what the local perceptions or local need is, definitely will transform everything. And that is the challenge, that will create the challenge, threat to the human life in those particular site. So what we did this simple, very simply. You know, theoretical, you learn a lot of things. And I also did the same thing, knowing about the development management program so far right now going, and also I took the help of SPJMR. I think Professor Saab was from SPJMR Institute, very famous institute. And there, we discussed a lot of things on such aspect, what to do or what not to do. We have to manage or we have to follow the natural rules. SDG is what we framed, but whether the nature is requiring or not, that we have to think over. So what we did is same thing. Already Nishit has presented a lot of things in his presentation. This is what we are doing. We are also maintaining all the modern trends in our things, and we are taking help of all these aspects. You know, this is our prime focus. So what we did is conservation practices for sustainable livelihood. बाबा बड़ा ना भैया, सबसे बड़ा रुपया. पैसा दे रहे हो तो बात करो, नहीं तो भैया यहाँ पे भाषण दे के चले जाओ. सबको रोजगार चाहिए. If you are doing any degree, definitely you will finding a new job, good job. If you are going for some competitive exam, just for the good salary, that is what is going on. And that's what we assessed, and we worked on these models, and we took the community approach to get the sustainable results. What we did is that these are the different terms which we used, linked different aspects, and this is what the IT professor already mentioned, that what is required, whether they are linked or not. Yes, they are 100% linked with sustainable development goals. These are the lacuna gaps which we found in our rural communities, rural villages, which is required, immediate action is required. Wherever in one particular village, if you are going, you will not find the complete, details of natural resources of that area. If they are there, then they are not matched in actuality on the ground. We have to take help of IT in this sector. So this is what we did. घर से शुरुआत करना ज़्यादा बेहतर है. भाषण देना बहुत हो जाएगा. बड़ी theory दे सकते हैं. So this is what we did is that we created one model, the sustainable model. This is one of our model, residence cum training center near Bharatpur, Kevladev National Park in Bharatpur. High TDS, 20,000 plus TDS. Not drinking, water was completely, even you can't use that. If you are living near sea, that is just equal to that. Why this happened? Due to our anthropogenic activities, surface water is out from Bharatpur, facing a lot of challenge. So it has been changed. It has been completely, through interventions, we did this. And these interventions are not technical, not the complete mechanized. These are completely natural. So what we did, see here, water management. Now I will not go in the details of how I manage here. What we did here you will find flood, drought management, you will find the quality management, everything here, harvesting. And today, and see, even not a single drop of water is going out from this campus. Even the black water from toilets and kitchens, they are being treated from biodiversity using the principles of nature, and again recharged with all the data which are being taken in the lab about the quality. And this is the scene. See the intervention what we did. You can see the two pictures, the comparative pictures from same angles in different sites. And this is what the diversity of this small hub. Biodiversity. This is how we are mobilizing, sensitizing even the elite group, intellect group, and our local communities. Linking with the conservation practices or livelihood practices. Same model, same principles we applied to Green Munia. Focus was Green Munia for us, the scientists, worried about the threatened species. We use the same principle, chalat musafir mo liyo re pinjre wali muniya, the vulnerable species. Where it is now, Tisi Kasam Raj Kapoor. The beauty of that bird, we lost. Today, simply using the same principles, what happened? This is the scene, and today the number is over 10,000. Over 10,000. In 2002, when we started working in this direction, number was 342. 342 was the number. And southern Rajasthan was completely out of green munia. Today, whole of the southern Rajasthan revived the population. The Kumbhalgarh and Mount Abu, only 2 points were there. Today, Udaipur, Dungarpur, Pali, Rajsamand, means most of the Mewar and Marwar area, southern part, are having the population of the same bird, revived. And what happened? 2019, the administration took the lead, made it the mascot, and the people said, "Ye meri muniya hai." Our work done. So this is what is going on. This is again another intervention, taking the challenge of local people, using the same SDGs. Water was crucial for the Bharatpur people because they were from flood-prone area and became the drought-prone area. In 21st century, first decade, all the 3 rivers were died. We took the cluster-based approach through CSR supports, scientifically everything, data, photo, documentation, everything done, and see the simple interventions in different villages, resolving the local problems, local challenges. See, I am skipping. Why? Because simple principles used in intervening all these issues. This is how we did. One of the, structural or civil work, together with social mobilization, linking with livelihood. Simple principles. And everything done and got the result, wow result. Win-win to everyone. Scientists, they got very good diversity. Administrators, a model setup. Local people, the livelihood. And whosoever, you only state the stakeholder's name and you will get the winning position here. This is how we applied. And this is how we did. Same is seen here. The 2 hours run drainage. See what is the scene? Simple intervention. What we did, and see the change. Now 12 months river. Everything well documented, and see that social transformation, how it took place. See the mobilization after effects. See this one, the people who were just struggling for water, how they manage this water wheels, the education using the ITs and everything. And this is the same area where you will find the Chambal ke Daket. You won't. Single person can't go there because we were also faced the same challenges. But afterwards, we were supported by the local communities. That was the social transformation took place. And see how the transformation took place and how the children took the lead. Now, Bacha Party are taking the lead, doing a lot of afforestation program, climate change, carbon credits, everything well documented in these areas going on in ravines of Dholpur. And indigenous species. And this is at the corporate level. Throughout India, you can see the successful examples and interventions using the same biodiversity aspects. I think you all know about the reed bed technology. This is one of the important world's biggest reed bed system, which were under our control, and we were managing. So we developed a lot of forest areas in Sahara deserts. And this is in 2018, which has been given the first prize in Swachh Bharat mission. Completely the solid waste area is now hot spot, the eco spot in Ujjain, Nagda, in between that This is one of the site. So this is how we are doing different actions in Udaipur. And this is how the documentation is also taking place, popular as well as scientific. These are the local champions. They are not from the, biology streams. They are not the BSc or MSc people, but they know the identification of local fauna and flora. That is the beauty. See, this is formal or informal, everything. All the scientific papers which is required. This is whatever I had stated, you will find on the internet also. This is about the conservation works. You'll find sahapedia.org, Kevaladev National Park, whatever interventions we did here. So this is what about a small sharing of the work which is done by my team. And still we are pursuing a lot of things. Thank you very much. Any question? Please, welcome. Thank you.
थैंक यू सो मच डॉक्टर सत्यप्रकाश जी। आपने बहुत सही से कहा कि हमें किसी भी इंटरवेंशन को करने से पहले उस एरिया की जो हकीकत है उसको देख लेना चाहिए। मॉडर्न साइंस का मतलब ये नहीं है जो एग्जिस्टिंग साइंस है उसको भुला दिया जाए। वो चाहे हमारा ट्रेडिशन हो, वो चाहे हमारा एंसेंट साइंस हो, उसको मानना उतना ही ज़रूरी है। मेरे ख्याल से आज जो भी हम प्रॉब्लम फेस कर रहे हैं वो उसके इग्नोरेंस का ही नतीजा है। As a youngster, we visited so many Western countries on the fellowships, on visiting scientists. स्मिथसोनियन जाते हैं, यूरोप जाते हैं, जर्मनी जाते हैं। वो बोलते हैं इंडिया में मैन एनिमल कॉन्फ्लिक्ट है। आपने बहुत अच्छे से प्रेजेंट किया किस तरह से हमारे कल्चर, दिस इज़ द कंट्री, इवन एशियन रीजन, अफ्रीकन रीजन, साउथ अमेरिकन रीजन, दे आर द कंट्री एंड रीजन विद मैन एनिमल रिलेशनशिप। उनकी लाइफ का पार्ट है। बायोडाइवर्सिटी वी कैन नॉट इमेजिन विदाउट द ह्यूमन सब्सिडी थ्रू आउट द नेशन। ये हमें मानना पड़ेगा। लोगों का जो रोल है उसको इग्नोर नहीं किया जा सकता। तो आपने बहुत अच्छे से प्रेजेंट किया। अब इसको समअप करते हैं। कोई भी रिसर्चर अगर कोई सवाल पूछना चाहे तो वन क्वेश्चन प्लीज, बिकॉज वी आर लैकिंग बिहाइंड, अदरवाइज वी कैन इनवाइट नेक्स्ट स्पीकर्स। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर योर पेशेंस हियरिंग। प्लीज 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 यूज माइक।
Perfect. So, what Madam has asked, I will just state the impact of pesticide, especially if I'm talking about the Bharatpur or Braj area. Now there, how the transformation took place, see, this is very important. Flood-prone area is drought-prone area. And correctly stated, Bharatpur is the place where you will find ICAR lab of mustard and rapeseed center, research center. Means those species which need less water in drought-prone area. But presently, complete agriculture community are sowing wheat. If they are sowing wheat, they require water. They require again to increase the productivity, use of synthetic material, especially the pesticides. Why? Earlier, when the sarus cranes or all types of migratory ducks used to visit or used to part of the agriculture field around Kevaladev National Park in the agriculture sector, they are now no more existing. First sign, there is something going on negative in the agriculture field. And what the negativity was? Using of pesticide, number one. So we lost all the diversity of species, bird species, which otherwise used to present in the agriculture ecosystem of those areas. That was first impact. Second, other than that, the fauna, mammals, talking about, not the birds, the mammals. What happened to them? The mammals, they were coming out, they were eating the, animals, cattles. But cattle and their conflict was also going on in terms, they were preferring something else rather than cattle. If I'm not wrong, mammals, Professor Changani Saab already worked a lot, Nishit is there, they will just add on. The domestic cattle is not the first preferred food of carnivores which are in the wild areas. Kevladev, which is protected area. So if the hyena or jackals, they are coming out, they are not preferring cattle or like that. Earlier they used to have. Presently they are not preferring them. Why they are not preferring? That is another issue. But there is something going on negative. What negativity is going on? The feed which is taken by the animals. And again, that feed was mixed with the different types of fertilizers, different types of chemicals, synthetic materials. That was the thing. And I think, leave aside, Dr. Changani will tell you a lot about the vultures. What happened to the vultures is the third example. We lost the vulture population from bridge area. Sar Mathura was hot spot. Today, no more there. And the cattle population, again, having the simple different types of synthetic materials are there. So pesticide has just disturbed the agricultural avifaunal diversity of the area. And one of my paper recently that has mentioned this particular point. So that has been done. Internship program, Inspire has funded that children, and it has not been so far come out, but in popular magazines they had been published that what is the impact going on in agriculture practices there. So I will just share the same data with you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, keynote speaker and the chairperson. And this is the beauty of ICSDGEC when the environmentalists like Dr. Satyaprakash Mehra and Dr. Anil Changani are talking, and I was having goosebumps. Definitely, Dr. Satyaprakash Mehra, you spoke about vultures. We should not forget what happened in Georgia when the bald eagles were getting vanished. So definitely, we all are having the cocktails of pesticides, and we don't know what we are eating. Dr. Satyaprakash Mehra has joined us today only. So, sir, you are cordially invited on the stage for the felicitation. I will request Dr. Anil Changani to join us. Thank you so much, everyone. And now we have another keynote session. And before this, हमारे साथ बात कर रहे थे दो बहुत बड़े पर्यावरणविद. अब दो ऐसे लोग आ रहे हैं जो दुनिया के माने हुए इकोनॉमिस्ट हैं, with lot of affection, respect, and what you should say, respect. I would like to call upon Dr. Bhola Khan, Associate Professor, Yobe State University, Nigeria, Visiting Associate Professor, Department of Economics, Cybernetics, Sumy State University, Sumy, Ukraine. And chairing the session with lot of affection, gratitude, venerance, I would like to call upon Muhammad Ashif Shah, Associate Professor, Kebre Dehar University, Ethiopia. And these are the two biggest economists of the world, and they are going to talk how sustainable development is going on along with the economy in hand. So here we go. Sir, डेढ़ दिन travel करके पहुंचे नहीं. How can you be so fresh?
At the outset, I'm audible? Audible? At the outset, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Professor Dr. Hukumji, the patron principal of the Rajrishi Autonomous Government College, Alwar, Rajasthan, India, and Dr. Mamta for inviting me. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to stand here and speak some things which I'm working on it. Still, the work is in progress. It's not a complete work, but I try to give my best, whatever the things I have did so far. So it gives me immense pleasure to stand here and to present my work. The work is on carbon emission and economic growth in some selected countries of Economic Community of West African States. This ECOWAS is the regional bloc like European Union, SAARC and BRICS and so on. And 15 countries are participated into this. The members of the countries, numbers of the countries in the ECOWAS is 15. But for the sake of simplicity, we selected only 10 countries because the collecting data is a very difficult task for now. These data are collected from the World Development Indicators and World Bank and Central Bank of Nigeria, various bulletin, National Bureau of Statistics Nigeria, various bulletin. So that's why for the sake of simplicity, we just collected 10 countries' data, and we wanted to establish the relationship between the carbon emission and the various factors, how various factors are affecting carbon emission in such countries. So, myself, Bhola Khan, as Dr. Mamta has introduced, so no need to more introduction for myself. So here is, as we know that, my presentation is little different from others previous speakers. So please bear with me. The climate change, as we know, that is one of the core agenda of the sustainable development, and even the goal of, at the same time, world is one race to achieve a higher economic growth, and without harming the environment, most of the cases is not possible to achieve it. Due to energy consumption and industrial activities, the global carbon dioxide emission is risen by 0.9% of 321 metric ton in 2022 and reached at 36.8 gigaton as per the International Energy Association 2022. Sectorial wise carbon emission is out of 36.8 gigaton carbon emission. 116 metric ton is from natural gases, 243 from coal burn, 11.2 gigaton from use of oil, and the biggest sectorial increase in carbon emission in year 2022 came from use of electricity, and it went up by 1.8% or 261 metric ton, while emission from industrial activities got declined by 23 metric ton or 0.2% as per the International Energy Association. Though the world rise in carbon emission grew in 2022, however, Europe administered decline in it at the rate of 2.5%, that is the 70 metric ton, and due to the COVID-19, it is relevantly flat for Chinese economy, 0.2%, while emission by United States of America is relatively grew by 0.8%, that is the 36 metric ton. Emission from Asia's emerging and developing economy, excluding China, witnessed 4.2%, that is the 206 metric ton increase in carbon emission. In Africa, it is having the smallest share among the all world region, and it is ranking between 3.4 to 3.8% since last 2 decades, while the contribution of carbon emission by economic community of West African states is only 1.8% of the total carbon emission by the world. That is reported by Regional Climate Strategy Reports on ECOWAS Climate Change 2022. And if you see these 15 countries only emitting only 1.8% of the total carbon emission, total world carbon emission. So even it is very less than the European Union. If you see that 15 countries are what they are emitting, their emission. So there is a table I will show you that table. The per capita average carbon emission of 10 selected countries of ECOWAS from 1991 to 2022, and Nigeria is placed at the top in terms of per capita average carbon emission among the 10 selected countries of ECOWAS with 97,016.97 metric tons since 1991 to 2022. That is the World Bank data. And Cote d'Ivoire is placed on second highest emitter with 6,683 metric ton from same period of the study, while Guinea-Bissau is placed on the 10th of the 10 ECOWAS countries, and its average emissions is 288.06 metric ton at the same time period. And Liberia placed on second lowest carbon emitter with 727.42 metric ton with the same time period. Along with the per capita emission, one can also see the growth rate of the 10 selected countries, since Nigeria placed on the top of the carbon emitter in the region, but in terms of average economic growth, it placed second, that is 4.02%. Ghana registered highest average economic growth in the region, 5.37%, and it is evident from the table which I made it after this PPT. You can see the gross domestic product and carbon emission is not in the same direction with the which is invalidate the assumptions that if country emitting more carbon dioxide, then they are growing at the faster rate. So that one the findings which we find out that the contradictory relation between the carbon emission and economic growth and other independent variables. Therefore, it is pertinent to examine the association between the carbon emission and economic growth in 10 selected countries of ECOWAS. This is a table which I made it. There are 8 independent variables and 1 dependent variables. We get it, and we try to establish the relationship between the carbon emission, economic growth, energy consumption, exports, exchange rate, industrial growth, population growth, gross capital formation, and so on. So there are some literature review I try to capture, but I just try to make it summary. And most of the researchers, those who work in this area, they use time series data. At the same time, they use panel data. And with the time series data, they use the OLS regression model and ARDL estimation techniques. And those who use the panel data, they use the fixed effect model and random effect model. And for the endogeneity effect, they use the Hussman test to check whether the random effect model or fixed effect model is feasible or not. And on the basis of the results, they stated their policy suggestions. The good things of this article, which we try to present, is that it is covering the latest data up to 2022. And we try to cover up 8 independent variables. And one dependent variables. So in terms of research gap, we try to fill up time gap and the variable gaps and to get more robust result. So the objective of study has been stated here, to study the effect of economic growth on carbon dioxide emission, and the second one is to investigate the impact of energy consumption, electricity consumption, population growth rate over the emission of carbon dioxide, and the third and the last is to examine the association between carbon dioxide emission and export, exchange rate, and gross capital formation. And in line with objectives of the study, we try to come up with the 3 hypotheses. And that three hypothesis is economic growth does not have any impact over the carbon dioxide. Emission of carbon dioxide does not influence by energy consumption, electricity consumption, population growth rate. And the third one is the carbon dioxide emission does not have any impact by export, exchange rate, and gross capital formation. So, since the data is panel data, and we use 3 methodology. That 3 methodology is the fixed effect model and the random effect model, and then for the feasibility of both model, we run over the data set Hosman test to check the validity of the model, which model is appropriate. So the random effect, fixed effect model is to giving the individual effect, while the random effect model is giving the specific effect about the variables, about the relationship between the dependent and independent variables. So these are the econometrics model which we formed here, functional form and regression form, and all R is in natural log. We took natural log to avoid any kinds of linearity in the data and stochastic problem in the data. Since it is a panel data, so there is a time series and cross-section data are together, so there is a chances, highly chances of multicollinearity or heteroscedasticity or autocorrelation in the model. So therefore, we took the natural log to avoid such issues, such problems. And the results of the study is, as I said that, it is relied on fixed effect model and random effect model. And the result of fixed effect model is given also in the table 2. And the estimates of fixed effect model indicate that the gross domestic product and carbon dioxide having negative association, and that is the shocking result from the data sets with the use of fixed effect model. Generally, when we say that we are growing, it means we are more emitting. But the result says that in the case of economic blocks of ECOWAS, when you are growing, it means the carbon emission is less, or it is a negative relation between the carbon emission and economic growth. And it is a contradiction to the theory of economic growth and carbon emission with the Western country and Asian region and so on. So that is the very exciting result with this fixed effect model. And which means ECOWAS countries does not reach at that level. That indicate that ECOWAS country does not reach at that level of economic growth where the emission of carbon dioxide will be more. Furthermore, out of 8, it is a problem here, there is a typing error. Out of 8 explanatory variables, 4 are having negative association with the carbon dioxide, such as energy consumption. Supposed to be when you are consuming more energy, it means you are emitting more. But it depends which types of energy you are consuming. Whether you are non-renewable energy you are consuming more, and the fossil energy you are consuming less. In that way, it can be negative relation. But as we know that Africa, whole Africa continent is not very advanced, and they are, especially in ECOWAS region, they are not using more non-renewable energy. They are based on fossil energy, coal energy. So this is the shocking result for this data sets for that region. And other one is the gross, we saw that the 4 are having negative association, like as I said, energy consumption, gross capital formation, gross domestic product, and population growth rate. While other 4 are having positive relation with the carbon emissions, such as electricity consumption, exports, exchange rate, and industrial growth. Moreover, out of 8 independent variables, 4 are having statistically significant at 1% level, and for any statistical model, if your variables are significant statistically at 1%, it is assumed that it is a good estimate, it is a robust estimate. Since Mr. Chairman is here, he is from economics, so he knows better than other biologists and geologists how even other streams are also using same regression model, but it is some limitation into the other field. So here the energy consumption, exports, and exchange rate, while other 4 are having significant impact over the carbon emission, such as gross capital formation, gross domestic product, industrial growth, and population growth. However, they are statistically insignificant Furthermore, the probability value of F statistics, which are talking about the specification of model, whether what we are estimating, that one is specified or not. In this case, the model is significant. The F statistics, probability value of F statistics has been significant at 1% level, which indicates that the model which we estimate with the help of fixed effect model is a highly specified model. Furthermore, we employed the random effect model. This is the table has been given here, and one can see the relationship between the GDP and carbon emission is negative, and it is quite shocking. It is not supposed to be, but the reason behind it that when we used to use the fixed effect model, generally we used to run the regression with the dummy variables, which takes binary number or fixed variable that takes 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. That's why this result is not very robust and not according to our expectation. Therefore, we bound to run the fixed random effect model to check more robustness of the from the data sets, and we run, and therefore we applied the random effect model, and which reveals that out of 8 explanatory variables, 3 are having negative impact over the emission of carbon dioxide, such as to electricity, gross capital formation, and industrial growth, while other 5 are having positive association with emission of carbon dioxide, such as energy consumption, exchange rate, export, gross domestic product, and population growth. So here, when we use random effect model, with that random effect model, what we find out that the association between the gross domestic product and carbon emission, what we expect, that is the that we exactly got. That is the positive relation between the gross between the economic growth and the carbon emission. Moreover, out of 8, 4 are having statistically significant at 1% level, such as to electricity, energy consumption, economic exchange rate, and population growth rate, while other 4 are having impact over the carbon emission of carbon dioxide, while they are statistically insignificant. Furthermore, the probability value of F statistics is indicate that the results are F statistics indicate that the model is also highly specified. So now we need to compare with the fixed effect model and random effect model, whether the out of both, which one is more feasible, more perfect to run this data set. So as we compare, one can conclude that the estimate of fixed effect model revealed that the association among the carbon emission and GDP are having negative, while random effect model says that the result of random effect model says that the carbon emission, the association between carbon emission and economic growth having positive association, and that one what we are seeking. Therefore, to verify that which model is appropriate, as I told you that we run the Hussman test, and the result of Hussman test says that, here I put the table of the Hussman test. It is a test which we use to check the endogeneity among the model, among the variables, and we find out that the probability value of chi-square is significant statistically at 1% level. Therefore, and this Hussman test we run only over the random effect model. Why? Because random effect model estimates giving the robust result. That's why we only choose to run this Hussman test over the random effect model. And the test result of Hussman test results over the random effect model says that the probability value of chi-square test is significant at 1% level. Therefore, we conclude that the effectiveness of random effect model is appropriate over this data sets of 8 independent variables and 1 dependent variable, that is the carbon emission, economic growth, electricity consumption, energy consumption, exchange rate, population growth rate, gross capital formation, and so on. So therefore, one can conclude that The current study examined, in the process of examination, the association between the carbon dioxide emission and economic growth in some selected countries of ECOWAS community of West African states. For this, the study selected 10 ECOWAS randomly, such as Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Guinea-Bissau, Liberia, Mali, Nigeria, Senegal, Togo, and utilized 30 years of data set from 1991 to 2022, which is sourced from World Development Indicators, World Bank, Central Bank of Nigeria's various bulletins, and panel data regression techniques employed for the analysis of data. And three techniques we employed: fixed effect, random effect, and then Hussman test. And the random effect model estimate pointed out that out of 8 independent variables, 3 are having negative effects over the carbon emission and 4 are having positive impact over the carbon emission. And therefore the study perceived that emission of carbon dioxide, gross domestic product, and industrial growth rate are not enough to lead the climate change in this region, because they are not achieving at that level of economic growth, and still there is a scope for more industrialization, more urbanization, and to get more economic growth, so that they can reach at that level where the Western country and Asian regions are there. Therefore, it is advised to ECOWAS members that they should take up precautionary measures and utilize their carbon emission quota for a source of revenue generation, and use this revenue generation judiciously for clean energy equipments to reduce future further emission. Thank you so much for your patience. If you have any questions, please, I will be happy to answer. Thank you so much. Yeah, please.
Okay.
Thank you very much. You gave a nice presentation on the ECOWAS countries. The question is that how the percentage of the solar energy application to be applied in ECOWAS country to reduce the impact of carbon emission.
Thank you so much for your questions. Rightly pointed out the solar and percentage of solar energy. You know, in this study, we didn't took that percentage of solar energy because the lack of the data. The data is not easily available for those reasons. So many things are we excluded because of the lack of information, but still they are in process. They are in process to use this solar energy, but it is very expensive. Very expensive. For example, in my house, there I put it a solar inverter. I put 4 panel, 2 battery, 1 inverter. It is almost more than ₦1,000,000. If you go for in rupees, it is about 100,000 rupees. So, and the per capita income, if you see in that region, the per capita income is about 200 USD. So, to meeting that requirement without the government support and the other foreign aid and other international agencies support, it is not possible to use that solar energy in those regions. But maybe in future they can use, and if we get the data, then we can extend this study, include that non-renewable energy, since you see that the variables which we use only energy consumption, and that energy consumption is only the fossils fuels energy consumption, not total energy consumption, and just we divide the hydroelectric and coal electric, and we took it total electric consumption. So we excluded the solar energy consumption.
My point is, if he increase the application of solar activities, solar application, solar technology, so many things, CSP, SP, that increase the reduce the impact of the carbon emission total way.
I understand your questions, but without data, without result, without including in my study.
Resource center as a renewable energy in Nigeria.
Okay. There is no subsidies for solar in South. That is in that country.
I'm not talking about subsidies. You know, as long as I will not use as a information in my model, I will not tell you how it is going to work. Okay. That is my point.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bola Khan, sir. I have never met him physically, but we are in connect on LinkedIn, I hope so. Sir is working in West Africa and I'm working in East Africa. So both of us are working in Africa and both of us are proud Indian citizens. For the audience,
I know many of you might have not been interested in the topic, clear? It was all about statistics, clear, variables, and then tests, clear? And many of you are from, I think, science, we can say area, clear? So let me put it in the short like this. You see, the concept was about the carbon emission, clear? We have different forms of carbon, clear? And we all know it. You see, if you talk about science, we have two things which I will discuss. One is that we all know the greenhouse effect, clear? One is greenhouse effect. And the main reason for greenhouse effect, all of you science students, you know there are many particulate matters in the atmosphere and one carbon is one among them, clear? Very important one, which will cover the earth and then it will not allow that sunlight to go back. That is one point. Second is that we know the trees are their forests, clear? Forest cover, which helps us to reduce this carbon content in the form of storing the carbon, clear? So we have forests, but unfortunately, what is happening over the last years, clear? There is one estimation that in 2030, we will just have less than 10% of the forests. 10% of the whatever forests we have, out of that we will have just 10% of the forest by 2030 estimate. It is one estimate. One more estimate is there. Just Dr. Bola Khan had a speech of 1 hour, clear? You know in 1 hour how many forests have been cut down? Can anyone tell me? There is one estimate, a shocking estimate, that forest is equivalent to 300 football grounds. How many? Yes, 300 football grounds. In 1 hour, we are cutting the forests for many reasons. For palm oil, for agriculture practices, for cash crops, clear? 300 forests have been cut down just during the speech of Bola Khan. And it is not his mistake, clear? So we should not blame him, clear? And you know what is happening, you know, clear? So I am telling you that these are the estimates which are shocking. One end, we are increasing the carbon content, clear? And you know, one more shocking, we can say figure I can give you. We all know Greenland, clear? It is not Greenland, it is actually Iceland, and Iceland is Greenland, clear? Huh? You know in 1 minute how much of the ice is getting melted? In 1 minute? 1 million ton. How much? In just 1 minute. So means 60 million ton, clear? During his lecture. So this is happening, what is happening around us, clear? So carbon is increasing like anything, emissions are increasing like anything, and the way which God had created the natural environment, clear? The forests, there is no afforestation, just deforestation, clear? So we have to think about afforestation. There are needs, as doctor said that, you see, it is an impact of development, clear? You see, there are some things which we cannot control, clear? We cannot control population, we cannot kill people, we cannot say no demand, no supply, clear? Population is increasing, demand is increasing. But we have to tackle this demand in such a way that we will not harm our future generations, clear? You know what is happening with the Western countries? Western countries are offshoring their production in Asian countries. Clear? We all know it, what they are doing, what West is doing, what they are doing, clear? They are not producing in their countries, they are getting cheap labor in our countries, offshoring. Abhi to Apple ka manufacturing hoga India mein, and we all are happy, clear? सस्ता लेबर मिल रहा है, एनवायरनमेंट डिग्रेड हो रहा है। बांग्लादेश में some 10 years back there was an incident where in one factory more than 400 people died, laborers died in just one incident, and nothing, not a big issue. 400 people died, so what? But if you know, if one person will die in a company in US, the company may get liquidated, clear? So we all know about this. So we have to think about the stopping of carbon emission and rather to capture the carbon, clear? Thank you so much. It was a wonderful, nice lecture, and thank you so much. Thank you once again.
What a session. You gave me goosebumps, Dr. Shah, and Dr. Bola Khan, I was lost in your statistics actually. I'm very bad at mathematics, you know, maybe I'm good toxicologist, but at mathematics I'm bad, but एक calculation कर रही थी, दूसरी छूट जा रही थी. That's great. Sabah Khan, I know her very well. Yeah, so that is how we are approaching towards the sustainable development. When two economists are talking that how to save the economy, and one of the person is saying ki every time it is 300 football grounds are cleared in 1 hour, imagine where we are going. So please save your Mother Nature and save your earth. So now it's time for the next session. The next session is by Dr. Pradeep Bhatnagar, Dean Faculty of Sciences, IIS University, Jaipur, and session would be chaired by Dr. Hukam Singh, Principal and Patron, RRC Alwar. Sir, आपका बहुत-बहुत स्वागत, sir, आपका भी नंदन. Mike.
Namaskar to all of you. I've selected this topic, just a little bit of different, though I work mostly on the pesticides, but this year for this conference I've selected this one, plastic. You know the importance of plastic, and particularly this year it is designation by the UN for the management of the plastic pollution. That I think you must be knowing this one. That's why I've selected this one. This is just not a very technical lecture, just for the awareness for us. Many things of course you know many things about the plastic. You are seeing that we are living in the sea of the plastic. It is clear here. Everywhere, plastic is everywhere. Now, at this point of modern life, you can see that we touch plastic more than we touch our loved one. If you see here, you can count. You are sitting on that coach. This is made of plastics. Maybe you must be wearing some clothes having a plastic thread. Okay. So then it is everywhere. It is in the air, in our soil, and in the water also. And even the conscious citizen like you cannot ignore the use of the plastic. We have just taken the water from the plastic bottles, you know. We know that this is the plastic, but what to do? We have to take this one. And what makes plastic useful is exactly its nature of the persistent. It makes it harmful also because it is a persistent in the environment. I will discuss later on this point, and it is a it fools the nature itself in the sense that made of molecular change that are too resistant to degrade and in a very reasonable conceivable time. It's very difficult to degrade the chain of the plastic, and that even the degradation of the plastic have a harmful effect on the mankind. This we'll see later on. And it is just not ubiquitous in the environment, but now it has entered in our body also like other chemicals. This is a very serious thing about this. Now, plastic has pervaded Earth's surface environment as these are the durable synthetic organic polymers. The scientists recently estimated that about 8.3 billion metric tons of virgin plastic have been produced up to the year 2017. And with the continuation of current production and waste management, plastic, about 12 billion tons of plastic waste would be found in landfill and the natural environment by 2050. This is the estimation. And the larger piece of plastic, you know, they are present all over our nearby, and these pictures are sufficient to show the havoc caused by the plastic. Now, what is plastic is, it's a production has increased exactly over the last 70 years and has spread into the environment to the point where we can say that we live in plastic world. Then plastic is the material which can easily be molded into anything such as bag, bottle, etc., etc. And sadly, plastic takes as long as 500 years to degrade. No, when plastic exposed to, particularly when it's exposed to the water and particularly ultraviolet rays and air, it breaks down and become a microplastic, small pieces of the plastics, which are hard to remove from water. when all pieces of macroplastic gets into dams, rivers, you can say, these are taken by the aquatic animals, and ultimately they comes to our body also. They enter actually in the food chain. Now this is the important slide. What is plastic? You know, this is the polymer made up of the polythene, polypropyl, etc. Plus, along this polymer, there is an additive used, that is the stabilizer, flame retardants, plasticizers. Plasticizers are very harmful substances. And fillers, pigments also, dyes also, they are associated with the plastic. Now, that can be classed in two categories: the basic manufactured products, then another is the plastic which resulted by the degradation also. So we are concerned about mostly about the secondary plastic, and these plastic, you can see here, mega plastic, the size is written there, then macroplastic, mesoplastic, 0.5 to 5 centimeter, then microplastic, it's less than 5 millimeter, and the nanoplastic, just like nanoparticles also, they have to become a nanoplastic material, which is the 0.1 micrometer. This is a more important thing. Then you can find in the macroplastic in the fiber shape, foam shapes, bead needles, and fragments, etc. Now, little bit the history of the plastic. Over 400 million tons are produced globally every year. This is a just rough estimate. And what is exactly plastic is? The plastic word refers to the group of synthetic material made from the hydrocarbons from the polymerization, a series of chemical reaction on organic carbon, which is the source. The source of that organic carbon is our fossil fuel mostly, and natural gas and crude oil. Various type of polymerization takes it possible to produce plastic with particular properties, like you can make plastic hard, soft, opaque, transparent, flexible, etc., etc. And in 1862, the plastic called Parkinson was made by Alexander Parkins from cellulose first time, and in 1884 Hillary and Cadmus patented the synthetic fabric, the cardonate silk. Its successor rayon, which is a semi-synthetic plastic made from chemically treated cellulose. You must have heard the name of rayon. Okay? Yeah. Then in 1907, Hedwig Beckland invented Bakelite. It was marked as a good insulator, and you know that this is used in the electrical equipment and like that. It's a good insulator. Then in 1912, Fitz patented material known as a polyvinyl chloride PVC, which is very common nowadays. And in 1930, polythene used to make drink bottles, shopping bags, food containers, and in the 50s, Gluconata developed polypropylene used for a range of everyday products for packaging, child carrier seats, pipes, etc. Now today, PVC, polythene, and polypropylene are the most widely used plastic in the world. Now to improve their properties, as I told you, plastic are often mixed with the chemical additives like plasticizers, fire retardants, dyes, etc. These additives make the material more flexible and durable, but they damage both environment and enter in the water and the air, ending up in our food cycle chain. Now new generation plastic now is the biopolymers. You must have heard the name, and this is made from the chitin possessed by the arthropods, crustaceans, and insects. Chitin is a protein polymer, very hard. The success of the arthropods, particularly insects, it is because of the presence of the chitin. So they are using this chitin for the making of the that is known as a chitosan. and to replace the simple plastic bag use. This chitosan, it is used in Canada also, and in some food appliances like plates, etc. You must have. This is now in the beginning of the, and it's a good start for that because it is a biodegradable structure. Now this is the history of the timeline of the plastic. You can say starting from the 1930, like at what different variant we got these. In 1890 we got this brachylight, the phone. Then in 1910, 11 we tires, etc. Then electrical appliances in 1930, and like that. So this is a timeline of the plastic evolution, and about 1935, we all this polypropylene, our appliances and the Teflon, like that. Okay. Then in 1950 we extended the polystyrene, then polycarbonate, and like that. Then it comes into our textile also by the end of the 1950s. Now this is the age of the plastic. That we can say that these this packaging, consumer product, textile, electrical products. The plastic of this area remain for 10 years, but partly the packaging is remain only for the 6 months or so. Life is that one. Of course, it is used now in the transportation, industrial material, and the building construction material also. But the plastic remained for a very long time. So at the present, we are concerned, of course, these are all the plastic. But at present, regarding the plastic pollution, we are concerned about the one, which is packaging particularly. Okay? Now this is another important slide, that one structure, it shows the 1 million tons. That's the industrial material we use. It is a 2017 report. Industrial material we use the 3 million tons, and the electrical application is the 19 million, like that. In the transport, then consumer product, then the textile, and then the building construction. So this uses that 71 million tons of the plastics. Now, and last one is the packaging, where about 158 million tons of plastics is used. This is important. Of course, we cannot leave these all the others, because we need the building in the industry also, textile also. Of course, textile we can change now, because previously it was used, only the cotton was used, but now every textile you can say, which even which is sold in the name of cotton also, it contains some thread of the plastic. Okay. Now this is the important thing. Packaging, where we are the 158 million tons of plastics used, we can manage this one. You know, we can, I think we can manage. We can find out the alternative of this plastic bottle. We can find out the alternatives of the bags and other things also. We were using that previously. We were not using the bottles on the plastic bags, etc. So we can see that if you can somehow reduce the use of this group of the plastic, then we will be able to manage the problem caused by the plastic pollutions. Now this is how the 7 recycle code, that the plastic 26% in the PET is the 9% which is used as the polyester fibers, then the 14% is the plastic bottles, cleaning agent, etc., etc. Then 10% is the polyphenol chloride, boot, etc., used for the pipes, floor covering, electric cables. Everything is made of now plastic, you can see. And the fourth, LDP is lower density polyethylene, plastic bags, etc. And the polypropylene, the food packaging, DVD cases, they are made up from this one. And polystyrene is a 6% food packaging, again, packing material, insulator, and the 26% plastic is used, miscellaneous plastic package containing different type of the plastic, you know. So in 1915, 407 million tons of plastic were produced worldwide. In theory, all should be recycled, but it is not possible, it's not recycled. Now the baseline blessing and a curse is the plastic have become indisciplined, it is durable, we have already discussed one, and like the polythene making protective packaging in food container, PVC used for the making rigid flexible packaging, and plastic used in construction, as you know, in the car, aircraft, train, ships, everywhere the plastic is used. Now rising demand of plastic has inevitably led to problem in waste disposal. According to current estimates, about 40% of the plastic products are garbage after less than a month. These constantly growing mountains of plastic waste are causing severe environmental problems. In 2025, plastic production may be the approximately 600 million tons, like that. And current recycling system cannot cope with this volume of waste. Okay? The history shows that only 10% of more than 9 billion tons of plastic that have been produced since 1950 have been recycled. Only 10%. You can see the seriousness of this. Other 90% remain unplastic. Where it is going? Now in India, if you can say the Indian constant, with that we have a polystyrene 1%, then high density polystyrene 7%, and the PET 12%, which is used in the bottle, etc., and 40% polypropylene, and the low density polypropylene is the 31%, and the multi-layered packaging is 35%. Multi-layer packaging, when the plastic is used with other materials like aluminum, etc. So these are the condition of in our country. And what happened to the garbage in India, our country? India recycled only 12% and burnt 20% of 35 million tons of plastic waste is generated in 2019 and 20. There is no information for the remaining 68% of plastic waste, which most likely ends up in dump sites, landfills, in rivers, in sea, etc. Now, what is the position at sea? Because everything you can see that ultimately ends in the sea, from the rivers, then river goes to sea, like that. Sea is our last dumping site for all the pollutants or the garbage. Ultimate dumping. So what happened? Everywhere more, some 10 million tons of plastic waste enter in the sea. 10 million tons of plastic waste every year. You see. Now, the plastic which end up in sea tend to concentrate in 5 gears. This gears North Pacific. Where they are? The North Pacific, Great Pacific Garbage Patch. I will show you the slide of this one. You will be shocked to see this slide. Chemical process, mechanical absorption, and photodegradation through the sunlight and UV gradually degrade the plastic. Okay, and the plastic which is floating over the surface of the sea and breaking into very smaller pieces, as I discussed in the macroplastic and the nanoplastic. That is more harmful. The other bigger fish, you can see of course they cause the nuisance. See that you can see the garbage there, but you cannot see the microplastic and the nanoplastic. Okay, now fishes about 200 to 1,000 meter deep in the sea, North Pacific, this much of the tons per year, plastic. Seabirds consume perhaps 100 tons of a year of plastic. Okay? And toxic substance, for example, PCB, persistent chemicals, which include the pesticide also, accumulate on the floating plastic. Actually, these small pieces of the plastic, micro and macro, they provide a site because they have a small size, but the surface area is high. So they provide a site for the settlement of the microbes also, bacteria also, as well as the other chemicals, harmful chemicals also. So those microbes and the chemicals, they goes inside our body and the body of the animal along with the micro and the nanoplastic. Now this is the condition of the number of the pieces in the Baltic Sea. 24, this is about 24% like that. We have found in the different seas. In the pieces, percentage, for example, in the Mediterranean cruise, there is 17%, then these bags, 4-6% bags are there like that. So these are the percentage, they find the different seas. Okay? Is it clear? Is it understand? I should not read, I have not to read all the things. Now this is the condition of the sea. In the major marine area where the billions of pieces of the plastics, they are floating. South Pacific, 491 billion pieces, like that. North Atlantic, 930 billion pieces of the plastic, they are floating there, like that. And Indian Ocean, about 13,000 billion pieces of the plastic, they are floating. Okay? And North Sea, 1,990 pieces of the plastic, they are floating. Now see this one. I think you might have heard this. Have you seen this slide or heard about this one? This is in the dark area, it is the Great Pacific Garbage of the plastic, which is 1.6 million square kilometer, 4.5 times bigger than the size of the Germany. You can appreciate the problem of the plastic pollution. In the white color, it is the Germany country, and in the dark blue color, it is the garbage patch of the plastic pollutions. So much of plastic we are producing. Now I'll just tell you that the main culprits of, we get the plastic number, different seas, and Coca-Cola, Nestle, Pepsi, Philips Morris, like that. So these are the main culprits of the plastic pollution, of the single use of the plastic bottles like that, and other packing materials for also. Now this is an important, interesting slide, that many countries, particularly UK and the US, they export their plastic garbage. वो हमको भेज देते हैं, अपने पास नहीं रखते हैं. Just see this one. कौन से generally Asia's countries को, खुद तो Asia country को. We very happily accept that plastic garbage in the terms of this electronic garbage like that. Okay. Then Malaysia received this much of plastic, and India also received the plastic in the million, 1,21,900 million here. And from the USA, this maximum exporter of the plastic garbage in the USA, then followed by the UK. And recipients are, you will see, mostly the Asian countries. And this is again the exporter, USA exporter this much between January and November 2018, like this. And the importer, USA is also importer with certain plastic, but mainly the Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam, Hong Kong. We import the plastic garbages. Now we come to the microplastic. How do we get the microplastic? Directly from the textile. Then what is the small size plastic pose significant ecological and health concern because of their environmental persistent, potential ecotoxicity, and their ability to act as a vector for chemical pollutants as the pathogens. As I told you, the smaller plastic pieces that are less than 5 mm in size are generally microplastic, and plastic is less than 1 micrometer known as the nanoplastic. So how we get this plastic from the textile, from the bottles, etc. It is break down in smaller pieces, and the fishing nets, etc. And this smaller part of the plastic in the sea and aquatic system taken by the fish, and then that fish comes to our dining table. Okay. So we are exposed to this plastic through our fish or other things, food materials. Now this is how the plastic is released. The plastic is released from the factories, etc. Wash water treatment. It comes to the river, and in the river it is break down and converted into macro and the nanoplastic. Okay, and along with the other toxic chemical which is associated with the micro and nanoplastic, they are also released. What is our own take of the from fish? This much of particles per day, like that. Molluscal, if you take crustacean, sugar, honey, sea salt, beer, and milk, all contain some parts of the plastic particles. These are the different type of the plastic present in the food, and in the form of the foam, film, fiber, and the fragments. Okay. This is the food change, how the plastic is coming in. The microplastic, through the weathering, as I told you, sedimented, taken by the aquatic animals, then ultimately fish, and from fish it goes to bird, and from fish it comes to our body also. Now this is macroplastic or nanoplastic also cause the absorption of the carbon by the sea. You know, the most of the percentage of the environmental carbon is absorbed by our seas. Okay, so how the carbon dioxide is dissolved at the ocean surface, then the phytoplanktons absorb carbon dioxide and fix the carbon through the photosynthesis. Now what do the macroplastic do? Reduce the phytoplankton's ability to fix carbon through impairing the photosynthesis. Then those taking zooplankton in the phytoplanktons, so reduce the zooplankton's ability to transport carbon by impairing feeding, survival of the reproductive, also hamper the reproductive activity of the zooplanktons. So reduce the number of the zooplanktons like that. So this is how it affects the ability of the sea to absorption of the carbon. Now this is some of the pictures showing the marine pollution caused by the plastics. This is how in our body, the plastic found in the stomach of Arctic fluid is the equivalent amount of the human. If in the bird it is found 34 pieces, the equivalent is become in our body about the 31 grams in the plastic. Now we are exposed to different plastics by the direct contact through the like this. It's now become a very difficult to ignore this one. We are expose ourselves with the different sources of the plastic here, through the emissions by the factories, through the food, consumer use, refilling the manufacturers, etc. And through farmland also. Now, human consumption of the microplastic. You know? This is the one study done by the American Diet, which on the basis of the caloric intake. So 15% of caloric intake, annual microplastic consumption range from 39,000 to 52,000 particles. This is an American study. These estimated increase to 74,000 and 1,21,000 when inhalation is considered. Okay. Now, additionally, individuals who meet their recommended water intake through only bottles source may be ingesting additional 9,000 microplastic annually compared to the 400,000 microplastic for those who consume only tap water. Okay. So these values, they said that they may be underestimate. So this is the latest information from the American Chemical Society 2019. Okay. So blood, in that study, the blood of 22 persons, donors, found plastic particle in blood of 17 persons. What they were containing? PET, polystyrene, and polyethylene. Now, the microplastic in fecus of babies. This is another important thing in that same study, plastic which fed with the plastic bottles. So now I think mostly 99% they are feeding their babies with the plastic. Initially it was used glass bottles, then glass bottle was replaced by the still water. Then now it became the plastic, because I used to take for my children the glass bottles initially. So you can see the severeness of this. The microplastic can leach out into outer membrane of the RBCs, and the microplastic in placenta of the pregnant woman and the rat also found. Microplastic passes rapidly through lungs into heart, brain, and other organs of the fetus. It is in the animal study. Okay. Now this is another interesting slide, that this which bottle is the brand? Is it Nestle Pure Life? It contains 6 to 10,390 pieces of the microplastic. So you can see this one. Another is the Bisleri, like this. We are using Bisleri, this one. Yeah, it may contain 0 also there, to 5,160, 5,230. Then like Aquafina, like that. So this is a study, and only one bottle, San Plago, this one, it contains 0 to 74 pieces of the plastics. Now how this affect on ours? Now these plastic found reach the human gut through the consumption of the contaminated food. Undigested macroplastic would be largely excreted by our fecus, through the fecus, but smaller nanoparticles, plastic, could potentially enter the circulation. This is the dangerous part. Now, ingested microplastic and nanoplastic would first encounter the intestinal epithelium. Naturally, we are ingested venom. Okay? Then from the intestinal plate, this unexpectedly high concentration of the plastic or those carrying absorbed toxicants would likely cause acute impairment of viability of inflammation of the gut lining. However, the effect of persistent presence of inefficiently cleared macroplastic and nanoplastic in the gut is yet it is not known now. The mouse experiment have provided some clear illusion for the consequence of gut toxicity. In our lab, we are working here at this last point. We are tracing the nanoplastic from the gut, from the blood to the liver and to the brain also, in animal wound. So that gut vascular barrier could be impaired and microplastic could enter the circulation where these could gain access to the liver via the portal vein. And the long-term accumulation of these particles in liver tissue and chronic inflammation could lead to liver disease and metabolic problems. Furthermore, the presence of nanoparticles in brain tissue has been already demonstrated in the fish. We are doing this work in the हमारी ड्यूटी ज़्यादा है गवर्नमेंट से या उनसे. You should be aware. So this, I prepared this lecture just to awareness, to aware us how to about the plastic pollution. So in the last, so say to take a pledge, try to take a pledge. थोड़ा सा शुरुआत करिए. Say no to the single-use plastic. हो सकता है ये आप कर सकते हैं. बीच में मेरे को ध्यान है 2 साल या 3 साल पहले राजस्थान में बैन हुआ था, थोड़ा सा स्ट्रिक्टनेस थी, तो लोगों ने अपने कपड़े के थैले ले जाना शुरू कर दिए थे. मैंने देखा लोग ले जाते थे, दुकानदार भी नहीं देते थे, उनको डर था कि फाइन था, फाइन काफ़ी लगता था और लगना भी चाहिए, तो डर था. लेकिन अब वो नहीं रहा. So it is our responsibility also to tackle the problem, because this is a very, very serious problem. We should appreciate its seriousness. Our जो हमारी generation है next, उनके लिए बहुत मुश्किल हो जाएगा. So thank you so much for your patience listening. If you have any question, please. Sir, I think you have done the macroplastic. Any comments? Questions? This is not my research as such. Yes, sir. Your comments or...
I just want to see first slide. It's not comments, I want to say first slide.
First slide.
It's a lighter mode. You guys are lecturing.
First slide. पहला बिल्कुल पहले तो शुरू करा था. First slide.
So I have one question in a lighter mode. He said I selected this topic. I don't know this girl or these plastic bottles.
I think both plastic as well as the human being also. We discuss in relation to ourselves also. What sir? Any comment? Yes sir. आप I don't know, I should tell. I have an answer for that. I have an answer for that. Yes, sir.
थैंक यू भटनागर जी, आपने प्लास्टिक के बारे में बहुत अच्छा इन्फॉर्मेटिव लेक्चर दिया. मेरा आपसे कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत हृदय से देना. क्वेश्चन है कि जो प्लास्टिक यूज़ की महिमा है, प्लास्टिक की जो एप्लीकेशन की, अभी सर भी आपके सामने सेफ्टी के अथॉरिटी सामने बैठी है. फूड स्टफ को देख लीजिए, जो पैकेजिंग फूड मिलता है उसमें 75% प्लास्टिक होता है, 25 जो ईटिंग होता है. जस्ट वेस्टेज मनी, वेस्टेज द मनी ऑफ सिस्टम. अनदर एग्जांपल, डेली हम मिल्क पीते हैं, मिल्क में पाउच आता है वो प्लास्टिक का आता है. एवरी डे थाउजेंड्स ऑफ जस्ट वेकेज पड़ा हुआ, थाउजेंड्स करोड़.
बहुत से एग्जाम्पल है.
अनदर काऊ जब भूखी रहती है तो सड़कों पे खड़ी होते हैं, प्लास्टिक की बोतलें खा जाती हैं, सब कुछ खाने लग जाती है. तो क्या है, कितना एनवायरमेंटल डिग्रेडेशन हो चुका है.
देखिए इस चीज़ को, रियलाइज करिए इस चीज़ को, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट.
अभी प्लास्टिक की न्यूज है, प्लास्टिक बैन इज नॉट वर्किंग, गवर्नमेंट नीड्स टू रीथिंक द स्टडी. जो डायरेक्टर जनरल सुनीता नारायण का लेख था, जो सेंटर फॉर इंटरनेशनल एनजीओ का दिया कि साल भर हो गया प्लास्टिक को अप्लाई किए, डोंट यूज द सिंगल प्लास्टिक यूज किए, लेकिन कोई एक्शन नहीं हो रहा पूरे इंडिया के अंदर.
जीरो एक्शन.
जीरो एक्शन.
एक साल हो गया यहाँ पे बैन हुए.
ये इंटरनेशनल एनजीओ है जो दक्षता रखती है इस काम के लिए, उसके बावजूद भी कुछ नहीं हो रहा. तो शुड भी क्या परसुएशन हो चाहे, क्या तरह का पैराडाइम शिफ्ट होना चाहे, पॉलिटिकल पार्टी जो या ब्यूरोक्रेटिक सिस्टम हो, एनजीओज हो, स्टेक होल्डर हो, सीनियर सिटीजन हो, क्यों ना पैराडाइम शिफ्ट किया जाए एज ए ओन सेल्फ सस्टेनेबिलिटी जब भी बढ़ेगी, अदरवाइज आप कुछ नहीं कर पाएंगे। मेरा खुद का ऑब्जर्वेशन
ये सही आपने कहा,
क्योंकि मैं गौशाला में भी रहता हूँ, गौशाला में गायों को देखता हूँ, कोई नहीं फूड तो पैकेटों खाने लग जाती है वो तो एकदम से।
तो सर ऐसा है ना, मैंने बताया कि गवर्नमेंट पे उन पे ज़्यादा डिपेंड न रहे, हम लोग शुरुआत करें, प्लास्टिक हम लोग जितना हो सके ना करें इसके अंदर, ये इम्पॉर्टेंट है। मैंने यहाँ पे इसलिए देखा, एक चीज़ और चाहता था कि मोस्टली इन जनरल पब्लिक इट इज़ नॉट अवेयर अबाउट द माइक्रो एंड नैनो प्लास्टिक। वो सोचते हैं जो ऊपर गंदगी दिख रही है गार्बेज वही प्लास्टिक पॉल्यूशन है, बट प्लास्टिक पॉल्यूशन इससे आगे जाकर है, जो आपको मैंने बताया। मेरा एम यही था, प्लास्टिक पॉल्यूशन सबको दिखता है, लेकिन ये जो नैनो और माइक्रो प्लास्टिक का ये नहीं दिखता, जो कि विच इज़ ए मोस्ट सीरियस वन। तो वी शुड बी अप्रिशिएटेड। So this was my purpose, to just let you know about this one. Awareness. Okay, thank you so much.
सबसे पहले तो मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ प्रख्यात जूलॉजिस्ट और इस इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के सबसे वयोवृद्ध कीनोट स्पीकर प्रोफेसर प्रदीप भटनागर जी का। आप इस उम्र में अपने व्यस्त समय में से समय निकालकर हमारे आवेदन को आपने स्वीकार किया और हमें कृतार्थ किया। प्रोफेसर भटनागर ने, मैं देख रहा था, विज्ञान के प्रोफेसर हैं और ये इस बात का प्रमाण है कि शिक्षक सदैव विद्यार्थी रहता है। जो सदैव विद्यार्थी है उसी का नाम शिक्षक है और उसका प्रमाण है प्रोफेसर प्रदीप भटनागर। अबाउ 70 years old, अनुमान से कह रहा हूं मैं।
76 सर।
76, वेरी गुड। इस एज में व्यक्ति लगभग छोड़ देता है और चारपाई की तरफ बढ़ता रहता है।
सर मैंने कंटिन्यू किया इसलिए चारपाई पे नहीं बढ़ा।
लेकिन आप जीते जागते उदाहरण हैं और हम सब के लिए, जितने भी डेलीगेट्स हमसे जुड़े हैं, 22 कंट्रीज के हजारों डेलीगेट्स, उन सब के लिए आप प्रेरणा स्रोत हैं, इंस्पायरेशन है। जहाँ तक आपके व्याख्यान को मैं सुन रहा था, मैं संस्कृत का विद्यार्थी हूँ, अंग्रेजी नहीं जानता, पर हाव भावों से समझ लेता हूँ। विविध प्रकार की प्लास्टिक की व्याख्या आपने यहाँ की, माइक्रो, माइक्रो, नैनो। मैंने तो नैनो कार के बारे में तो सुना था, लेकिन आज मुझे पता लगा नैनो प्लास्टिक भी होती है। आप सब का ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहता हूँ, 1972 से ये पर्यावरण का यज्ञ यूएन द्वारा स्टॉकहोम से शुरू हुआ, 5 जून 1972 से, और चलता चलता आज ये है कि राजऋषि कॉलेज अलवर भी कायनात के प्रति जागरूक होने के कारण अपना धर्म अदा कर रहा है। खुदा कहता है कि सच्चे मायनों में इंसान वो है जिसको खिलकत से प्यार है। खुदा कहता है सच्चे मायने में इंसान वो है जिसको खिलकत से प्यार है। और शायद यही भाव प्रोफेसर विदुषी ममता शर्मा के दिमाग में आया होगा, और जब वो प्रोफेसर हुकम सिंह के सामने आया तो उसे पुष्ट कर दिया गया और आदेशित कर दिया गया उस विचार को इसका बीजारोपण कर दिया जाए। और वो बीजारोपण आज 17वां इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस हम कर रहे हैं। यूएनओ की थीम, प्रोफेसर गुप्ता साहब, यूएनओ की थीम 2023 में बीट टू प्लास्टिक पॉल्यूशन है। जब सर व्याख्यान दे रहे थे तो मुझे 5 जून याद आ रहा था, और बहुत नज़दीक की बात है, आज 13 जुलाई है। अर्थात प्रोफेसर भटनागर का जो व्याख्यान है वो सामान्य व्याख्यान नहीं है। यूएनओ की जो थीम है और दुनिया को जो यूएनओ का संदेश है, बीट टू प्लास्टिक पॉल्यूशन, उस पर आपका व्याख्यान है। हम कह सकते हैं ये बिल्कुल सटीक, सारगर्भित और विशेष से साक्षात रूबरू करा रहा है। मैं ये नहीं कह रहा कि अन्य वक्ताओं ने जो भाषण दिए, प्रोफेसर भोला खान, कल मैंने भाषण सुना सांप पर, आज मैंने भाषण सुना भालू पर। हाँ, ये देश ही ऐसा है, ये विविधताओं का देश है, लेकिन विविधता से भी एकता है। ये और बारीकी बात है कि सांप की बात करके पर्यावरण से जोड़ना, भालू की बात कर कर प्रोफेसर निशित धारिया ने उसको पर्यावरण से जोड़ा। ये और गंभीर विषय है। प्रोफेसर भोला खान अर्थशास्त्री हैं, अर्थशास्त्र की जीडीपी की बात कर रहे थे, लेकिन उसको पर्यावरण से जोड़ा। तो मैं इस अवसर पर गुरुजी को प्रणाम करता हूं, प्रोफेसर भटनागर साहब को, पूरे महाविद्यालय परिवार की ओर से आपका प्रति आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, और आपके उपस्थिति से हमारा मनोबल बढ़ा है। आपने यहाँ पधार कर हमारे संरक्षक के रूप में काम किया है। बहुत बहुत आपके प्रति आभार, धन्यवाद, जय हिंद।
Thank you so much, sir, for a very, very kind words towards me. I don't know I deserve or not, but thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, and it's a very emotional moment for me to come here and speak when two of my mentors, the one who taught me toxicology and the other one who gave me chance to implement the toxicology. So I'm overwhelmed, emotional, and definitely very lucky person on this earth when I have two of my mentors together on the stage. आप दोनों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, and आप दोनों को बहुत बहुत चरण स्पर्श. Now we move to our next keynote speaker. Dr. Pragnesh Parmar, Head of the Department, Forensic Medicine and Toxicology, AIMS BB Rani, Hyderabad, India. He's our next keynote speaker, and the person who's been chairing the session is Dr. Gajendra Singh, Professor at Commissioner of College Education, Jaipur, Rajasthan. Sir, आपका स्वागत, अभिनंदन, आप दोनों का बहुत बहुत स्वागत. आप स्टेज पे आए, and let's start with the session.
And my dear friends, first of all I want to thank Raj Rishi government Autonomous College, Professor Dr. Hukum Singh sir and Dr. Mamta Sharma madam for giving this opportunity to present this topic here, as well as all the audience who are here to listen me on this topic. So, topic of my presentation is guidelines for green and climate resilient healthcare facilities. So this guideline is recently given in February 2023 by National Program for Climate Change and Human Health. It is a program run by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, as well as the National Health Mission NHM and National Center for Disease Control. These three bodies together framed this guideline recently in February 2023, and many of the people or healthcare facilities are not yet aware. So it is a recent guideline. So I thought I will present this guideline in front of you, and I will take your opinions, either it is fruitful or not, either it will become successful or not. If yes, then how we can proceed further, and if no, then what are the hindering factors and how we can overcome it. So myself, Dr. Pragnesh Parmar, I am head of the Department in Forensic Medicine and Toxicology at All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Hyderabad in Telangana. So our institute is situated in the outskirts of Hyderabad region, and it is the Institute of National Importance under Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. And as the theme is of environmental conservation, so I thought this topic is related, health as well as the environmental conservation. As we can see, it is a green and climate resilient healthcare facility. So in this my presentation, I will just touch upon what guideline says. They have given certain key indicators, key principles, how the primary health center, sub-center, district hospitals, sub-district hospitals, community health centers, how they can make their building, energy conservation, water conservation, and various indicators they have given. So we will just touch upon it. So if we see, the main thing is the National Program on Climate Change and Human Health. It is the flagship program under Ministry of Health and Family Welfare to strengthen the health system to respond to the climate change in the country. As we know, due to climate change, various health issues also going on, and to encounter it, health department is also coming forward. And we can say either it is late or early, we don't know, but better late than never. In 2023, they framed this guideline. So goal of the program is to reduce the morbidity, mortality, injuries, and health vulnerability to climate variability, whatever the climate variation is there, and extreme weather events. So the action being taken under the program include the increasing general awareness, building capacity of healthcare workers, as well as the strengthening the health system, structurally as well as the functionally. So how the health setup should be there, how many rooms, what are the light source in that, how much kilowatt light, everything they have given the guideline in detail. So key component in this guideline are energy audit. Till now we hear the financial audit, administrative audit in the government institute, but now they started one new term, that is the energy audit. Installation of LED lighting instead of our conventional old lights. They are propagating the installation of solar panels as well as the water conservation measures by rainwater harvesting system in each and every setup. So what is it? As we see, basically the WHO, World Health Organization, who are governing the health issue of all over the world, they have given first this climate resilient and environmentally sustainable healthcare facility, this concept. And according to that, Government of India has to follow, and they also came up with the green and climate resilient healthcare facility. So if we see what WHO say, such facilities anticipate, respond to, cope with, recover from, and adapt to climate related shocks and stress, while minimizing the negative impact on the environment and leveraging opportunities to restore and improve it, so as to bring ongoing and sustained health care to their target population and protect the health and well-being of future generations. So here we are thinking about future generations. It is not a one-night event or one-day show which we can achieve. So it is a long process. Step by step we have to achieve it. So 4 chapters they have focused here. One is the energy efficiency, water conservation, smart building, and other things. So energy efficiency, this chapter focus the energy conservation strategies that will be adopted by the healthcare facility to cut down their operational cost, reduce the emission of greenhouse gases, and protect the public health from impact of climate change. Second point is the water conservation, in which we have to develop, means health facility has to develop the strategy, how to conserve the water, so that the healthcare facility to utilize the water optimally and run efficiently at the time of water scarcity. Third point is the smart building, how the building can be smart. So this chapter focus on strategy to make the healthcare facility a smart building, which include the proper departmental planning, which reduce the unnecessary movement of staff. Now you can see in the hospital, OPD is somewhere else, X-ray is somewhere else, billing is somewhere else, doctor is sitting somewhere else. Unnecessary patient has to go here and there. The buildings are not smart. Clear? As and when the department is progressing, they are making the buildings. That is not future foreseeable plan. Fire resistant building, patient friendly building, so that it can provide privacy, comfort, safety and security of the patient. So all these things should be included as a smart building. And green healthcare facility, that is also a new concept, green healthcare facility. This chapter focus on landscaping, technology based operation, as well as the green building material. Now this is also related to construction. Whoever the construction company constructing the building, they have to follow all these norms as far as possible. So the green building material should be used, proper landscaping and everything should be there. To reduce the overall impact of the building environment on human health, and green procurement of the minimization of waste. So whatever biomedical waste, food waste is generated in the hospital, we have to minimize it. So we have to develop policy program according to cope up with that. So let's see the various component address here, like energy conservation. So what are the main features? Low lighting fixtures should be there, switch off policy should be there. After office hours, light should not be on, AC should not be on, fan should not be on, so switch off policy should be there. Solar panel can be installed, and energy conservation program can be started. Now water conservation also, rainwater harvesting can be done, STP and ETP, sewage treatment plant and effluent treatment plant can be established in each and every setup. Biodigester, low flow fixtures and water conservation plan can be started. Now in smart building, departmental planning, fire resistant equipment as well as the patient safety, comfort and security must be addressed. And green healthcare facility, green material, technology based operation and landscaping. So all these things they touch upon in this guideline. Now if we see the first chapter, that is the energy efficiency. What are the key factors they told and what are the key intervention we have to see. So if we see the energy efficiency, what are the benefits of it? It incorporates the green design into the process. Cut down the operational cost, reduce environmental hazard and increase the healthcare facility productivity. Now here is the important thing, what hospital has to do, what are the key guiding principles in this domain, energy efficiency. So every healthcare facility shall have a key process of energy saving. So we have to develop according to our need. They must use and purchase the energy efficient equipment and device. Whatever the AC you are purchasing, any equipment you are purchasing, it must be minimum 3-star. Develop a plan for the use of alternative source of energy. So develop a plan for energy audit to assess the level of energy consumption, depending upon the bed occupancy. If your hospital is 50-bed hospital or 100-bed hospital, depending upon how much energy you can consume. So how much solar panel is required, how many lights is required, everything you have to plan accordingly. Plan to train the staff for energy saving technique, because finally we are the person who are utilizing it. So everyone must be aware, either the doctor, nurse, ward boy or the patient who is coming to the primary health center or community health center. They can also see. Now one example is they started one solar operated water cooler in the community health center in Chhattisgarh. Here you can see in the picture. So this is the one example. Now what are the advantage of energy audit? They will give the detailed information about the different energy users. Specify the energy efficiency opportunity as well as the energy savings for end user. So these are the things they want to cover in the energy audit. Now what are the key interventions? This is very important in each and every step. What we can do? We can place a suitable sticker above the light switch and put poster in the staff and patient areas to make them aware of energy savings. Nursing supervisor should monitor all the department during the rounds at the end of the day. Either the switch offs are there or not. Labeling the light switches should be done. Replace all the old bulbs with the LED lights at the facility. Occupancy sensor in the office area, toilet, storeroom, washroom. Right now it is not there, occupancy area in the hospital setup. And of course this occupancy sensor not required in the ward, because in ward movement will be continued, patients are there. So only offices and other area occupancy sensor can be established. Use of mesh work on window of rooms, wards, waiting rooms for natural ventilation of air. Energy audit should be done periodically. Use 3-star and above AC and other refrigerator and other product. So they will consume less electricity. Installation of solar panel for optimum utilization of renewable source of energy. Load bearing capacity of solar panel can be decided as per the bed occupancy per day. Training should be given to the staff for energy conservation. Installation of sub-meter in the facility premises to understand the energy usage pattern. and consider the BE, that is the Board of Energy Efficiency labeled or ISI marked energy efficient equipments and appliances in the hospital. So just now this policy has been floated. So we will see in future how the other government setup will work on it. Now second point is the water conservation. So for that they have given the key guiding principles, like one should develop a plan for conservation of water in their primary health center or CSC. Have a plan for waste water management. Whatever water is being wasted, how you will save it or reuse it. Have a water management program for the conservation of water and have a plan to train the staff for water saving techniques. For that also they suggested three things. One is the reduce the loss of water. So how we can reduce the loss? By fixing the leaky faucet and leaky pipes and everything. These are the general knowledge, basic things. Common man also knows. Then reducing the use by installing the ultra low flush toilets. Installing the sensor operated faucets or waterless urinals. Now you can see in airports, we can see the waterless urinals, many, but not everywhere. Like in healthcare facilities, not there. Reusing the water. Treat the water so that it can be reused for gardening, toilet, flushing, and treated water can also be used for cleaning. So all these things should be started in healthcare setup also. So what key interventions they are suggesting for this water policy? Availability of low flow plumbing fixtures like taps, you can restrict the flow also, dual flush toilet, showers, in hand washing area, washroom, etc. They are recommending. Sensor operated urinals in the washroom. Availability of waterless urinals in the water deficient area or hilly area. Regular monitoring of the plumbing fixtures to identify the leakage. Availability of rainwater harvesting system to conserve the water. Availability of STP and ETP, that is the sewage treatment plant, to recycle the water, as well as the effluent treatment plant to treat the sewage. Combined capacity of the sewage treatment plant and effluent treatment plant to recycle the water. So depending upon your need and use, you have to develop that plant. Training should be given to the staff on water conservation strategies. Water audit should be conducted. So all these are the new terminology: energy audit, water audit, which is not there till now in the health setup. Now the third component of this policy is a smart building. Now we can say smart city, smart building, smart citizen we are telling. But just adding smart in front of anything, the thing will not become smart. So here also they have given the key guiding principles, like all the healthcare facilities shall consider the patient safety and comfort during the time of construction. So whenever construction is going on, you have to consider this factor. Have a proper planning of the department to minimize the unnecessary travel of the staff. As I told you right now, person has to travel from here to there. Now what are the key intervention for this? Ensure the availability of disabled friendly toilet facility. Now you see in hospital it is not there, because many buildings are already constructed. Now it is not feasible for government to demolish and again do something. But whatever new project will come, in this they can look after all this issue. Ensure the availability of separate male and female toilet, which is there right now. Availability of updated floor layout with clearly marked fire exit route. That is also lacking in many of the old buildings. Fire exit routes are not there. Even parkings are not there, because we are not that much sensitized in that time. Or neither we have foresee all these complications which will come in future. So all the exit routes should be properly illuminated, and all the firefighting equipment like fire extinguishers, sprinklers, fire detection system should be installed in the facility. Now many healthcare setup are also lacking all this facility, even in government also. Many of time we can see in the newspaper or in like that they are imposing fines on the private healthcare setup, but government healthcare setup is lacking it. Yeah. And the fourth concept is the green healthcare facility. So in green healthcare facility, they are first focusing on herbal garden, that every center, whatever space they have small, they can start some herbal garden. Technology based operations and eco-friendly material. So whatever the construction material are used, it must be eco-friendly material. Now again here we can see which are the key guiding principles for green hospital, green healthcare facility. So there shall have a innovations in operation to contribute to green practice. So do the innovation in this field. Have a plan to use the technologies for easy operation in service delivery, and have strategies for improving the healing process of patient. So here also key interventions. Which are the key intervention for this smart building? Use of high performance glass on window, door, roof to prevent the heat inside and allow the sunlight to enter the room. Now such type of glass routinely not used in any healthcare facility right now. Use double glazing glass on windows. It provides the thermal and optical properties to the building and reduce the noise level inside the healthcare facility, which provide better comfort to the patient. Insulation of building from inside and outside. Use insulated black panels in the high glass space area like waiting room. Introduce the electronic patient record to save the papers. Now big hospitals, you can say, or medical colleges, they are doing this electronic patient record, but not in all. Only few has started. Still the doctors are using papers for indoor file, outdoor file, and it's circulated. Clear. So this is also we have to achieve. It is a big goal that entire patient data should be in the electronic format. Plus we have to maintain the security and privacy. That is also another issue whenever you are going digitally. Availability of 10 to 30% area of herbal garden in the facility. Then one more area they address is the waste management. Now in waste management, which are the key guiding principles? So healthcare facility should have a plan for the management of waste, have a waste reduction program, audit to ensure the minimization of waste, strategy for the food waste reduction. Now we know in indoor hospitals they are providing food and many times it becomes waste. So what is the food waste reduction strategy? Provision for recycling of food waste, as well as the training program for the stakeholders to aware them about the waste management technique. Here also they have given various key interventions how they can facilitate it or what the healthcare facility should do. So set up a waste management committee. So they will plan, monitor, budget and train the waste management program. Waste audit should be done. Implementation of waste minimization program which stop the generation of waste. Segregation of waste as per the biomedical waste guideline 2018. Recent guideline has been amended in 2018, biomedical waste management guideline. According to that they have to manage. Most of the hospitals are doing outsourcing. Many private companies are there who are managing biomedical waste, so they will do the contract and outsource. Waste management training program should be conducted regularly. Connectivity with the biomedical waste agency is required for transportation of waste. Availability of deep burial pits for the waste disposal. Availability of biodigester. Use of PPE kit as and when required whenever you are handling any biohazardous waste. Waste should be transported in the closed container trolley to prevent the cross contamination. Monitor the treatment process from facility to recycling the plants, treatment centers and landfill areas. Waste should be disposed as per the, as we already discussed, biomedical waste guideline. Segregation of biodegradable solid waste and recyclable waste as per the guideline. And hand over the biodegradable solid waste to the municipal authority. So all these things they have to look after, as well as bulk garden and horticultural waste should be kept unmixed. Implementation of food waste reduction program. Food waste audit, training should be given to the staff. And IEC material, as you know, information, education and all this material they have to display on the centers. So now everything require money. As our previous speakers are also belong from the economics. So whatever the business has a strong economy, it can survive or sustain for longer time. Now healthcare is, we know the India's health budget is very less compared to other Western countries. So what they are thinking on this? So first step is the planning. Planning includes the need identification, responsibility matrix and detailed roadmap process. Then second step is the gap assessment. Based on the clean and green checklist gaps, you have to identify what are the gaps in your setup. Then the recommendation, develop the facility improvement plan. You have to propose a plan. Then fourth stage is the cost estimation. Development of facility wise costed plan, how much it cost. Then prioritization, because in India we know that everything we cannot implement all over the India, all that setup. So priority, we have to prioritize which thing is required first. And last one is the resource allocation. So in this guideline they have given the roadmap. Okay, by this we have to process. This is the same thing, that indicator they have given, so I will not go in detail again. Now the funds. So how much funds they are allocating to the hospitals. So if we see the sub-center, small sub-center is there, they are just allocating 20,000 rupees per year. And that is also not directly. They have to obtain from the RKS grant, that is a Rogi Kalyan Samiti grant, or from the annual maintenance grant. 20,000 per year you have to go for this, in which you can do smart building, energy conservation, water conservation, LED bulb, solar panel, whatever you can do as per your need assessment. Then comes the primary health center, which is little bigger than sub-center. 1,75,000 per year. Then community health center 5 lakhs per year, sub-district hospital 5 lakhs per year, and district healthcare facility 10 lakhs per year. So in that budget you can start this program. So this is the guideline. So I want to know from, instead of taking question, I want to ask you the questions. Okay, what is your opinion regarding this guideline? Either this guideline remain on the paper, because many of the doctors are not even aware of this. It rolled out in February 23. It is just 4 months back. What are the challenges in implementing it? Sir, please.
Actually, I am also shocked because I am also belongs to the family of health and family welfare.
Oh, sir.
So even I don't know that there is a such type of scheme, because we are being a regulator, we have a lot of schemes to give support to the state labs. Like in all India around, we are, if you take the example of that, how the government is putting money, how much, you can't believe on it. Now, target is very big. Like that, now just in the 30th June, we given 139 crores. In March 35, because of being a laboratory person, I have to release that money. In 31st March, we released 129 crores. In last 5 years, 900 crore rupees is given to the state, not by central, for the state labs to just do the food testing. So government is taking so many initiatives, and the recent example of green is the parliament. Yes. If you take the recent example, then the new parliament is based on the that is green technology. And green-fed highways are, everybody knows expressways are coming. So government is putting lot of things, like he said that the 4 months is okay, like in the same case, lot of schemes are there, but people are not aware about. And another thing is that once you will install the things, who will maintain all these things? This is the big challenge. In everywhere we are giving the money, lab is started, but who will run after that? So setup is one part, running is always a big challenge. No, this is on the basis of that setup actually he's talking. So I am saying that biggest problem is that if you take the example of state, when we are releasing any amount of money, that is going to the secretariat. From secretariat to the lab is always, because lab don't have DDO power. So far they are saying if I want to utilize more than 5,000, we are dependent on somebody. And that from secretariat, you have to release their fund from there is a big challenge. So again, lot of schemes are there, government is helping lot of that. But during the schemes and up to the last, there is a big challenge. And after that, once you give the money, then what will happen the next year? If something is fixed, then what about next year? Then who will maintain all this? Because the maintenance cost is always very high.
Yes.
So this is, if you'll go to anywhere, if I am just entering this toilet, just take the example. If you are going to the airport, there is a sensor for there. In so many houses, now people start putting sensors over there. When you will enter it, the light is open. But here you can see that in the toilet, nobody knows that we have to press to flushing the urine also there. So again, putting the sensor is good, but when you are putting the sensor, big challenge is that because the TDS is very high. So every shower, every tap is choked because a lot of dust particle is coming there, their salt is very high, everything is choked. And then after some time they will not work. So the regular maintenance is the big challenge. Rest is, because you came from such a big institute, so I will not say anything about that. And good thing is that at least you have selected a topic which is not relevant to this, but this is very important for the country. This is most important. And at least in this forum, those who are in the online, not here, here is very less audience, but those who are listening, at least they can know that this is happening in India.
Yes. Okay. Now we can see in this guideline, they have even told that label the switch off the switch. This such thing they are mentioning on paper. which are the small thing even a patient can do. If the patient is coming and no one is there, he can switch off. But the public mentality is there, I am not going to pay the bill. Why should I bother?
This is one of the biggest challenge. This is not, because whenever you can like infiltrate, like the wastage, if you take the example of wastage, when you are in the home, you are taking everything. When you are taking air plate, I saw so many plates, a lot of foods are wasted there. Whenever there is nobody is putting on your plate, you are itself are taking all the food, but still they are living over there. So this type of sense is very important for every Indians to take this country to in some other level. Yeah, that is.
Even in the policy, they mention that OPD room should be this size, this many bulb is required of this kilowatt size, which consume this much energy. So everything they calculated. But implementation is always challenge, as we all know.
बहुत धन्यवाद डॉक्टर परमार के very outlook of the government of India health management system. But the question is implementation.
Yes.
आप किसी भी पीएससी में जाके देखिए, किसी भी सीएससी में जाके देखिए, आपको कोई कंजर्वेशन एक्टिविटी नहीं मिल पाएगी. हम बिल्डिंग ही बना रहे हैं. बिल्डिंग पानी का प्रोडक्शन नहीं कर सकती, बिल्डिंग ऑक्सीजन का प्रोडक्शन नहीं कर सकती, बिल्डिंग खाने को पैदा नहीं कर सकती, बिल्डिंग इलेक्ट्रिसिटी जनरेट नहीं कर सकती, बिल्डिंग बिल्ट एनवायरनमेंट जनरेट नहीं कर सकती. क्वेश्चन है कि जो जिस तरह का क्लाइमेट चेंज हो रहा है उसमें क्या पैराडाइम शिफ्ट हो, हमें सोचना पड़ेगा. सिटीजन को, ब्यूरोक्रेट्स को, मीडिया को, चाहे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक हो या प्रिंट मीडिया हो, वेब मीडिया हो, इंटरमीडिया हो, कम्युनिकेशन, कहीं ना कहीं अपने आप को आगे आना पड़ेगा. चाहे कंट्रीज़ की बात आ रही हो, चाहे सार्क कंट्रीज़ की बात हो, या बिप्स कंट्री की बात आ रही हो, या G20 कंट्रीज़ की बात हो रही है. अभी 7-8 तारीख को अर्बन 20 हैदराबाद अहमदाबाद में हुआ कि स्मार्ट सिटी कब होगा, जब ग्रीनरी होगा. ग्रीनरी तो प्लांटेशन से मिलेगा, बिल्डिंग से थोड़ी मिलेगा. इस देश में रोड ही खड़े कर दोगे, बिल्डिंग ही बिल्डिंग बना, तो वेयर गेट द ऑक्सीजन. हाँ, क्वेश्चन है कि क्या पैराडाइम शिफ्ट हो हमें, जिससे कि इकोसिस्टम डेवलपमेंट, डेटा इकोसिस्टम मैनेजमेंट.
थैंक यू.
डॉक्टर प्रज्ञेश पवार साहब का जो मेडिकल फील्ड से आते हैं, उन्होंने जो अपना प्रेजेंटेशन दिया और जो हेल्थ केयर फील्ड में जो गाइडलाइंस के बारे में जिक्र किया,
थैंक यू,
वो काफ़ी प्रभावी है. और जो मेन पॉइंट्स जो दिए उन्होंने कि जो बिल्डिंग्स हेल्थ केयर फील्ड में एनर्जी एफिशिएंट बिल्डिंग्स हो, वाटर कंजर्वेशन हो, आपका ग्रीन हेल्थ केयर यूज़ हो, स्मार्ट बिल्डिंग्स हो, वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट हो, और उनके क्या इंटरवेंशन है और क्या इसके लिए गाइडलाइन हो सकती है. मैं इसमें एक और ऐड करना चाहूँगा डॉक्टर साहब. जैसे आजकल ग्रीन बिल्डिंग्स की रेटिंग हो रही है ना, इसी तरह ये हॉस्पिटल फील्ड में भी जो हॉस्पिटल्स हैं, चाहे पीएचसी लेवल से लेकर टॉप लेवल तक, कॉर्पोरेट हॉस्पिटल्स तक, उनकी रेटिंग हो जाए जैसे, है ना. तो और उन रेटिंग, जो अच्छी रेटिंग वाले हॉस्पिटल्स जो हैं, उनकी गवर्नमेंट की टैक्सेशन पॉलिसी वगैरह में, टैक्स वगैरह में रिलीफ मिले उनको, तो ज़्यादा प्रमोट होंगे हॉस्पिटल्स इन चीज़ों को प्रैक्टिस में लाने के.
एक्चुअली सर, गवर्नमेंट की स्कीम है नेशनल क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस स्टैंडर्ड. अकॉर्डिंग टू दैट दे हैव सर्टेन इंडिकेटर एंड चेकलिस्ट. सो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट एंड स्टेट गवर्नमेंट टीम विल गो एंड चेक दैट पैरामीटर्स. या क्वालिटी काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया का है. But that also many of the time they will make on paper register and everything. But how much thing actually follow, it is always.
Thank you sir. कॉलेजेज में सेशन ओपन ही हुआ है, और इतने ओपनिंग सेशन में इन्होंने जो जिस तरह से इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का आयोजन किया है, इन सभी को मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ. साथ ही आपने सर हमें याद किया, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, keynote speaker and the chairperson, for such a lovely session. Yes, Dr. Parma, we need government to come up with such schemes, and of course judiciary also get involved, because sometimes it's very important to implement some discipline in everything. So thank you so much for telling us about this. Your presence is an asset to us. So in the series of honoring our guest, I would like to call upon Dr. Bhola Khamdas. Dr. Parmar आप स्टेज पे ही आ जाएं. डॉक्टर गजेंद्र जी आप भी आ जाएं स्टेज पे. And Dr. Bhola Khan, please join us. So it's time to felicitate Dr. Gajendra Singh ji that he is with us. Sir, आइए please. With lot of gratitude, I would like to call upon Dr. Muhammad Asif Shah on the stage, who had been traveling for 2 days and not slept even. आपका स्वागत, आपका अभिनंदन. आइए. So without wasting much time, I would like to call upon our next keynote speaker, Dr. Prem Sonwal, Associate Professor, SCRS Government Medicine and Toxicology, AIMS BP Rani, Hyderabad, India. आप दोनों का बहुत बहुत स्वागत, आपका अभिनंदन.
नमस्ते दोस्तों, मैं बड़ा खुश हूँ आरआर कॉलेज अलवर द्वारा जो स्टॉकहोम से लेके यहाँ तक जो एनवायरनमेंट कंजर्वेशन की बात और जो सेमिनार, वेबिनार और कॉन्फ्रेंस यहाँ के प्रिंसिपल सर प्रोफेसर हुकम सिंह जी और मैडम के द्वारा जो अभियान चलाया जा रहा है उसका मैं तहे दिल से स्वागत करता हूं और बहुत ही गौरवान्वित महसूस भी होता हूं कि इतना बेहतरीन एनवायरनमेंट कंजर्वेशन का जो इन्होंने बेड़ा उठाया है इसको ये आगे तक लेकर जा रहे हैं और इसी मुहिम में मैं भी एक इनका छोटा सा पार्ट बन के इनके साथ साथ आगे बढ़ रहा हूँ, आगे चल रहा हूँ. मैं बिल्कुल सिंपल सी बातें करूँगा. क्योंकि आफ्टरनून का टाइम है और आखिरी लेक्चर है. संसाधनों की बात सबने की और महात्मा गांधी जी ने भी की. जैसे कल भी मैडम ने बताया था, देयर इज एनफ फॉर एवरीबडी नीड एंड नॉट फॉर एवरीबडी ग्रीड. पृथ्वी पे नेचर ने हमको सब कुछ दिया, जल, जंगल, जमीन, पृथ्वी, सोइल, मिनरल्स, पर्वत, पठार, मैदान. लेकिन जो हमारा लालच है वो बढ़ता जा रहा है. ऐशो आराम की ज़िंदगी जीने के हम आदी हो चुके हैं, लेकिन हमको इनका इतना एक्सप्लॉयटेशन कर रहे हैं इन रिसोर्सेज का, तो हम जितना इनसे ले रहे हैं उतनी ही उनको देने की भी एक नीति बनाने का एक कामना करते हैं, एक इच्छा है. मेरा जो टॉपिक है इसमें मेन सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स एंड वाटर कंजर्वेशन के ऊपर है. इसमें मैं 2-3 पॉइंट हैं उनकी बात करूंगा, क्योंकि सभी को पता है वाटर कंजर्वेशन हम बचपन से पढ़ते आए हैं. इसमें 2 चीज़ है. एक तो इम्पोर्टेंट, क्योंकि भारत एग्रीकल्चर का इसमें काफ़ी योगदान है, 60 से 70% तक पानी का इस्तेमाल हम एग्रीकल्चर में करते हैं. और एक दूसरा है वाटर फुटप्रिंट. 2 चीज़ की मैं यहाँ बात करूँगा. सबने कार्बन फुटप्रिंट की बात करी है, मैं बात करूँगा वाटर फुटप्रिंट की. वाटर फुटप्रिंट के अंदर वाटर फुटप्रिंट की जो अवधारणा है अल्जेन वाई होकेस्टा ने इजाद की थी 2002 के अंदर। जो हम वाटर देखते हैं सामने, जो हम इस्तेमाल करते हैं, हमको केवल उसी के बारे में जानकारी है। जो इनडायरेक्ट रूप से हम वाटर को यूज करते हैं उसके बारे में कोई बात नहीं करता। हम यहाँ पे सभी बैठे हैं, यहाँ पे सारी चीज़ें, सारी वस्तुएं, उसमें कहीं ना कहीं रूप से इनडायरेक्ट रूप से वाटर का इस्तेमाल किया गया है, पानी का इस्तेमाल किया गया। यहाँ तक कि जो हमने कपड़े पहन रखे हैं, तो जो रॉ मटेरियल है एग्रीकल्चर से लेके कॉटन के उत्पादन तक और फिनिश गुड तक बनने तक